Then he joins me on the bed, cupping my face and kissing me again. Kissing me and kissing me, his tongue sliding against mine. He moves his hand between my legs and begins to stroke me. Pleasure building low in my stomach. He pushes a finger inside of me and begins to stroke me there, adding a second finger as I grow wetter and wetter. The pleasure within me is now bigger than my discomfort. His body is large and hot, and I have that strong desire to melt into him again, even as his fingers sink inside me over and over, building need within me that matches and even exceeds what I felt last night in the garden. And then I reach my peak, shaking and trembling, while he looks into my eyes, while he seems to stare into my soul. He kisses my mouth again, then down my neck, his lips skimming over my nipple as he kisses down my body and finds my center again, just like he did last night. And he devours me. I think that I cried his name out, or maybe it's only an inarticulate noise. I grab his shoulders, trying to hang on to him. I'm dimly aware that I'm digging my nails into him, that I've scratched him, while he licks into me like I'm an ice cream. I'm already raw, sensitive from my recent climax, and he's pushing me toward the edge again. He isn't asking me to climax again, he's demanding it. His tongue is merciless, and I hold on to him so hard, I'm quite certain that I've drawn blood as I cried out his name. I look at his skin, his shoulders, drops of red. I'm the one that's drawn blood, before the dragon had a chance. Perhaps it's his blood that speaks to the satisfaction of the maiden. Though, then I looked down at the most masculine part of him, and I'm reminded that I have yet to bleed. If this were medieval times, he would be hanging the sheet out the window of the turret, announcing his conquest of my virginity. And I'm sure there will be ample evidence of it. He keeps his eyes on me and pushes his fingers into his own mouth, licking them clean as he watches for my reaction. I shiver, and he holds me against him, kissing me slowly and softly, and he lays me down on the bed, positioning his body just so, the head of his arousal against the entrance to my body. "This will hurt," he says roughly, "but I promise you I will make it worth it all the nights after." He presses into me, slowly, stretching me. I find my body giving to accommodate him, but as he goes deeper and deeper, his length stretching me, I find myself whimpering. He kisses me, swallows my cry of pain as he thrusts deep, and then he just holds me, like that, buried deep within me, this man who was a stranger a week ago. I'm bewildered by the thought, overcome by it. Because how can that be? How is it that I didn't know Lucien even 7 days ago? And now he's inside of me, blood that I've drawn on his shoulders, the flavor of my pleasure on his tongue. There is something so deeply uncivilized about this, and I've surrendered to it. More than that, I participated in it. Then he kisses me, and all of my thoughts vanish. He begins to move inside of me, and the discomfort begins to fade, transforming into something beautiful. I can feel each stroke, every inch, and it's glorious. More than that, there is a deep, possessive certainty within me. I might be his, but he's mine. And perhaps that's the real change. Not so much that he's taken my virginity, but that he's given me this understanding. That it isn't simply my body that belongs to him. His belongs to me. Yes, he's taken other women out of their wedding dresses. He's probably deflowered other virgins. Part of his lore is how he's rough and brilliant in bed. A monster, true, but a sensual talent. I don't care now, though. because there is no room for any of that in this moment. We are as close as two people can be. How extraordinary, yet again, that this enigma of a man now knows me in ways no one else ever has. And I know him. I watch his face as his movements begin to pick up pace, as those measured thrusts become fractured, as the control leaves him. He's mine, my captive in that moment. Everything that I felt when he kissed me, touched me, licked me, he feels now. I try to hang on to my control. I try not to give in to the rising tide of pleasure within me, because I want him to be undone when I am in control. I want to feel the same satisfaction he must have felt. But I can't fight the desire he's creating inside of me, that sweet friction deep within me. "Please," he grits out, "come for me, beautiful girl." And I do, because he asked, because he said, please. And I am undone by such an arrogant man begging. I arch my back against his and cry out, and his own roar follows mine as he spills himself deep inside of me. I've given my freedom away. It wasn't the vows that did it. It was this. I let him come inside of me. I've surrendered my freedom for a taste of pleasure. I didn't worry about protection at all, and I could get pregnant. But it wasn't a concern, not when I was so desperate for me. And as he lingers over me, looking at me, I want to regret it, but I can't. I've always felt like maybe I was smarter than other people, and it was my compensation for the poverty I was born into. I have a brain that can think me out of so many situations. One that was going to take me straight to university, out of this country. But in this, I am just like everyone else. I've given everything away for a taste of sexual desire. I am no better than anyone. I thought I was more sensible than my sister because I'm not a romantic. But isn't it worse to have surrendered to need without even a promise of romance? But then he wraps me in his arms, and I feel something like romance. My heart begins to expand inside of my chest, and I want to believe that this expression of tenderness is care, and not just manipulation. But then I find myself getting so sleepy, and I don't want to think anymore. Thinking isn't a comfort. I just want sleep. And for Lucien to hold me. I surrender to my feelings, and I let my thoughts drift away. Chapter 9. I wake up on a gasp, sitting and clutching the bedclothes to my chest. My naked chest. I'm in Lucien's room, in the center of his gigantic bed. It's dark outside, and I'm alone. A sob rises up in my throat, and I lie down, trying to get a hold of myself. There's no reason to be hysterical. There is certainly no reason to cry. I chose everything that happened today. Tears gather in my eyes, and I close them. My stomach growls, and I feel so alone. I'm not sure if I'm grateful that he's left me or... The door opens. I stay lying like that, not giving any indication that I'm awake. "Sparrow?" I stir just slightly. "I have something for you." I open my eyes. "Are you hungry?" "Yes," I say softly. "I have something for you to dress in, darling." Darling. I hold that close, turn it over, try to examine it. Is it sweet and lovely because it's not that strange nickname he calls me? Is it personal, or is it something he has called every other woman he's married? He moves to the bed, wrapping me in the softest robe I've ever felt against my skin, and touches my cheek. "You were lovely tonight." The simple compliment takes me aback. I blink, trying to catch my breath. Then I find myself being lifted from the bed. "You don't have to carry me," I say. "I want to," he says. He carries me out of the bedroom and to the elevator. "Oh, come on now. When I'm not walking, you don't take the stairs?" "I will not gamble with your safety," he growls, closing the elevator door, still holding me while it descends. I loop my arms around his neck, hold on to him until it reaches its destination. The doors open, and he sweeps me out, down the hall into the dining room. My jaw drops. He sets me gently down, and I move deeper into the room. The lights are off, but the table is covered in candles. Held high in golden candelabras, and there is a feast laid out before me. Dishes that I don't have names for, things that look exotic and familiar. Gourmet foods and comfort foods. And besides that, behind the banquet table, an entire spread of dessert. Are we expecting an army? "Only you and I," he says. "Then why all this?" "Because you deserve it," he says, "and I wanted to give it to you." I walk down the length of the table, looking at all of the bounty, and I sit down, unsure of where to start. He picks up a large plate. "What can I serve for you?" "I don't know," I say, and he begins to pile the plate high, with a bit of everything. He sets it before me and moves to sit next to me. He tucks my hair behind my ear and kisses my neck. I don't know what to do with this side of him, this sweetness and care. Except something inside of me cautions me. Lucien does not have a reputation for being kind, not in any capacity. Whatever this is, it's more of the same. More of him trying to convince me that I am happy in my cage. I can't afford to forget that. But I take my first bite of the meal, and it's so glorious that I do let myself set my worries aside for the moment. Because they won't change anything. I eat ham and mashed potatoes, pastas with sauces that I can't identify, orzo dishes, feta and olives, roast chicken, steak, and the nicest vegetables I've ever seen. And then it's time for desserts. "Strawberry," he says. "I owe you a piece of strawberry cake. When you are not mad at me." I'm not mad at him now. That is true. Though I do feel lightheaded and on guard. I'm trying not to feel too satisfied or too happy. Because part of me feels like I have to resist this. Even though I've made the choice, part of me feels like it's a betrayal of the dreams that I used to have, to allow myself to be happy with him when he's laid down an edict that I don't like or accept. But then, if I'm not a romantic, surely I should be able to separate my feelings from my thoughts, the feelings in my body from emotional feelings. Surely. Except, he is waging a war, not just on my body, but everything, because this is nothing if not psychological warfare. But I eat the strawberry cake anyway, and it's wonderful. And then, when he leans in close and asks me, "What is your favorite?" he steals my breath with his beauty, and I let him kiss me, rather than even trying to answer the question. He strokes my face, my hair, kisses my lips, down my neck. Then he parts my robe, cupping my breast, right there in the dining room, like we're in a locked room, like we don't have the chance of being interrupted at any moment. He growls, undoing the belt on my robe and opening it entirely, his chair facing mine as he looks at me, his eyes feral as he takes in the sight of my naked body. I do have power. That is the truth. It wasn't something that I hallucinated up there in our room. His desire for me is pushing him. It's making him act like this. The one thing I don't know as if he's always like this. I need to see a crack in his armor. I need to know. He overwhelmed me upstairs. His lips, his hands, making me forget all of my questions. But I have the advantage of having had 3 orgasms only recently, and as much as I want him again, I am sustained by the recency of my pleasure. I need to know, I say. Is this your wedding night routine? Have you brought all of your virgin brides to 3 sobbing climaxes before bringing them to a feast? No, he says. Did you want them all, like you want me? Never, he says. I have wanted no woman the way that I want you. That doesn't feel true. It doesn't feel like it can be. But if he feels that way now, then I'm willing to suspend my disbelief. Because if that's what he thinks, then what does the truth matter? If he doesn't remember how strongly he wanted the other women, then that's just as good, isn't it? At least, that's what I want to believe. Even while I'm frustrated with myself that I need it. But the truth is, the need he creates in me has overtaken me to such a degree, has turned me into such a stranger to my own self, that I need to know he's suffering from it too. I need to know that I'm not alone. The light in his eyes, like a fire, tells me that I'm right. He wants this, in a way that renders him powerless. With a shaking breath, I roll my shoulders back, thrusting my breasts up, letting the robe fall down just slightly. Then I part my thighs before I can talk myself out of it. His gaze lowers, the expression on his face one of hunger. He unbuckles his belt, undoes his pants, and frees himself, standing stiff and tall against his stomach. He curves his hand around his manhood and begins to stroke himself. I lick my lips, and I reach out, wrapping my own hand around him. His breath hisses through his teeth, and he claps his hand over mine. Careful, he growls. I stroke him, from base to tip, reveling in the feel of him, and how it makes me feel to touch him like this. Powerful, and like the sort of goddess I have never fancied myself to be. I've never thought about the foods that I liked. I've never thought about feeling beautiful. I've never thought about desire. And now, I feel like I'm satiating myself on it, like I'm a glutton for these things that feel so good, these things that I've ignored entirely out of fear that I could never really have them. It's a frightening, out-of-control feeling, but at least, holding him in my hand like this, I know that he is out of control too. He reaches around me, lifts me up out of my chair, and draws me onto his lap, kissing me, lowering his head and taking one of my breasts into his mouth. He sucks my nipple in deep, until the pleasure is so great that I have to cry out. I feel my power slipping away, but it's such a glorious surrender. He turns me into this creature of overwhelming need, and I welcome it. All the resistance from a moment before is gone. He lifts his hand, pinches my nipple hard, the pleasure-pain combination brutal and glorious. In the candlelight, he is fearsome. I put my hand on his bare chest, run my fingers down the dips and hollows on his body, his muscles, his scars. It is a privilege to be so close to a man like him, one who is so terrifying to everyone else. But when he came apart before, he trembled inside of me. I cup his face and I kiss him on the smooth side of his face, and then I move to kiss his scars. He groans beneath my mouth. I kiss down his neck, learning the texture of those scars. He moves his hands down my back, down to my hips, lifts me up and positions me over his cock, lowering me slowly so that I can take him inch by inch into my tender body. I'm sore, but it's more than worth it. He grips the back of my head, Fingers pushed through my hair, and he closes his fist as he seats me on him completely, tugging hard as he thrusts up inside me. And then I'm lost in the primal nature of it, the rhythm of it. The glow of the candles, the feel of him, the sounds that he makes, the sounds that I make. Whatever I was before, whoever I was before, maybe I'm simply not her now. I told him that a man didn't have the power to change a woman with sex, but my head is swimming, and I think that I might have been wrong about everything. Because how has he done this to me? How has he taken me, sensible, cerebral, and turned me into a creature made entirely of my own desire? I would beg him for anything. There's not a single thing he could ask of me, demand of my body, that I would find distasteful. Not in this moment. Everything feels more than reasonable. It feels desirable. It feels wonderful. When he leans in and kisses me, then bites my neck and soothes the sting away with his tongue, licking me, I only want more. He cups my face, his forehead pressed against mine as he thrusts up within me, growling each and every time, his fingers digging into me as he roars his completion, sending me over the edge into my own pleasure spiral. We hold each other, breathing hard. I forgot that we were in the dining room. I forgot that anyone could walk in. I forgot everything, even my own name. But I didn't forget his. "Come," he says, "let us go to bed, my queen." He takes me naked from the room, and if there were any staff lingering, they dissipate, as though they sense that the king needs privacy. I find myself deeply unconcerned with the logistics of it, especially when he takes me back to his room, lays me down in the center of the bed, and tucks us both beneath the covers. When he strokes my face and kisses me lightly on the forehead as I begin to lose consciousness. King Lucian, the sea serpent of the Mediterranean, the dragon in the cave, is my husband now. I'm his prisoner. I'm his wife. Both of those things are true. Both of them are heavy. But even holding them there at the center of my chest, I fall asleep in his arms. Chapter 10. I spend days without a single thought in my head. It's strange, uncomfortable, and at the same time, it's like having a vacation from myself and the burdens that I've carried my entire life. I'm not thinking about the future. I'm not thinking about what's right or wrong or good for me, what might be bad for me. I'm just in a state of surrender. To his pleasure. To him. I've spent my life learning, but I've never learned another human being. I'm learning Lucian. His moods, his expressions, the shift of every muscle, the particular way he sounds when he feels pleasure. At the same time, I'm learning something about myself. I've surrendered to the experience, to what it means to feel. Only. That night, our wedding night, when I fell asleep in his bed, I didn't make the conscious decision to put away my concerns and suspicions. I didn't decide to set it all aside and surrender. I just did. I woke up in his arms the next morning, and he claimed me again and again. I spent that whole day in his bed. Since then, we've done other things. He has a country to manage, and true to his word, he set me up with some online classes. They haven't started yet, thus my reprieve on thought. And I've also been presented with some charities that I might throw my weight behind. But mostly, this has been a honeymoon, even if it is inside a castle. I'm almost embarrassed how eager I am to see him every day. But really marinating in that embarrassment would require thought, and I'm not doing that. Instead, I'm lying naked on the foot of my bed in a sunbeam. I'm reading a science book. I don't consider that thought, because it isn't planning or anything to do with myself. It's just being in the moment. but I'm waiting for him. So when I hear footsteps outside my door, I'm already setting the book aside when he opens it. He sees me, and his eyes glow. The way that he wants me fills me with a kind of delight that I've never experienced before. I feel important in a way that I never have. It's such a strange thing, to feel like sexuality is powerful, like my body matters, when honestly, I've always felt like a brain floating in a skull jar. Not anymore. I'm very much connected to every part of myself now. He's stripping his own clothes off before I can greet him, and he's taken me to ecstasy before we exchanged 2 words. And yet, as he finds his own pleasure, pours himself inside of me, I feel like the look in his eyes speaks to feelings and truths that words wouldn't be sufficient for. I feel like I'm perilously close to understanding something I thought I didn't need to. The way that my sister falls so passionately into these kinds of relationships doesn't seem like a mystery to me anymore. She and my mother no longer feel like alien creatures that I can't understand. Because before Lucien touched me, I didn't understand. And that version of myself would look at this version of myself and find her to be sad and woefully misguided. While I look back at the version of myself who didn't know this, and I feel she didn't know. There was so much she didn't know. It frightens more now than it did before, but I also understand why people decide to embrace it, terrifying and powerful though it is, which is part of why it compounds my fear. "What do you have to do today?" I ask, my fingers tracing patterns on his chest. "I'm finished for the day with everything but this," he says. He takes hold of my hand and lifts it, kissing my palm. Then he picks me up from the bed, along with a bundle of blankets, and moves us down to a sunny patch on the floor that's big enough for the 2 of us. It's right in front of the bookshelves, and it's a cozy nook, but funny, because we could just stay on the bed. But I enjoy the strange things that he does, the ways in which he's oddly romantic. I wouldn't have ever said that I was a romantic person. Maybe that's why I like his version of it. It's not hearts and flowers. It's midnight feasts and nests of blankets. It's endless orgasms and the way that he studies me like I'm a fascination. "Have you read any of the novels that I've given you?" "No," I say. The look he gives me is stern, and it does something to me. Makes my insides feel like they're melting. Makes my stomach drop. I curl into him, and he puts his arm around me. "Shall I read to you?" "You want to read to me?" "If it's the only way I'm going to get you to discover the merits of fiction." That is how we spend the afternoon, lying on the floor in blankets as he reads The Secret Garden. It's a children's book, but it makes me cry. I watch his face as he reads, and I wonder what speaks to this man about that book. I wonder how it reaches him. What it meant to him when he was a boy, and what it means to him now. He looks up from the book, eyes connecting with mine. "What?" "Which one are you?" A crease appears between his brows as he considers this, and I can't help but marvel at the hard-cut lines of his face. I see his scars differently now. They shocked me at first, and while they never detracted from his beauty, they added to his beastliness. Now I see them as part of him. "Are you the girl who came to live there? The one who discovered the secret garden? Or are you the boy?" I press. He considers this for a moment, his large hands cradling the book, an expression on his face that's almost soft. Almost. "Both," he says. "I spent my childhood in a certain amount of isolation. My imagination was an important part of my survival. But then, I've also been shut in, lying in bed, trying to heal." "But you didn't have a friend to come and draw you back out?" He shakes his head. "No. And my parents were dead, so that meant that I was king." "How old were you?" I'm hungry for his story. I know that it's printed in history books and the like. I know the dates. But somehow, looking at him, really taking in the reality of it, I need to personalize it more. I need to hear it from him. His feelings on what happened. The facts beyond what the press printed. I was 13 when I officially became king. There were advisors who handled things for the 6 months prior to that. The press, official statements. I was too injured to do much of anything. Lucian, it's all right. It was a long time ago. But it hasn't faded. I lift my hand and touch his scars. It has, he says, taking hold of my hand and lowering it. What do you see? That is nothing in comparison to how it was. What were your parents like? I don't mean as king and queen, I mean as parents. He makes a low noise in the back of his throat and looks up at the ceiling. Busy. I loved them very much. My mother was exquisitely beautiful. My father tall and strong. I wanted to be like them. They had grand parties, and I remember watching them from the balcony in the ballroom, gazing down at all of the opulence. Then the wars started, and they closed the palace. My mother grew fearful. She stopped dressing up. My father became short-tempered. I understand, of course, the toll that it took on him. And truthfully, their anxieties were not misplaced. I was taken from the palace by someone that they trusted, held captive, tortured. I'm the reason my parents are dead, you see, because they did try to rescue me. And when they did, it left them vulnerable to attack. It was demanded that they both appear to come and claim me. But they let you go? He laughs. No, my father was not a fool. When he went that day, he had men lying in wait. Unfortunately, they could not save my parents, but they did save me. Imagining him as a boy, one who had been hurt like that, then lost his parents, wounds me. But I know he doesn't want me to weep over him. He's telling me this with grave matter-of-factness, and I know that he won't welcome me being overly soft about it. So I just try to listen. That was actually what ended the war. The death of the king and queen. Other nations intervened at that point. They squashed the rebellion. He takes a breath. The very sad thing is I understand what the rebellion wanted. I've tried to give some of those things to the people. More freedom, more resources. Though based on what you have said, I still fall short. However, I cannot feel entirely sympathetic to their cause, as you must understand. I nod. I understand. Books were my only friends, he says, and something of a guilty pleasure, particularly after I became king. They didn't want me reading stories. They wanted me reading up on world events, on diplomacy. But I was still a boy, in many ways, surrounded by adults. Responsibility. The picture he paints is so poignant, almost especially so because of how evenly he tells it all. Like this is another story he's reading to me, not painful memories from his past. How did your myth start? He lifts a brow. My myth? Yes, you know, everything people say about you. That you're the sea serpent of the Mediterranean, the dragon of the castle on the rock, half monster, half man, all mad. The sound is somewhere between a hum and a growl. When I wouldn't make appearances, it started. They were right, too. It was because I was disfigured, because I had fits and rages and mercurial moods. If I'm honest, I was half mad after my parents died. After my torture. Why did you let it continue? I ask, my chest aching. Why did you cultivate it? He rubs his chin, as if he's seriously considering it. It suited me. I wanted to be frightening. I wanted to be someone who gave enough to the people that they would be happy, but also someone who would be seen as invulnerable. He pauses for a long moment. Do you know, the worst thing about torture? It's not the pain. It's the lack of control. I wanted to be strong. I wanted to be strong enough that the videos they sent my family wouldn't compel them to risk themselves. I wanted to be strong. But I begged for my life. He takes a sharp breath. I begged for my life. I cried when they burned me, when they cut me. I want to kill them all. A rage I've never felt before floods my veins. I wasn't alive when this happened. I'll never meet the men who did it, likely long dead, but I want to raise them from the grave to destroy them. How could they do this to him? Lucien. You were a boy, I say, my heart feeling like it's about to crack. You were just a boy. I was never really a boy. I was always meant to be a king. And when you are meant to be a king, you have to be something different. You have to be something mythic, something strong. I failed at that. It is my fault my parents are dead. No, it isn't, I say. Any parent would rescue their child. Any good parent. It doesn't matter if you cried or not, begged or not. They would have come for you. Regardless, it has never been a desire of mine to be reduced to that state ever again. That lack of control, that sniveling. No, I have fashioned for myself a reputation for being strong. As for the plains, that's how many of the rebels were sneaked into the country. So many of them came from outside, and so I have shut down flights to the country. You have to come through the port, because It's trauma. I can see it, but I know that he won't characterize it that way. This iron fist that he's cultivated is something that he needs to make himself feel safe, to make the country feel safe. But he was taken out of this palace as a young boy, and he has to continue to live here, to rule here. The scars that came from what happened are on his skin. Every day, a reminder of everything he's been through. Maybe they have gotten better over time. Maybe it has gotten less painful. But it isn't gone. He would rather be the dragon than ever be that boy again. And I understand that. I also ache for him, because he's a man alone. A man kept so solitary, by his own rules and his position, by the pain that he's experienced, by the walls that he's built to protect himself. But then he's also this. Whatever he is to me. I'm not sure why he's so gentle with me, though even that is a bit of a contradiction, because I'm his prisoner. But he's given his prisoner an awful lot of blankets. I'm his prisoner that he reads to, that he kisses as if I am special. Yes, it would be easy for me to think of it as him using me, using my body for his own pleasure, but he doesn't. He shares pleasure with me. It doesn't feel like that. It doesn't feel like I am an object. He makes me feel beautiful. He makes me feel desired. I want to ask him more, about his marriages, about what actually happened, but I can feel the walls around him. For a moment there, he opened the gate to me. He let me ask questions, but I can feel that they will close the moment he feels like I'm pushing him too much. I can't take advantage and ask everything all at once. What a terrible thing to lose your parents, I say. My mother is one of the most important people in my life. If I would have lost her when I was 12, I think it would have changed me too. What happened to your father? I shake my head. I've never known him. One of the men that my mother fell in love with over the years. But like most of them, he didn't stay. She's a romantic, though. She always believes that this one will be the one. I admire that in her. I know that some people resent their mothers for having a lot of relationships. I don't. She does a good job keeping it separate from her children. She always did. But she hopes. Time and time again. I've never been like that. And your sister? I shake my head. Eve is a romantic. I told you, that's why I'm here. She's in love with Marcus. She wants to marry him. The idea of marrying you instead? It broke her. What about you? His eyes are fierce. I didn't ever want to fall in love. I look away from him, so I figured I wasn't going to lose anything by marrying a stranger. You wanted to go to school. I nod. Yes, but I weighed the consequences. I had some hope that perhaps I could still... But they were silly hopes. I made my decision. He makes that growling sound in his throat again. Yes, you did. At 22. And you were king at 13. I didn't have a choice. Neither did I. Meaning? I shake my head. My sister's unhappiness was unbearable to me, and as long as I could do something about it, I was going to. Why? He is completely baffled by this, and I wish that I had a better way to articulate it to him, because I don't feel like what I did was entirely selfless, particularly not now, as I lie there with him. But I don't want to open up my chest and share the vulnerable feelings that have been growing inside of me for the past week. I don't want to start talking about things that I haven't even begun to make sense of. I do want to share with him. He's done so with me, and generously. But he is a man with 20 years more living than I've done. There are parts of myself that are unexplored. I thought it meant they didn't matter, that they weren't driving me. I think now that I'm wrong. I think there's more to me, to the reason I did this, than I can easily untangle. It was a chance to do something big, I say. I've had plans all of my life, to do something to get out of the life that we have here. Not that it's a bad life. We aren't destitute, even though we certainly don't have anything extra. But it isn't enough to truly change anything. To travel, to go to a university out of the country, to dream. It's a strange thing because, in some ways, my mother and sister dream bigger than I ever have. You can't control someone else's heart. The audacity to believe that you can love someone at the same time they love you, and that it will continue on forever. That's bravery. You can't control that. You can't plan for it. I chose things that I could plan. But every year I fell short. Every year I couldn't quite get there because there was something else we needed money for. And I know that you're looking at me and considering 22 very young, but for what I want to do, time is passing me by. I find a deeper part of myself, a deeper honesty than I've had before. I wasn't being entirely self-sacrificial. I was stuck. I didn't want to be. I have a sudden, clear insight into that. And part of me just thought, to hell with it. At least this is big. And who knows where it will take me. I know where all of my planning will take me, up each and every slow, incremental step, but I was tired of taking steps. I wondered what it would be like if I could fly. It seems foolish now, because of course being a queen gives you power, resources, money, but it doesn't give you a normal life. It has given me something different, but it is something with a lot more weight than I imagined. A testament, yet again, to the things that I failed to give importance to. Certainly, somewhere in there is the humanity of Lucien himself. He was a symbol to me when I arrived, a legend. He is a man to me now, though I can't say that means I have him figured out. And then I clipped your wings, he says, looking at me with something like sorrow in those blue eyes. But your story makes me understand something, I say. Your wings are clipped too. You're bound to this life, to all the things you have to do. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. I roll onto my back and stare up at the ceiling. My grandmother got abandoned by my grandfather. My mother was abandoned by my father, by Eve's father. I worry that Eve will also be abandoned. All of these things made me afraid to dream in many ways. Planning, yes. Dreaming, no. Maybe that's why I've never liked fiction, because it feels like a dream. He shifts, looms over me, brushes his knuckles against my cheek. Will you dream of me, sparrow? What else is a caged sparrow with clipped wings to dream of? But I don't ask him that. Instead, I kiss him. I kiss him with every ounce of desire that is in me. Not just the desire that I feel for him, but this reckless, endless desire that I have for my own life. This need to soar, to succeed, to do something and be something. This impossible paradox that now I've become a queen but won't recognize my dreams. That now I am more important to the world in some ways, but my own life has become smaller and smaller. Smaller, but... He lifts his head and looks at me, and I grip his face and kiss him, push him onto his back and climb over top of him. I sit astride him, looking down at all his masculine glory, as he allows me this power, as he allows me to assume this position, this role. That's what it will always be, what he allows. Because he could push me off at any moment. He could claim the dominant position. He is allowing me to feel powerful. Can I accept that? Can I accept a life where everything is what he allows? I don't know what other option I have. Not now. His hands span my waist. He moves them up my body, thumbs grazing over my nipples. For all that he has made my life smaller, he has made it so much bigger, too. And that is another thing that's hard for me to reconcile. Without Lucien, I would never have felt my body like this. I would never have realized how much this part of me mattered. I had locked this part of myself away. I was so afraid. I already want so much. I would never have been able to bear life if I wanted more, if I wanted a man to look at me and think that I was beautiful, if I wanted to be touched, kissed, held, if I wanted to be someone's wife. It was out of reach enough to want to make it to university. I could never have borne the weight of more dreams. They are dreams. Whatever I've spent all these years telling myself, I'm a dreamer. I just didn't want to be. Suddenly, I'm overcome by the weight of those desires, of everything that I want, everything that I can't have. No one can have everything, I suppose. This man, this king, has been denied so many things, tortured, isolated. How long has it been since someone has loved him? The question terrifies me, so I push it away, shut it down deep. I don't want the answer to that question. I don't want to be confronted by it. I don't want to have to think about it. Thinking is the enemy right now. Why can't I just keep on feeling? God, but the feelings are overwhelming. They're expanding in my chest, moving all through my body. I want him. I maneuver my hips, arch them back so that I can take him inside me. It's not close enough. I want him, and it's driving me, tearing me to pieces. I want more. And I don't know what to call that. I want more from everything, for myself, from him, from the world. I feel like I'm being remade into something new, and it is painful, unimaginable. And yet it's also beautiful and wonderful and the most glorious thing I've ever experienced. Lucien is unlike anyone I've ever known, awakening things in me that are strange and wonderful and brilliant. He has shown me the power in feeling, but that is a double-edged sword, like everything else with him. I ride him until I cry out, until he grips my hair and flips me over onto my back, drives us both into oblivion, then kisses me like I'm made of glass. He has taken things from me. He has given things to me. He has made my life smaller and larger. And I'm left wondering what I've done to change his. Chapter 11. It goes on like this. The way that we want each other is almost like torture. The passage of time does nothing to stop it. If he's with me, he's inside me, which is why it's an incredible shock when I start bleeding. My cramps are terrible, and I can't get out of bed. I would have thought that a man working so hard to produce an heir would surely be rewarded with one, particularly because it seems like even biology wouldn't dare defy Lucien. But mine has. For the first time, a strange new fear winds through me. He chose me to be his bride. Well, he allowed me to trade places with my sister, and we never established whether or not I was actually fertile. There are options, I know that, but I don't know what he considers to be an option. And yet again, I'm left with the wrenching push and pull of my own desires. In some ways, I'm relieved that I'm not pregnant. I can't imagine being a mother in 9 months' time. I can't imagine being a mother. It just wasn't part of my plans, and it's going to take some time for me to wrap my head around the fact that my whole future is going to be different. Knowing it, and truly being able to imagine it, to accept it, are different things. But I also feel strangely sad, worried, anxious. That could also be my hormones. My PMS tends to take the form of anxiety. It chews at me, makes me want to plan things, set things into motion, something to protect me from the relentless crush of time and all of the things that I can't control. I take breakfast and lunch in bed, and by the afternoon, Lucien comes for me. "Are you quite well?" I can see the tension on his face. Is he hoping that I have morning sickness? I'll spare him the anticipation. "I'm not pregnant," I say. "I'm on my period. My cramps are particularly vile today is all." Except that's not all, because how could it be? He doesn't say anything. He disappears from the room. Of course, I'm no use to him as long as I'm bleeding. He can't even get satisfaction, and I'm not carrying his baby. What a useless wife. My thoughts are such a dark, grumpy cloud, and unfair besides. He didn't say any of that. But I'm in a terrible mood. When he reappears with a tray containing 2 large pieces of cake, 1 strawberry, 1 chocolate, a heating pad tucked underneath his arm, I don't even know what to say. He sets the cake on the bed beside me, drags a chair to the side of the bed, and places the heating pad on my stomach. I look at him, lower it just slightly to where I need it. Thank you. Have you not realized by now that I'm not a monster? He has been content to let everyone else think so, but never me. Not from the first, and I don't understand why. I can't speak, because I'm afraid I'll cry, which is a horror I don't even know how to cope with, because I'm not a crier. Though, I've cried more times since coming to this palace than at any other time in recent memory. Twice, which still isn't a lot, but is notable. "I know you aren't," I say. "You're upset," he says. "Yes, I am upset." "Why? Is it something that I did?" "It's everything," I say, ready to lash out, ready to be mean because everything inside of me feels jagged. I'm not pregnant, and thank God, because I'm too young to have a baby. But here I am, married to you, expected to have a baby. We never had protected sex, and we have sex all the time. I think that we have sex more than anybody in the whole world. It might actually be a problem." His expression remains measured. "Do you find my attentions unwanted?" I shake my head. "No, ours is a mutual sickness." I can't lie to him about that. "I see. You are infected as I am." "Yes," I say. There's a lump in my throat, and I'm furious. But having a baby would really mean giving up on all my dreams. "I can see how that would be." "You've taken all my dreams anyway," I say. He says nothing. His jaw tenses, his mouth flat. What if I can't get pregnant, Lucien? Because perversely, that is my other deep and terrible fear. Because then he might get rid of me. He's already had 3 wives, why not 4? What if he has taken me, shown me all of this, upended my life, and he'll just put me back out if I can't produce his heir? Then you'll go on like it never happened. That won't be so bad. It won't be. You have had this time where you learned all about sex and experienced living in a castle, and then you could just go on. I want him to say something, and he doesn't. He doesn't leave either. He sits there with me, saying nothing, his expression grave. He leaves eventually and returns with a fresh heating pad later. I'm served dinner in the room after that. He doesn't come and visit me over the next couple of days, and I'm furious. Even though what he did was kind, I've decided to internalize being angry that he was more distant when he couldn't have sex with me, because it does something to feed my insecurities. My hormones are monstrous, and I want to embrace it. After 5 days of that, I have some clarity. My hormone fog has cleared slightly, and I don't feel as unreasonable. It's also interesting, because the reprieve of sex, not being around him, has made me feel a little bit more like myself, too. The feelings inside of me are unfamiliar, but I am still me. Going back to reading textbooks, to reading new studies, that makes me feel a little bit more centered. Just because I'm not going to school doesn't mean I can't keep learning. I have my classes that I'll be starting soon online. I don't have everything, and I want everything, and that's difficult. So much for being practical, I suppose. I'm just not. With some trepidation, I go down after dinner and move into the library, where I know I'll find Lucien. I'm not disappointed. "Good evening," he says, looking up at me. "I'm not bleeding anymore," I say. "Glad to hear it. Is it always particularly tough on you?" I admit I do get quite emotional, though I think there were some contributing factors. "I can see that," he says. I'm annoyed, because I think he sounds a little bit amused, and nothing was funny about the way that I felt. He smiles, and I'm enraged. "Do not look at me that way," he says. "Sit down." I do, but seriously. "Why are you angry with me?" "Because I don't know." "You are upset about the strictures of royal life, about the heir." "Yes," I say. "I want you to get on the pill." I jolt. "What?" "You're not ready to have a child." "But that's part of the deal." "It was, when I was choosing a wife. And not you. You are not ready to have a child. You were obviously very unhappy about it, and the fallout of the emotions over you finding out that you weren't pregnant were very intense." It wasn't that simple that I decide to allow him that. "Yes," I say. "We can wait. One of the deeply unfair things about life and biology, and I should not have to tell you about biology, is that men can have babies for a much longer period of time than women can. You're young. You can afford to wait. I'm not young, but I can certainly wait. But, and now you argue with me. When I offer you, what do you want?" He sounds baffled. I don't know what to do with you. Because sometimes you make all these commands and tell me how things are going to be, and even when it's you giving me what you think I want, you're not asking me. He's silent and looks chastised, which is about as shocking as anything could be. "Would you like to go on the pill?" It will be a reprieve for some of my worries. It will give me time to adjust to my life, and will give us more time as a couple. A couple? Is that what we are? Obviously. Except, it isn't like that, really. We aren't bonded by romance, by love. He does things that are romantic. He is my lover. And yet couples bring to mind something domestic. We aren't that. But we are 2 people trying to figure out how to live with one another, I suppose. Which really isn't something I thought would happen with him. "I'm sorry," I say. "If I'm being honest with you, I imagined that you would be my adversary, that I would hate you, that you would take your husbandly rights and leave me. I didn't imagine that you would talk to me or buy me books. I didn't imagine he would be so complicated, controlling and giving, rigid but caring. It would have been easier if he hadn't engaged my emotions. But he has. That's the difficult piece. If he had only ever remained a figure, something I was fighting against, then all of this would be much easier. I could resist him, and not all of these things in myself. I'm sorry that I fall short, he says. I would like to go on the pill, I say. I press my hands against my forehead. Thank you for giving me a choice. He nods slowly. I have been thinking. I have to go on a diplomatic trip to Europe. I'm wondering if you would like to come with me. You said that I was never going to leave the palace. He nods again. I did say that, but you are unhappy. That he's concerned about my lack of happiness is astonishing to me. I would not have thought that it would matter to him at all. I have no investment in your misery, he says. But you have heard my story, my reason for not allowing flights into the country other than my own. You're afraid, I say. With good reason. I don't want for anything to happen to you. It's such a strange admission, because there is no current danger, but he's projected his anxiety onto me, knowing that he cares in some capacity about me personally. But of course he does, because I know him well enough to know he isn't controlling for the sake of it. He's not a cruel man. Nothing that he's done would ever lead me to believe he was. I know you might find this difficult to believe, but I lived in the world for all of these years without you. But you weren't tied to me. His voice is rough. I don't have the best outcomes with people who join themselves to me. Yet again, I want to ask about his other wives, but I find that something is stopping me, that there are some things I don't really want to know, even though part of me is curious. But you're letting me out of my cage, I say. It feels like something, maybe like progress. I am bringing your cage with me, he says. I don't know if he's being serious, if he's teasing me, or if he's reminding me of exactly who he is, that no matter he might make concessions, I belong to him. He's right. I surrendered to this. For him. Now all I can do is be grateful that he's doing this at all. I've never been on a plane. It's terrifying, actually. Even though I know this is luxury travel, we are hurtling through the air at an alarming rate of speed. I am aware the speed is a feature and not a bug, but even so, I find it unnerving. The flight to France isn't a long one, but I'm restless all the same. I assumed you'd traveled, he says. You make it very difficult. I don't intentionally make it difficult to travel, he says. I just tried to keep the airspace on the island clear. Which means that your citizens first have to take a boat somewhere else if they want to fly. We've never had that kind of money, and I've been saving. You already know that. Yes, he says. I do. But I confess that I assumed you had been to some of these universities that you were dreaming about going to. No, I say. I just looked at them online. He appears discomfited by this, and I can't figure out why. I can't figure out why he cares, since part of our relationship is him limiting my access to things. But he also likes giving me things. Maybe he feels the push and pull the same way that I do. He is bringing me on this trip, and I might feel pleased about that once the plane actually lands. I'm right. When the plane descends in Paris and I see the overhead view of this city that I've seen depicted so many times on TV, in movies and books, I forget everything. If the plane were to go down right now, I might not even be that sad. We are ushered from the aircraft and into a luxury car, and my face is glued to the window as we drive through the city streets, as I take in the glory of the architecture. You are so strange, he says. I rip my gaze away from the view and stare at him. I'm strange? Yes. You, who claim to have no dreams, who claim you have no interest in fiction. This little scientist. You're the most sensual woman I've ever known. You love beautiful things. You love to be touched. We have a driver and no partition up between us, and I shift uncomfortably as he describes me, accurately, with an audience. You love food, even though you decline to tell me your favorite. You yearn for adventure, but are afraid of air travel. I just hadn't done it before, I say, sniffing. You are not practical, Queen Lilith. You are greedy, insatiable. You don't just want one thing, you want it all. I am uncertain why you can't admit it. Because I can't have it all, I say. I already told you. Watching my mother and sister made me afraid to dream. And anyway, I'm not wrong. I'm the queen now. I still can't have everything. He considers this. No, none of us can. I never wanted to live with that unbearable ache. To live, I suspect, is to have an unbearable ache. The world is vast, and there are so many experiences. None of us can have all of them. He's now looking out the window. I suspect there is some beauty in that, knowing that the world contains so much glory, and we cannot experience all of it. It is compensation for all the sadness the world contains. It's another sadness, I say, if you want too much. I suppose that's one way of viewing it, he says. I wonder if the reason he sees it this way is because of how much more time he's lived. It makes me feel like there's a cavern standing between us. I don't know why I care about that at all. The car pulls up to a luxury estate with wrought iron gates, glorious and vast. This is the Chancellor's lodgings. We will be starting here and stay for a couple of days. We can do some sightseeing, and then we will move on to England. Oh, I say, because I can't help myself. I've always wanted to go there. I want to see Oxford. I've always wanted that. It's where I wanted to go. Me and so many other people. But it makes me feel like if I could do it, I would matter. Maybe walking through the halls would be enough. What? I've always wanted to go there. I mean, not just to visit, it's where I wanted to go. I had a tentative acceptance because of the focus of my research. And what is that? Cancer cells, I say. The way that they grow. I see. Why medical research? Because it matters, I say. And you want to matter. I look at him. How? The idea that I could do something significant for the world, even being a person who is often so insignificant in every way. I suppose that's why my mother and sister look for love. Romantic love, I mean. That's where they get that feeling from. That they matter. But you don't. I shake my head. That's depending on another person a bit too much for me. Ironic, especially considering the image that he left me with before we arrived here. That he's carrying my cage. But at least he's carried it somewhere nice. We're sharing a room in the estate, and practically, we often do, but we have our own separate quarters that we can go to otherwise. So this is interesting. A shared space for several days. He has diplomacy during the day, and I'm allowed to see the city with security detail. I go to the Louvre, and I find peace in art in a way that I never thought I would. It makes me think about what he said about me, about how I am a dreamer, how I want everything. But I don't have everything. He's not even here with me in the museum, and I find that sad. But that night we dress up and go to a dinner with the diplomat, his wife, and a few other key political people. The person I'm most interested in is Dr. Isabel Swift, who I'm starstruck to meet, honestly. She's a pioneer in the field of infectious disease research, and even though that isn't my focus, I've read a lot of her work. I just finished reviewing the Stanford study, I tell her, as I take a sip of the finest wine I've ever had in my life. For a moment, I feel like I do have everything. She looks surprised. You read medical studies for fun? I didn't expect to meet anyone here who knew what I did at all.
Oh, I was studying to go to school to do medical research, but obviously I can't do that now.
I can still have an education, just not the way I want it. Why can't you? She asks. I married a king, I say, which, as far as furthering career goals goes, is a bad move. What did you want to do? I download all of my aspirations onto her, but I'm careful about what I say in regards to my marriage, because even if it's strange, I feel protective of Lucien and what we have. Do you want a university tour? Because I can arrange for you to have one. Not that your husband can't, given that he's a king, but I have contacts in the research department. Yes. The very idea of getting a tour at Oxford has me so excited I don't even try to play it cool. I'm so excited about my conversation with Dr. Swift that my enthusiasm carries over to dinner, and I fear I'm much more talkative than I would normally be. I'm not suffering from the comparison terror or any of the awkwardness I felt back at the wedding. I'm not really sure why, but there's something about sitting next to Lucien, who looks at me with approval, that adds to my confidence. Your wife is a gem, says the diplomat. It is a sincerely given compliment, and though he's speaking to my husband and not to me, I receive it. You should do everything you can to hang on to this one. I'm reminded that if Lucien has been here before, then these men have met his previous wives. They've seen a side of him not even his own country ever sees. They're all even older than he is, and they would have known. That dims some of my light. After dessert, we're mingling about in the study, and Isabel comes to sit beside me. Are you okay? I'm fine, I say. What did he mean by that? Hang on to this one. I'm rather famously Lucien's third wife, I say. I look down at my hands. It seems foolish, doesn't it? His third wife, in her 20s, with the others long gone. We must actually look quite like a joke. Isabel frowns. No, you don't at all. He seems like he cares about you very much. On his own terms, I suppose he does. Maybe. But what is care to Lucien? I think back on his childhood, on how desolate it was. Has he really ever had any kind of care? And if so, does he really know how to give it? He tries, but I'm like a pet to him, really. I get some nice little things, and he gets everything he wants. I've been letting my feelings get too intense. In the palace, it's easy to do. It's only us. Out here, I feel so much more tender. I feel young. I don't feel like his equal. I feel like a silly girl for believing he might feel deeply for me. He's kind, I say. You care about him? That comment hurt your feelings. I don't like to be reminded about. I don't even know anything about them. Well, that's understandable. But he's not. You don't think he's actually dangerous? He didn't kill his wives, I know that much. He may not have told me everything yet, but I do know he's not capable of true cruelty. I don't need him to tell me in order to know. Isabel nods. You seem like a very smart woman. I'm sure you know who you're married to. I'm not sure about that. And I chew on that for the rest of the evening, but I don't turn Lucien away when he turns to me in bed. I'm also relieved when it's time for us to go to England. I exchanged numbers with Isabel the night of the dinner, and she texts me before our plane lands, telling me that my tour is arranged. Lucien, I say as we descend into London, Isabel Swift has arranged for me to take a tour of the research facilities at Oxford. I can come any time this week. He looks up from his book. If you wish. I do wish. Please. I know that I will never go to school. I understand that. But it's my dream to even be able to see a place like this. You enjoy talking to her? Yes. She's a premier researcher in the field of infectious disease. I know that. he says. I confess I just didn't realize how exciting that might be for you. Science captured my attention from the time I was a child. It contains truth, which I find comforting. But there's also so much left to be discovered. Both of those things together make it seem like magic. I want to be part of it. I want to be in the middle of it, making magic, the kind that can give people answers and save lives. I doubt I've ever been half so passionate about anything as you are about this, he says, his expression filled with wonder. Oh, well, I know passion isn't especially mysterious or cool, but I've never cared about that either. It's only that my ability to love much of anything was taken from me a long time ago. I know, I say, a reminder to me that he isn't really my enemy. My feelings were hurt, and I let myself get wounded. There's no need to be like that. He hasn't done anything to me. Do you think that you might be able to do some of the sightseeing with me? I will be busy doing negotiations, but I will at least try to do the Oxford tour with you. I would like that, I say. That's when I decide that I'm going to arrange something nice for him as well. The morning of the tour, we take a private train car from London, and even though it feels strange with all our security detail, that's when I spring my surprise on him. Our walking tour of the favorite haunts of C.S. Lewis and J.R.R. Tolkien. He looks at me as if he's been hit in the head. When did you plan this? When we got here. I mean, to England. I did a little bit of research, and I colluded with the security guards to arrange for our travel to give us time. I like it, he says, very much. I can't remember the last time anyone ever gave me a gift, particularly not one so thoughtful. My eyes fill with tears. I examine his face, my dragon. I don't even really see the scars anymore. Or rather, I don't see them as separate from him. There isn't a perfect side of his face and a ruined one. There is only Lucian. We walk along a placid green, the smooth pond full of ducks creating a pastoral scene, particularly with the glory of Oxford in the distance. It's easy to imagine being a literary sort, wandering and letting ideas swirl around in my head. Though I've never considered myself creative, I wonder if Lucian does. He loves books. I wonder if he would have tried to write one, if his life were different. I wonder who he might have been. Seeing him like this makes me ache. I wish I could know this man, but then I wouldn't have the one I know already. Both possibilities make me so terribly sad. All of my feelings for him are just too big. I hurt myself on him constantly. What he says, what he doesn't say, what others say. What I can't ask, what I won't ask. I've been dumped into a relationship, a marriage, with no previous experience with such a thing. And sometimes I feel like I'm drowning. But I don't want to let go of him either. When we finish the tour and arrive at the main research building, he stops me just before we enter the building. He puts his hand on my cheek. Thank you, Sparrow. You're welcome, I say, trying to dampen the smile rising on my face just slightly, because I don't want to look overly pleased with myself. But I am, because no one has given him gifts. But I have. Because I know him, or at least I'm starting to. But there's still so much to him. He is a cavernous vault, containing a whole dragon horde, I assume, of years, experience, knowledge. He doesn't want me to access it. He doesn't want anyone to. It isn't personal. He's told me things, so many things. But I want more. I want all of him. I don't even know what all of him is. I wonder if he does. I'm introduced to so many venerable experts of the field that I'm dizzy before we even begin to tour the facility. It's everything I could have ever imagined. Part of me breaks inside, imagining what it would have been like to live here, to study here, to talk to these people every day, share information as we make new discoveries, to go out onto the quiet greens, to stare at that same pond that Tolkien did, not to think about a fantasy world, but think about our own. That isn't my life. It's not going to be. I had a dream, and I have to let it go. Admitting those things to myself is difficult. I wanted it, enough that it hurts. It's not going to happen. I don't want being here to be a sad thing. It's a dream of a kind to even get to stand here. It's something more than what I was going to get, and I just have to be grateful for the afternoon. We don't travel back to London. Instead, we go to a country manor house, which has been beautifully outfitted for our use. As ever, with Lucian, there is a splendid feast for dinner, and I find myself trying to taste it, trying to enjoy it, as I reflect on the afternoon spent partway in a dream. Are you well? Just sad, I say. But thank you. Why are you sad? He sounds genuinely concerned. Because it was a little window into a life I might have had. And I'm just trying to let it go. It's something that I wanted. It's something that I dreamed of for myself. It was wonderful. As wonderful as I thought it would be. Sometimes when you see something in real life, it doesn't measure up, but this did. It was everything and more. Part of me is glad that a place like that exists. Something that's every bit as magical and brilliant as you think it might be. But part of me is sad because I have to let it go. You are right. I'm as much a romantic as anyone in my family. I just romanticize different things. You can't have it because of me, he says. That's right, I say, looking up at him. You know, you make a wonderful impression on everyone, everywhere we go. I appreciate that. You were upset that night in France when the diplomat said that I needed to hang on to you. I'm surprised that he noticed that. I was. Why? Because I realized that almost everyone in that room knew something about you that I didn't. Not just people you live with in a palace, but these people across the world. And consequently, they know things about my marriage that I don't. They met your previous wives, didn't they? He's silent for a moment. They met Colette. I don't think anyone ever met Andrea. Colette, I say. I test her name out. That was his first wife. I know her name. Everyone does. She was princess of one of the other Mediterranean islands in the Sunbelt. Their wedding was supposed to be a celebration, a demonstration of unity, ushering in a new era. Instead, within 2 years, she was dead, and many people blamed Lucian. After all, there had long been rumors about his madness, his rages. A beautiful queen, who never bore the king a child, dies in a country that verges on medieval, and people begin to suspect the medieval thing. We were very young when we got married, he says, younger even than you. I was 21. She was 19. Oh, I say. He's silent. And I need to know, even if part of me doesn't want to know. Did you love her? He doesn't answer immediately. It looks like he's in another time, another place, like he's searching for something, for answers, or a memory. I thought I did, he says, at the time. She was beautiful, and she was. He looks as if he's weighing the words in his mouth. She was my first woman. You do feel quite like you are in love after your first time when you're so young. He looks at me with no small amount of irony, and I want to slide under the table. I don't like how clearly he sees me. I also don't like how clearly I'm able to see him. And I feel jealous. Yes, that's what it is. Jealousy. Because at one time, there was a woman who had him, young and a little bit less hard, maybe. A version of him who was discovering desire rather than wielding it expertly as he does with me. A woman who had that sort of giddy feeling with him that I do sometimes. A feeling that I'm certainly alone with. I'm surprised, I say, that there was no one before her. He brushes his knuckles down the scarred side of his face. There were reasons I didn't pursue sexual relationships. You know I was not well. Not just physically, but I had many concerns about the physical. When I knew I had to take a wife, I also knew I had to get over it. He laughed. I did. I rather thought we were something like happy. For a while. We didn't need to talk about the past. I just tried to play the role of husband, and she was my wife. She was very good. She liked people. More than I ever did.
But she wasn't happy? He shakes his head.
No. Colette had quite a long struggle with depression. For most of her life, actually. Not just when she was married to me. But I didn't know.
His gaze gets extremely distant.
When I found her body on the rocks below the tower window, I was so sure someone had done it to her. That the palace had been breached again. That it was like when my parents and I were taken. Until I found her note. After that, I began to learn more about her. The real her. All the things she wrote in her diaries but never told me. How sad she was, and had been for years, even back to her childhood. It overwhelmed her.
Lucien, I say, my breath fills with my own grief, at the image of him finding his young wife, at this certainty that he'd felt that everything was all right, and then it wasn't.
That night in the garden, when I couldn't find you, I was very worried that you might have harmed yourself. I have learned that I'm not good at identifying the signs of what someone else is actually feeling. I don't want you to be sad, Sparrow. I'm trying to make you happy.
I blink, my eyes filling with tears. Depression isn't as easy as happy or sad. It actually has to do with how your brain functions. That's not my area of study, but I've done quite a lot of reading about it. In many ways, she might have been happy with you, as happy as she could have been. It's only that her brain might also have been making things feel so heavy, unbearable. You know, you can see it on a brain scan, the way that some people can't produce serotonin and dopamine.
I know, he says. Still, I regret it all the same. All these years on.
What a horrible thing that I feel jealousy still, over the deep emotion this man must carry for her 20 years later. I see it on his face. The pain. The regret. It's ridiculous to be jealous. She's gone, and his emotions are still there. And that seems fair. A tribute to her in some ways, since she's not here anymore. But I'm his wife, and I find that I feel tender over it. Why did you let people think?
What am I going to say? In her culture, what happened is seen as a disgrace, a weakness. We said that it was an accident. People didn't believe it. In order to clarify it, we would have to tell the truth, and that would change her story and her legacy. It didn't seem fair. In many ways, I felt like perhaps I did kill her. That life with me was the thing that made it too unbearable. I didn't think so. I thought we had enough happiness, enough love that the difficulty wasn't so terrible. I was wrong. If you think I'm difficult now, you should have seen me then.
Perversely, I'm jealous of that too. I want to know him. The version of him then, the version of him now. Every version of him, always. What about Andrea? He laughs.
Not dead.
What? Of all the revelations he might have given me, that wasn't what I expected.
Andrea is not dead. We married, and we never consummated the union. It became clear to me quite quickly that it wasn't going to work.
Why?
She's a lesbian.
Oh, I say.
Yes. Which she told me after we married, and also told me that she would try to lie back and think of England, so to speak. I told her I wasn't interested in such a sacrifice, but there was no going back to her family. They would only have married her off to someone else. They never would have accepted her. They were from another time. So we hatched a plan. We annulled the marriage in secret. The priest knows it couldn't be helped, but as we never consummated, that was easy enough. I helped her fake her death. She ran off to be with her lover, who she is now married to. She's living under a different name in America, far away from her family, and far away from any prying eyes.
So you took the blame for that as well?
It became part of my legend, did it not? And as I said to you before, it felt somewhat fitting and beneficial. At the time, it seemed like a decent idea. All these years on, it is ill-fitting. But then...
You're punishing yourself, I say, letting people think all these things about you.
I don't know that I'm punishing myself, he says, but I had no investment in my own reputation. Not when there are aspects of it I deserve.
All you did was care for a woman who suffered from depression. All you did was help another woman going to live her life.
Yes, I suppose so.
It's awful of me to be relieved that he didn't love Andrea, that they didn't even have an intimate relationship. Though, then I have follow-up questions about all the other women he might have been with. Who do you sleep with?
You, Sparrow.
Before me. He lets out a slow breath.
There are always women who want danger. I'm happy to oblige. I told you, my reputation suits me, and in many ways it's well earned. Do not think that I am some kind of tragic figure or a savior. The fact of the matter is, I have leaned into this for all these years. You would like to hear that I'm actually good and celibate, wouldn't you? I am so sorry. I cannot count how many women I've taken to bed. And I don't know their names, nor do I care to learn them.
He's saying that to distance me. It's also true, though. I see it in the tortured lines of his face. What I also see is he's not proud of this. It isn't nothing to him. He doesn't like the man that he's become, and that is a stark, shocking revelation. He's made the world hate him, but even more than that, he hates himself. He is pushing me away here, and I'm not quite sure why. If his marriages really are a source of pain, or if it's something else. Well, as long as everyone consented, I say, looking down at my dinner.
He laughs. A funny thing coming from you.
What's that?
Many would argue that you didn't consent.
I did, I say, and have 100 times since.
Our age gap is very problematic, he says, and I am a king. You were forced into the marriage.
I want you, I say.
You didn't choose me.
I don't know exactly what you want me to say. I didn't choose you. I don't hate you. And you aren't forcing me to do anything. Ever. When we have sex, I actually feel like I understand you. Or something close to it.
You should go to university.
Suddenly, his prickliness, his relentless pushing me away, makes some sense. But that's the only thing that makes sense. What? I'm shocked by what he's saying.
You had a tentative acceptance anyway, didn't you? He asks.
Yes, I did, but
I am absolutely certain that if I make a phone call, you will be admitted to the university.
I don't want you to get me admitted. I worked hard for this on my own.
You cannot have everything, he says, his tone stern, angry. Please don't be unreasonable.
I don't understand you, I say. You told me that there was no way that I could do this. You told me that I couldn't go anywhere, and now we're in England, and then you told me that you were simply carrying me in a cage. So what is this, and what am I supposed to make of it?
I'm trying to give you what you want, and you are being fucking ungrateful. I'm confused, I say, because you've made it clear that while you want me to have the things I want, you mainly want it your way. You don't care about what I want exactly. I care, he growls. I don't want you to jump out a tower window, Sparrow, because I've clipped your wings and you cannot fly. The heavy regret in his voice stabs at me. Of course. He's afraid that I'm going to hurt myself, especially after the conversation about Colette. And as much as I want to take him up on his offer, I'm also not going to manipulate him into it. Not with his feelings. Or maybe I simply don't want a gift that's actually something that belongs to another woman. A dead woman. I don't want to be a token that you're using to try and salve your guilt. I'm not, he says. You are brilliant. I was listening to you talk to Dr. Swift. I don't understand half of what it is either of you said, but you are brilliant. And the world should have your brilliance. If I keep you in a cage, then all of your gifts stay in that cage with you. It is a disservice to you and to everyone. You deserve better. Better than that. And I have changed my mind. I'm not going to keep you caged. I'm going to allow you to go to school, if that is still what you want. The grief that I've been processing since we left Oxford crashes on me now in a wave. To think that this is right in front of me, that all I have to do is reach out and grab it. I will arrange it. You don't even have to return to the palace. I will have everything you need sent here. You would really do that for me? Yes, he says. As I've said before, you are young. You are young, and why shouldn't you try to have as many of your dreams as you can? I stand up, and I move to him, thoughtless, wrapping my arms around his neck and sitting on his lap, burying my head in his neck. You're really doing this for me? Don't, he says. I'm doing nothing for you except getting out of your way. He melts me with that, and I can't be angry. Not anymore. Thank you, I say, lifting my head and looking at him. Then I lean in and kiss him. He picks me up, standing out of the chair, and carries me up to a bedroom. I'm not even sure that it's the one we are going to be staying in tonight, though I suppose now it is. He's hungry, fiercely so, and he strips me of my clothes quickly, kissing my neck all the way down my body. Normally, he takes his time. Normally, he makes sure I have at least one orgasm before he's inside of me. He doesn't do that tonight. He sheathes himself in a condom. He's been protecting me ever since we decided that I would start taking the pill, waiting for a long enough period to pass to ensure that it's working, and thrusts inside of me. I cling to him, trying to ride the wave of his ferocity, but I can't control it. All I can do is surrender to him. His movements are so feral, so fierce, he pushes me up the mattress, my head hitting the headboard. The bed crashes against the wall, and I fear that we may have to pay for the damage caused by this union. But then I remember that I'm married to a king, and cracked plaster is not a concern. You want this, he says. Yes, I say. I want you. He grits his teeth, pressing his forehead against mine, and I lose my control. I cry out his name, and he breathes out mine, and then we hold each other after, like it's the end of something. You will go to school, he says, because it's what you wanted. It's what you wanted before you were forced into this, because you have to. What happened to me taking classes online? It's never going to be the same. It's never going to be your dream. You won't be in a room with all of these people who share your passion. You won't be able to live independently in a dorm. God, I'll be living without him. Something I've done for 22 years, granted, but not something that I imagined doing again. I've never lived alone. He is right about that. I've never had this experience, and it's one that I wanted. How will we? How will we see each other?
There are breaks, and I am a king. I have a private plane, and I'm allowed to fly in and out, and
You need to change that law, I say. He puts his head against my shoulder.
yes, I do.
I'll go to school, I say, a deep lashing of grief hitting me. But this isn't the same grief as before. This is something different. This is something entirely unexpected. I'm getting what I want. He's not stopping me from it. Not anymore. So why do I feel so sad? It's like when I found out I wasn't pregnant. Like when I found out he wanted me to go on the pill, which was a good thing, except it means I'm not trapped with him. Maybe it even means that I'm not as important to him as I was. Chapter 12. The Dragon.
The palace is quiet, and something in me aches. I've never felt this before. I've known grief. I've known the impossibility of missing people you can never see again. This is something else. Everything echoes. The halls. My chest. I've forgotten how to be alone. After years of knowing nothing else.
Chapter 13. My accommodation is nothing standard for a university student. It's not on campus, but in a building nearby that offers more luxury, which I would never have asked for, but Lucien insists. I don't have a roommate, and it's nothing like I thought. In that it isn't spare, and I'm certainly not scraping pennies together. Lucien made sure that I have the most up-to-date computer. I wasn't even sure how to use it at first because I have such an old one, and I'm so used to letting everything lag for a while. There is no lag. The room is fit for a princess, and I guess I'm a queen. That's a strange aspect to all of this. Alabria is a small enough country that I'm not so well known that I'm recognized at 50 paces, especially when I'm dressed down like any other college student. No makeup, and I've taken to wearing glasses I don't need so that I look a bit more serious and a bit less like myself. I'm not a campus celebrity, but I'm not anonymous either. In the 3 weeks since I've started school, I've had 3 private meltdowns, about 4 out-of-body experiences, 2 texts from Lucien, and I've made 4 friends. They've been very polite about getting details on my personal life, but tonight we're having a girl dinner in my room, a smattering of cheeses, meats, bread, and a lot of candy and wine. And all circumspection has ended. "So you're a queen," Teffy says, looking at me as somberly as she can after 2 glasses of wine. "I suppose," I say, sounding as regretful as I can after my own 2 glasses of wine. "But you're at university," Alexandra says. "Yes, but at first my husband said, 'Husband!'" Electra and Zuri howl. "I mean," Zuri says, looking apologetic, "I knew you had a husband, but it's just so odd to hear you say it." Yes, of course, because everyone else here is experimenting with dating and kissing and sex. I'm somewhere past experimentation. I've had what I'm sure is the best sex anyone could hope for. I miss it. I miss him. Lucien de Mornay, King of Alabria, age 40. Lord, girl, that's dodgy. Teffy is eyeballing her phone with the stats she's just Googled on my husband. "And you're his 3rd wife? Blink if you need help." She's giggling, but I wonder if she's half serious. "No, for real, were you trafficked?" Yes, she is serious. "No," I say. "He's paying for me to go to school. I'm not a prisoner or anything. And yes, he's older than me and he's got a past, but he... Is it a love match? Or are you in a marriage of convenience?" "Complicated," I mumble, grabbing a pillow and holding it to my chest. "Oh," Teffy looks wide-eyed now. "You love him." "Well, he's great in bed." I say this to get a reaction out of them, and maybe even to sound experienced, which,
In some ways, I am, because Lucien is a creative lover, even if he's been my only one. That's something, anyway, Electra says. Not a small something, Zuri says. All the boys I've slept with here are shit. Teffy laughs. That's what you get with an older guy, I guess. Skill. I snort. Yeah, well, there is that, but also the added complication of the other wives. He doesn't still have them, does he? Zuri asks. Did he murder them? Teffy shrieks, still looking at her phone. No, and I want all that off the internet. He's a good man. He has some regrets about how he handled his past relationships. Not murder regrets, but he's trying. I think he's trying to handle me differently. I'm trying to defend him without giving away his secrets. Well, now you're in another country, Electra points out. You can handle you however you want. A couple of months ago, I would have been very clear about what I wanted. I actually would have used this as a chance to escape. I would have gotten help from whoever I could and made sure I was able to stay here forever. That's not what I want now. My mom and sister are excited for me, but they can't understand why I'm living apart from my husband and why I'm doing school when I could sit around being royalty. I question that sometimes, though not for the same reasons they are. As the term wears on, I miss him, and I'm miserable with it. I'm supposed to be having a wonderful time, and I am. I'm also stressed from all the work and questioning why I thought I could do this. After a particularly heavy run of projects, I can breathe, at least, but I haven't heard from Lucien. There's a party tonight down at the club. You should come. All my friends look at me expectantly, and I balk. I can't just go to a nightclub. No one will recognize you. I have a security detail for when I leave the school, and I'm not sure what they'll think about me going off to a nightclub for a party. Though, with some negotiation, they agree to accompany me and my friends to the club. I borrow a dress, which is much shorter than anything I normally wear, and we get party ready, which is something I never did in my life before Lucien either. It is funny how my life feels so divided and defined by him, and I'm reminded of what I said to him about virginity almost 4 months ago now, that a man doesn't have the power to change a woman with sex. Maybe that's true, but with us, it's never just been sex. I feel beautiful, but I think that has to do with being in this group of friends who are complimenting me and hyping me up, and for the first time in a while, I feel like I'm not despairing. It's just been a really stressful stretch of time. Missing Lucien like I do, and having to do my coursework, I'm feeling battered in a really strange way, and I'm not sure that I have the right to my feelings. Life has certainly been worse, but I can't say that I've ever been pulled in multiple directions this way. And tonight feels like permission to indulge in something else, something that has nothing to do with any aspect of my life. My security detail gets us a limousine, which feels ridiculous, but it does fit our entire group, and get us to the club in relative style. The level of outrageousness is over the top. My friends are howling about how we actually look quite tacky, and I can't disagree. But when we get into the club, I forget everything, because this is a whole new experience. Fun for the sake of it. I can't say that I've ever done that before. My whole life before Lucien was about earning my way here. Then everything with him has been intense. I wouldn't call our relationship fun. It brings me to a place with myself that I've never been before. It's interesting, I can't deny that. And I miss it. I can't deny that either. But fun still isn't the word. Then there's this long-held dream of mine finally happening, and I'm not sure that I could venture to call that fun either. But this is. It's silly, and the drinks that we are getting are bright and fruity. The music is loud, and even though I've never danced in my life, I am getting into the swing of it. I'm dizzy, dancing with my friends, and having a brilliant time of it. For the first time in my life, I'm not unbearably conscious of who I am, of everything that I feel like I'm holding up. I'm just having fun, and if part of me aches for Lucien, I do the best that I can to push that part of myself away. Because yes, certainly, it would be lovely if he could be here with me, if he could be the kind of man who could take me out and dance with me, who could laugh with me. I think about our days in my room, curled up on the floor with books. He does laugh sometimes, so that isn't really fair of me. But he doesn't laugh easily, and the trouble is, neither do I. So it's a whole difficult thing for us to draw it out of one another. Maybe I'll learn to laugh a little bit more freely during my time here. Maybe I'll be able to bring back that to our marriage, to our life. Our life. This is my life here. It isn't him and me. And maybe that's how he feels too. Maybe the palace is his life. God knows he's always treated it that way. Like it's his to control and command, and I'm just a piece of it. I grit my teeth and pushed that thought to the side. I don't especially want it at the moment. No, I'm trying to have fun. I don't need to think about Lucien at all. A man approaches me on the dance floor, objectively handsome, I suppose, close to my age, and I move rather deftly away, but he keeps following me wherever I weave to on the dance floor until his hands go to my hips and he looks me in the eye. Are you deliberately trying to avoid me? I feel like I've been captured by a hunter. Well, yes, I say. He grins. I don't mind a chase, but I do like to know if my quarry is interested. He's leaning in very close because the music is loud and there is no other option. I'm married, I say. He draws back, looking shocked. That's not typical. No, I'm sure it's not. I'm sorry. Does that mean you aren't looking for a partner tonight? Suddenly, my body aches, with missing Lucien, his touch, his possession. I would love to have a partner tonight, but it would have to be him. The music just feels too loud now, and I'm too hot, and I don't want this man. No, I say. Just my husband for me, but thank you. It's flattering. I feel bad turning him down. Maybe because I've never turned a man down in my life before. I have friends, I say, gesturing to the group. He looks quite interested in that. And believe me when I tell you, some of them are looking. Which is how he ends up with the group for the majority of the evening, and it's Teffy who ends up winning his attentions, and I try not to feel nervous when she elects to leave with him. Though I do end up sending a security detail to follow them. I figure it's a very normal thing for people to hook up with strangers, but I have every right to feel responsible for how this goes, given that I'm the one that allowed him to join the group, which means I can send my security detail out with them. We all leave the club bedraggled and tipsy at 2 a.m, and I fall into bed and wake up when my phone buzzes ferociously. It's only 6, and I feel vile. My head is pounding. Hello? It's Zuri. Oh, God, girl, you're in trouble. Why? I sit up, and I try to think around my pounding head and my dry mouth. Your picture with that dude got put all over the internet, and people are acting like you were hooking up with him. What? But Teffy left with him. Yes. Careful editing on the part of the people who posted the photos. They just put up pictures of you talking with him and bringing him to the group. And of course you've been identified as the Queen of Alabria, out cheating on your old husband. I wouldn't. I would never. I know that. But it's all viral now and everything. God, Lucien is going to see this. Yeah. So, I would do some damage control with him if I were you. I mean, everyone is cheering you on and praising you for being out living your life, but then the other issue is it's now widespread knowledge that you're going to university. People did know, but it didn't matter before, because there was no narrative. I open up my phone and Google myself and find the story faster than I would like. The emancipation of the Queen of Alabria, like I'm the prisoner. Except I was. And why is this so complicated? Because a lot of the things that they say about him are true, but they don't know him, and they don't understand. They're also diminishing me, the role that I played in our marriage, the way that I chose him, how much I want him. It's all turned into this thing about him manipulating me, taking advantage of the power differential, but of course says nothing about how I stepped in and chose to marry him instead of my sister. And of course they act like he installed me at university as a place to keep me, ignoring that I got myself in, and he wanted me to go because he cared what I wanted. It makes me hate everyone. I try calling Lucien, but he doesn't answer his phone. So I spend the day texting him, and he doesn't respond to me. I'm worried. Worried that my marriage is over. Worried that this breach is something that we are never going to be able to come back from. Doesn't he know me well enough to know that I would never cheat on him? And anyway, I thought he didn't care about his reputation. But now suddenly my dragon is, what, pouting in his cave because people think that I cheated? That's not fair. If he's upset about it, he certainly has a right to be. I'm not happy about the story either. But I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't do anything wrong, and he's not communicating with me. I call him 5 more times. He doesn't answer. And I spend the next several days at school being a celebrity in a way that I've never wanted to be. Deeply regrettably, this has also opened me up to men thinking that I'm an easy target, and so I'm also fending off advances left and right, which I can certainly say has never happened to me before. "I hear you're up for a good time," some random bloke says to me in a common area, and I finally lose it. I'm married, and I'm not sleeping with some random when I have a king with a castle back at home. Where are my online stalkers when I have a tantrum like that in public? Certainly not posting anything that goes viral. My friends tried to cheer me up through the entire thing. My mother and sister video call me with deep concern, and I tell them that nothing actually happened, but of course the one person I actually want to speak to does nothing to get in touch with me. I sit alone in my room, feeling, I don't even know what. Is it heartbreak? Can it possibly be when no declarations of feelings have been shared by anyone? I'm deeply wounded by the entire thing, but most of all, by Lucien's silence. This is just like every man, every woman in my family has Oh, it hurts. I care for him so much more than I wanted to. I didn't protect myself. And now, I'm broken. It feels like a betrayal. It feels like a real lack of trust in me, that he would let us be broken over this. I start to worry about him so much that my grades suffer, which infuriates me, because being here isn't supposed to be about him. It's supposed to be about me. He isn't speaking to me, so why can't I just not think of him? I'm living my dream, and I'm worried about this man that's only been in my life for a few months. To the point that he's all I can think about. To the point that his silence feels more imposing than his presence ever has. And it feels like another thing he's forced upon me, and I am over it. Which is why, at the end of term, after my final exams, when I see a large silhouette standing in front of my room, I am confused. My heart leaps up into my throat, and I feel certain that it can only be one person. But that one person hasn't even returned a single text of mine, so how can he be here in person? Why would he be? It doesn't even seem possible. I'm hallucinating. That's how badly I want to see him. Lucien? He turns, and everything inside of me combusts. He's here. He came to see me. He came... His expression looks grave. What if he's here to end our marriage? I'm not going to let them do that. I'm not going to let them say that. I fling myself across the space and throw my arms around him. You came for me. Slowly, he wraps his arms around my waist. You're happy to see me. I pull away from him. You idiot! I've been calling you, texting you, trying to make sure that you're not angry with me. I'm not angry with you. I wanted to give you space. Space? I didn't ask you for space. When a person calls you and texts you, generally they're asking for connection.
I thought perhaps you needed a chance to explore certain things.
Lucien, do you mean... Did you think that I hooked up with that man?
No,
he says, his voice raw grit, like it's being pulled through his teeth.
I didn't. I didn't because I know how wrong the press gets it all the time. But it did make me think that, perhaps, you were wanting the chance to do something else. The article did have a point. I am older than you, and
I have no interest in boys. I have no interest in anyone who isn't you.
Perhaps you only think that.
No. I was a 22-year-old virgin not because I could have never found a man to take my virginity, but because I never found one who interested me. You know, men are notoriously not particular about who they sleep with.
You are gorgeous, he says. You can have any man you desire. I'm not trying to say that you couldn't, but I am saying that things are different here, and you have more opportunity.
I don't want the opportunity. Next time, pick up the phone. Don't make decisions for me. He looks raw and angry. He looks desperate. His shoulders sag, and for the first time, I see Lucien defeated.
I stayed away as long as I could. I couldn't manage it anymore.
Thank God. Then he kisses me roughly, and I open up the door to my apartment, closing it and locking it behind us. I think of all the times, all the ways in which he has reduced me to a creature filled with nothing more than want and need. And I want the same for him. I don't want him to have control. Because that's the real problem with the way all of this played out. He had the control. He was the one who chose not to contact me. As much as he saw that as giving me something, it speaks to his ability to stay away from me when I can't stay away from him. I want him to feel the way that I do. I want him to feel desperate, reduced. I don't want him to have all this power. The media's wrong about where the power lies. It's not in him being older. It's not in him being a king. It's in his ability to withhold himself. I think of all the times he's given me 3 orgasms to his 1, all the times that he's turned our intimacy into my own sexual torture. It's wonderful, glorious. And yet, at the same time, he is the master of it. I want to be the master. I want to be the one in charge of everything we are, of all this heat and glory. I want him naked, in front of me, while I remain fully clothed. Sit down, I say. It's an order, and I'm not certain that King Lucien has ever obeyed an order in his life. But he does so, pours his large frame into the wingback chair that sits by the fireplace. Take your clothes off, I say.
You are in no position.
Yes, I am, I say. I am the queen. And I demand that you make amends for the way that you've treated me. I feel extremely ill-used. And I want to see my husband naked. Because, of course, I haven't slept with anyone else. Haven't kissed them, haven't touched them. Have you, my king?
Of course not,
he growls. Then you must be as desperate as I am.
I need you,
he says. And for the first time, I see a spark of frayed control. If you're desperate, then show me. Take your clothes off. He begins to obey. Slowly, his scarred hands working to undo the buttons on his shirt. He strips his shirt away, throws it down onto the floor. Then he undoes his belt, lifts his hips up off the chair, and strips his trousers and underwear down. He's naked and extremely aroused, his cock standing proud and tempting against his flat stomach. How strange it is that I've lived all this time without him, all this time without sex. And yet now I feel desperate. Now I feel like living without it is killing me. Perhaps it is just him. Perhaps it's only everything we are. I move to him and I kiss him. I settle myself on his lap, loop my arms around his neck, kiss his mouth, his neck, And then I move to his body, exploring that broad, scarred chest. I slide down to the floor, kissing his stomach, his thigh, working my way to his cock. He grips my hair as my mouth hovers over him. I don't have control. I don't want you to have control, I say. I lean in, then I flick my tongue over the broad head of him. I've missed this. The taste of him, the feel of him. I've missed him more than I can possibly say. My whole body aches with it. It's like I'm complete again for the first time. It's like I can breathe again. This has been wonderful. It's been my dream. But it's a dream dimmed, because I'm not complete when I'm not with Lucien. That's just a burden that I have to bear. The truth that I have to reckon with. But not now. Now I'm simply going to luxuriate in him, in our mutual desire, and how much he needs me, just as much as I need him. I'm proving it. I swallow him down as deep as I can take him, showing him my devotion, showing him just how much I want him, just how much I crave him. I tighten my hand around his thick base as I take in as much as I possibly can. I pull away for a moment, and he grips my chin, tilting my face up so that we make eye contact. They'll wish they could have you, he says, rubbing his thumb over my lower lip. Because look at what a goddess you are. None of these boys are worthy of getting this from you. I shake my head, and I would never, ever give it to them. Mine. That mouth is mine. I nod. Only yours. Then I lean in, and I take him, and again, I lose myself in this. In the desire that's burning between us, powered by something deeper than simple physical need. He tries to pull my head away as he begins to lose his control. He doesn't like to finish this way. He always wants to be inside of me, and I know that. But I'm not going to let him. I'm not going to give him what he wants. I'm going to give myself what I want. I'm going to indulge in this man who I've missed more than words can say. I'm going to have what's mine. Then he arches up, hitting the back of my throat, emptying himself, and I swallow him down, the flavor of him the most glorious thing I've ever had. I rest my head on his thigh, and he strokes my hair. I smile, feeling wicked. I think I've decided what my very favorite meal is, I say. He makes a short, masculine sound in the back of his throat. Sparrow, it's you. So you can stop asking me now. I kiss the top of his thigh, and he grips my hair and tilts my face up so that I'm looking at him. You are reckless and dangerous because of you, I say. He lifts me up from the floor and bundles me onto his lap, stroking my hair. Did you really miss me? His words are almost soft. They make my throat ache. Yes, I say. It's actually quite miserable. Here I am in this place that I've always wanted to be, this place that I've always wanted to live, and I can't stop thinking about you. I stand up, still completely clothed, while he's entirely naked. I move around the room, humming happily to myself. I think we shall stay here during your term break, he says. Here? In England. There's no need for us to return to the palace. We can do more sightseeing, whatever it is you want. I don't really care, I say. I want to be with you. Do you want to go to nightclubs? Do you want to spend time with your friends? You do have friends. You mentioned that in your texts. Oh, you read my texts? Yes, damn it. I read your texts. Is that what you would like? I shake my head. No. I'll see my friends during the term. What I would like is to spend time with you. I was afraid that wasn't going to happen. Well, maybe we should change what that time looks like. I touch his chest and look at him in the eye. I would like to not leave our bed. I am resolute in this. I'm a little bit surprised, or at least some distant version of myself is surprised. Why don't I want to take this opportunity to travel the world, to see more things that I've always dreamed of? I'm being given this extraordinary, exquisite opportunity, and I am not taking it. I don't know what that is, except that it just feels like the whole world will always be there, and Lucien is what I want. Living, breathing, everything. I would like to meet your friends, he says. All right, I say. I think everyone is still here. I can see if they'd like to have dinner. Yes, I will take everyone out to dinner. I'm somewhat amused at the very idea of this. But Lucien, this reclusive, strange creature that he is offering to have a dinner that has nothing to do with diplomacy, or anything, really, but me. And I want to take him up on it. Of course, he has to arrange private dining. He is a king. My group text is a flurry of activity, and everyone is thrilled to meet my husband, but also slightly terrified of him. I've told them repeatedly that he's not actually scary, but the truth is, his mere presence is intimidating, whether or not I feel it still. So I can't really blame them for feeling as if there's something intimidating about him. I'm used to Lucien. Sort of. Used to is a really difficult descriptor for a man like him, but I suppose I'm used to him in context. In his castle, in a diplomatic setting, where his presence feels larger than life, and the setting around him is as well. But in this restaurant, at a table with myself and my friends, he seems almost laughably out of place, like a relic brought forward in time and placed somewhere that he absolutely doesn't belong. Everything looks a bit too small for him, and a bit too civilized. It takes a good while for anyone to find traction with conversation, and I feel an immense amount of pressure, because it seems like I should be able to build a bridge between Lucien and my friends, considering that I know them both. But I'm not even sure what bridge the both of them could walk over. A strange way of looking at it, but I find that I can't help it. And Electra is majoring in infectious disease with a focus on sexually transmitted diseases, I say, having just gone through the litany of things that my friends are studying. Fascinating, Lucien says. Thank you, Electra says. And you're a king? Yes, Lucien says. What's that like? Teffy asks. I'm not really sure, he says. Only because I don't really know what it's like to not be one. Well, that's fair, says Zuri. I dated a rugby player who was also the son of a man who was knighted, so kind of close. Kind of, Lucien says. Have you streamed any good TV shows recently? Zuri asks. Everyone looks at her. What? I think it's interesting to know what a king watches. I read, he says. Mostly. Oh, yes, I say. Lucien loves fiction. Oh, me too, says Electra. Mostly smart, though. I'm not opposed, Lucien says. Maybe we can trade book recommendations, Electra says. That is maybe the least painful part of the evening. And it's fine. It's just, Lucien isn't a 20-something college student. He's a king. He moves like a king. He acts like a king. He isn't going to mesh with this life. And that's just one of the many difficult things about the moment that I have to contend with. My life has two pieces to it that are somewhat incompatible. It creates tension inside of me. But this is what I've always wanted to do. I've always wanted to have a university experience, and I'm having it. But this particular university experience requires me to be away from him. And when he's with me here, it's a little bit of a thing. But it was lovely of him to have dinner with me and my friends. It was extremely sweet that he wanted to try. Maybe we'll do this sometimes. Maybe it will get less awkward, or maybe it never will. Because Lucien was never one who had friends. So even if age and experience and him being a king didn't separate him from that group, the fact that he wasn't able to make friends as a boy probably would. When we get back to my room, I laugh and throw myself onto the bed.
What?
He asks. Oh, it was very awkward, I say.
Was it?
He looks very concerned. It's okay. Lucien, you're a king. Small talk is probably never going to be part of your repertoire. And that's okay. I don't want to make small talk with you anyway. He moves to the bed and kisses me.
Good. Because I don't want to talk right now, either.
Chapter 14. By the end of the term break, I miss my friends, and I feel grumpy because I'm going to be separated from Lucien again. I actually miss Alabria more than I ever thought possible. For all that I felt stuck there for most of my life, it's my home, and being the queen has made me feel that in a more profound way than I could have possibly imagined. I'm also missing my mother, my sister. This is the longest I've ever gone without seeing them in person. I feel like I'm being pulled in 10 different directions. Lucien seems to have noticed my low mood because dinner is the most extravagant affair we've had since coming to the country house. There's a table set out on the lawn, candles illuminating everything. The table has a silk, dusky purple covering, the plates made of gold. The food is exquisite, French, and finely executed, because for all that he is my favorite meal, I do still enjoy food of a more traditional variety. He has arranged for me to have a brand new dress for dinner, and the copper color suits me. When I looked at my reflection, I was so pleased with what I saw. It was an interesting moment, one that allowed me to reflect on everything that's changed. I'm not the same person that I was all that time ago, all that short time ago. I'm not, and could never be. It used to be that all I cared about was staying safe, emotionally. I told myself that it was because I wanted to learn, because I wanted to make it to university. But the truth is, I've been running from this part of myself for a very long time. The one that wants good food. The one that wants to feel pretty. The one that wants to feel cherished by a romantic partner. And I do. Everything about him is beyond a dream. Because he's a dream I wouldn't let myself have. I had no expectations of him, of us, and it's far beyond anything I could have ever hoped for. I understand, though, why I didn't want it, even if it were possible, because it isn't so simple as being happy because you found someone to care for. It means that I'm in a constant state of tension with myself, because when I'm away from him, I have to miss him. And in order to accomplish some of the other things that I want to accomplish, I have to miss him. Tell me everything about what's happening in Alabria, I say.
Well, since ending my embargo on flights, an entirely new industry is opening up, and I'm busy funding airlines and routes to the island. Now there has to be an airport expansion.
Oh, I say. So that's an entire can of worms.
Yes, a good one. One that's already stimulating the economy. And for that, I have you to thank. You're the one that pushed me to do that.
I think you would have gotten there yourself, I say. Eventually.
Perhaps. Eventually. But it certainly wasn't a conclusion I was arriving at easily.
That's okay, I say. Sometimes it takes a minute. To figure out change, I mean. That's been basically my whole existence for the past few months.
Yes,
he says, looking at me gravely.
It has been.
Not a bad thing, to have to change. I was afraid of so many things when we first met, Lucien, and it isn't even something I was aware of. I was afraid of feeling too much.
And now?
He asks. Oh, I still think it's quite terrible, but I'm not scared of it anymore. It's been so lovely, being with him here in the country house. It's the closest thing to being back home with him in the palace. Reading together, talking, eating, making love. Those are the beautiful aspects of who we are, who we really are. There are other things that we do. He runs an entire country. I'm going to school. But these are the things that we choose to do when we have nothing and no one else to please, and that is its own wonderful discovery. After dinner, he takes me up to bed. And there's something driving me tonight that's different than any other night. It's our last one together for a while. I'm just so much sadder about it than I thought that I would be. Than I imagined I could be. I kiss him, deep and desperate. I pour everything into that kiss. Everything that I don't want to name. Everything that I've been holding back. Because the truth is, I've been holding something back for a while. From him. From myself. A revelation that I wasn't quite ready for. A realization that I didn't want to fully embrace. Because it means that I've given in. That I've surrendered. To this forced marriage. To this need between us. To this change. This true, fundamental change in what I want. But I don't actually think it's a change in who I am. No, this is who I've always wanted to be. Secretly, deep down. What I want to do, where I want to live, that isn't who I am. But this, passionate, sensual, adventurous, brave, and open, this is what I've always wanted. But what I've always feared. So I embrace it now as I kiss him, as I strip his clothes off and mine, as I kiss my way down his body and let my need guide us. He's content with that for a while, but then something changes in his face. He becomes like a man possessed, kissing me, lifting me up and pressing me against the wall, our naked bodies entwined, his fingers pushed through my hair. Often, he's reverent with me. Tonight, he's rough. He kisses me, licks into me like a starving man, then moves his hands over my curves, down my hips, presses his hand between my legs as he begins to stroke me, driving me higher and higher, pushing me to the edge. He drops to his knees before me, roughly parting my legs and worshiping me as he did that first time we were together, as he's done many times since. But this is different than all of them. There's an edge, one that I can't define, but one that I'm captive to all the same. I scream as I tumble over into oblivion, and I don't care if someone hears. I don't care about anything. Not anything but this thing between us. That night that I went out to the nightclub, I was euphoric because I had nothing to worry about, nothing to overthink about. I thought, for a moment, that it was something I wanted more of. I don't. I want more of this weighty, difficult glory. This is the most real thing in my life. The most important thing that I could ever have. I could study out of different textbooks. I could build different connections, make different friends. I could go to any number of universities, and there would be something wonderful to be gleaned from each of them. It doesn't mean that this university, that my friends aren't important, but I can see a life where I move through different phases, where those things wax and wane like the moon and the tide, where they become more and less essential parts of who I am. Lucien isn't like that. He's essential. My foundation. The thing that I need. Lucien is like breathing. The difference between Lucien and everything else is that I'm in love with him. That deep, sweeping love that my mother, my sister, have spent all their lives looking for. They fling themselves into the passion and hope that it becomes this. And I've got it. The glory and the terror of it. There will never be another man. Not like him. There will never be another passion. There will never be another love. Not like this one. He is not a phase. He's not a rising tide. He is the mountain upon which all other things are built. The rock upon which everything I am stands. And no wonder I didn't want to admit it, because it's so big, so frightening. But it's also deeply satisfying, soothing in a way. to know that I found this thing that I wanted to avoid. Because of course it cracks you open and makes you vulnerable, because it makes you hurt, because it makes you bleed, because it makes what he wants just as important as what I want, because it means that if I'm away from him, I will always be a little bit sad. He lifts me up and lays me down on the bed, and I give thanks that I'm on the pill so we can be together without a barrier, which I had missed. Because I love the feel of him. I love the hot spill of him inside of me. Because I love to claim as much of him as possible. And when he thrusts deep, it feels like I'm complete. Like I don't know where he begins and I end. And I don't want to. I have been fiercely independent and desperately avoidant of anything like this for all of my life. And now, I have embraced it. Quite literally. I wrap my arms around him, and I kiss his face, kiss his mouth, as he thrusts into me, as his movements become rough and unmeasured, as we melt into each other, as we both lose control. He comes apart, and so do I, and I hold him as tight as I can. It's so difficult to say goodbye, I say. But you love school, he says. Yes, I say, my heart soaring with the revelation of a few moments ago. But Lucien, I love you. His face turns to stone, and I see fire in his eyes. I know he doesn't know what to do with this. I know it's been so long since anyone has said it to him that he doesn't know what to make of it. I know him. His inability to say it back isn't a surprise, and it doesn't hurt my feelings. I understand him. I do. Then what does that mean? He asks. That as long as I'm at school, as long as I'm away from you, even though it's my dream, I'm going to be a bit sad. I kiss his cheek and lay my head on his chest. I think there's something beautiful about this. Loving him so much that I hurt with it, that I carry it with me as a painful badge of honor. It's not what I planned for my life. But as complicated as it is, I have never been happier, even as I carry the sadness. Because this is what it means to really live, to be whole. And I take a certain measure of joy in that, even as I begin to weep. Chapter 15. The Dragon. I have cursed my sparrow to a life of sadness. If she had never known me, then she would never know this pain. I can see clearly where I've gone wrong. I know she thinks she loves me, but Stockholm Syndrome is a very real thing, and I fear that I may have inflicted it on her. Never have I been more conscious of how much younger she is than when I went to dinner with her friends. I had nothing to say to any of them. She wanted so badly to bring me into that part of her life, and I will never be able to inhabit it. Even if I weren't older, I'm scarred. It's been too many years of isolation. It's been too much time of me curating that isolation. I've let everyone believe that I'm hard-hearted, to the extent that I began to believe it too. Only Lilith has ever made me feel differently. She is the only one that has ever made me want to find something softer inside myself. And I know that I have no choice now. I started this. I have to end it. I know she doesn't want me making choices for her. But this all began with a choice I made for her. This all began with me forcing her into my life. With me clipping her wings. I tried to remove the cage, but I can see now that unless I remove myself, I can never truly undo the damage that I've done. So I will do what I have to let her truly fly. Chapter 16. The start of a new term, new classes, does bring a certain measure of excitement with it. God, I miss him.
He is very sexy, Teffy says as I brood over lunch.
Yes, I say. I'm so in love with him, it's painful. And it would be a lot more convenient if we'd been married for longer before I did this. But of course, it made more sense for me to do it before we had kids.
It's just so funny to me, Teffy says, that that you have a man that you're this sick in love with, and you're ready to have his kids. Most of us are just able to focus on the education bit.
I laugh. That was my plan, but it's all right. It's not how it worked out. I really do mean that, because I get why my friends find this to be strange and alien. But I watched Teffy moon over that guy who hooked up with her, then ghosted her, then slid back into her DMs, hooked up with her relentlessly over the term, then vanished again. I've watched Zuri go through a disastrous series of dates, with each guy being more disappointing than the last. And then finally, poor Electra getting love-bombed by the girl she just started seeing, who wanted to move into the same room at school almost instantaneously, only to blow it all up 3 weeks later. There is no existing without drama. Not in this life. Mine feels like a settled sort of drama anyway. I go back to my room at the end of the day and frown when I see an envelope on my pillow. It's a fancy one, sealed with Lucian's seal. I open it up and pull out a handwritten letter.
Sparrow, I realize that what I've done to you is wrong. I keep trying to make something that I forced on you into your choice, but I can never truly do that if I don't let you go. Our marriage is over. I've dissolved it here in Alabria. I don't want to hurt you, but I fear that I must free you decisively, or you will always be a little bit sad. I cannot bear that I've done this to you. I want to give you your life back, utterly and completely. The rest of your time at school is paid for, all of your expenses. There is money in an account for you, and you will never want for anything, ever again. Neither will your mother and sister. This is all I know how to do to fix this. I have never cared if the world thought that I was a monster, but I cannot be a monster to you. I know what they call me, and they say a dragon craves a virgin sacrifice. I do not want you to be a sacrifice to me. Please, go. Be free of me. Lucian.
My hands begin to shake, and then my whole body. He's doing it again, making decisions for me. And I understand how it's twisted in his head. He feels like I've been manipulated into all of this. He feels like none of the choices have been mine. But he's wrong. I love him. I choose him. I have to figure out some way to convince him of that. I'm furious, because how dare he? How dare he decide that he knows what's best? But of course he has. This letter. What I need to know is if this means he loves me. If it means he loves me, or if he is still atoning for Colette. If he's still atoning for feeling like he's responsible for the death of his parents. I need to know, and I'll only be able to know if I go to him. Thank God there are commercial flights into Alabria now, because I'm going to surprise him where he is. I'm going to have to miss classes, but this is more important. I know for sure this is more important. When I land in Alabria, I go straight to the palace. I've warned my security detail not to pass any information on to Lucian, and after explaining the situation, they actually did listen to me. They see the same thing I do, that Lucian is a good man, trapped in his own grief. He's pushing me away, I know it. I feel that he believes this is the right thing. What I really need to know is why. I walk into the palace, and it reminds me of that first day that I ever met him, when he sat on that throne and gazed at me with his indolent, golden stare. But now, I know him. Now, I love him. Now, I'm not afraid.
I'm not here for my sister anymore. I'm here for me, and nothing has ever felt more powerful. I storm past the guards and into the throne room. King Lucian, I say, I do not accept your divorce. I love you, and I need to know if you love me. Chapter 17. The Dragon. 5 months ago. I've been informed by my guards that I'm to expect a replacement wife, but I've no idea who this creature is. Lilith. Such a funny name, in contrast to her sister, Eve. I wonder if her mother did it on purpose. Eve is beautiful. I've seen photographs of her. We've done all the intel necessary to decide whether or not she will be a good fit for me. Perversely, she reminds me of Emerald, who ran away from me. And I take some delight in that, mainly because I know it will unsettle Emerald herself. I don't care. She's off married to her bodyguard now, and that's fine with me. But if I can't play mind games with people, what is life? My reputation for being a bastard is well documented, and I'm rather fond of it. It keeps people away. I sit there, and I wait. The doors open, and there she is. It is the strangest sensation I've ever known. It's as if the heavens quieted for a moment and then opened up, light pouring down upon her. It's like I can see clearly for the first time in my life, and it's also like everything has suddenly fallen to pieces. Like it is destroyed and remade all in one breath, all because of her. Her hair is a golden blonde, her eyes almost green. There is a mysterious quality about her, as if she is herself a secret garden that can only truly be known and explored by one willing to look. I have read so many stories about love, about adventure, about hope. All these things have evaded me, and it's like in one sweeping moment, she brought it all into the room with her. I cannot explain it, but it's like this one woman contains inside her every beautiful work of fiction I've ever known, made flesh, standing there in front of me. And I know, immediately, and with no hesitation, that I will do anything for her. I need to keep her. I need to make sure that she never leaves me, that she's never at risk, that nothing ever happens to her. I need this woman to continue to breathe. I thought, many years ago, that I loved my wife, because she was pretty, and I enjoyed her body, because I felt grief when she died. But I've never known anything like this. This is love. Something bigger than me. Something bigger than all the forces in the universe. Beyond explanation, beyond reason. And the beast inside of me roars with conviction. I will keep her. I will cage her. I will make her mine, so that she will never want anything or anything else ever again.
Chapter 18. The Dragon. Now.
She's here, and it's like I can breathe for the first time in days. She shouldn't be here. I ended this for a reason. I ended it for her own good. That she doesn't seem to recognize this angers me, but she doesn't know how vile I am. She doesn't know how all I've wanted from the moment I met her was to trap her. She doesn't know the depths of my obsession. I wanted to add her to the stores of treasure in the palace, and I was willing to shrink her, to reshape her into my image of the queen I wanted, to keep her. I thought that I fell in love with her the first moment that I saw her, but I never really knew what love was until I was willing to let her go. There is a saying, and I've read it before, but nothing made it feel real. If you love something, let it go. If it's meant to be, it will find its way back. But she's just stubborn. She's stubborn, and she's not allowing me to make the right decision for her. Enraging girl. What are you doing here?
I'm here for you, you idiot. You've done it again. You made choices for us without talking to me.
Because I had to, I say. Lilith, don't you understand? If it wasn't for me, you would be off living your life, with no regrets and no sorrow whatsoever. I had to do what needed to be done to give that back to you.
You cannot make me fall out of love with you any more than you can take the sun out of the sky.
I will take the sun out of the sky. I'll figure it out. I'll do whatever I need to do. Why? Because
Why?
She says, moving nearer to me.
Is it because you feel guilty about what happened with Colette?
Yes, I say, because I know that's the right answer to give to make her leave. This whole thing has been a study in living contradictions, in being torn apart. I've wanted to draw her close and push her away by turns so many times over these past months. She has bewitched me, body and soul. She is my secret garden. She is my sparrow. She looks at me, and I know she doesn't believe me.
Why?
She asks again. You foolish girl. You deserve better than this, more than this. You deserve to live your life on your own terms. You certainly don't deserve to be trapped with a man who doesn't understand the first thing about love. You have all this time left ahead of you, and you deserve to live unencumbered.
Do I deserve to live without the love of my life?
You deserve a different love.
I don't want it,
she says. You don't know what you want.
You said once that I was very smart, clever. Do you not believe that anymore?
Of course I do. But you are good with science. That doesn't mean that you understand this. It doesn't mean that this is the right thing.
I deserve to be part of the decision-making. You cannot save everyone. Even Colette. She made her choice, Lucien, and you have to accept it. Your parents made their choice. You have to accept it. You do not hold the world together, and you do not hold people to you or apart from you. You did it. You gave me freedom. You gave me the means to live without you, and I'm choosing to live with you.
You need to go to school.
I need to know that I have you. And whatever else I choose to do on top of that, that's just the way that I choose to live life. It's different than choosing who I share my life with. It's different than choosing that fundamental piece of who I am. I love you. That is essential to me. Non-negotiable to me. I'm your wife. I'm the queen of Alabria. You are my new dream, and I deserve the respect that I know myself well enough to know what I'm choosing.
But it cannot possibly be me. I am broken. I am cold and difficult. I have never known connection to another person until her, and it feels too good to be true that I might have found it now. That one day, my dream walked into my throne room, broke into my isolation. That she found me. How can this be? It is beyond miraculous, and it seems a foolish thing to believe, a fairy tale thing. She takes a step toward me, and another, until she has closed all the distance between us, until she stops and puts her hand on my face.
Lucien, do you remember what I told you about my dreams? About the way that I was too afraid to have them? I think you're afraid. And I do believe that you want to do what's best for me. But I believe that you are truly scared of you being my choice because it means you need to hope. It means you need to love. And do it in a way that doesn't allow you to have absolute control.
And I break apart. Because I realize what she's saying is true. Because I fell in love with her from the moment she walked in, and everything that I've tried to do since then has been about maintaining a level of control while allowing myself to have her. And when I realized that I couldn't do it anymore, I let her go completely. And all of this has been about keeping myself safe. All of this has been about running from the pain in my life. I have known loss. endless, horrible loss. I've known the cruelty of humanity, and so rarely have I known the joy in it. The feelings I have for her are so intense, I wanted to protect myself in any way I could. But I don't want to be safe. I want her. To be the hero of the story, you have to risk. I will risk it all for her. To be her hero. I love you, I say. It isn't like anyone else. This isn't about guilt. You're right, it's about my fear. And I despise my own fear. Because when I was a boy and they were torturing me, I felt too much of it. I tasted too much of it. And now that I have the possibility of this happiness I find, I stand up and I kneel before her. I fell in love with you the moment you walked into this throne room. And with those words, I'm free. As if they're a magical spell that lifted a curse from me, one I've been living under for far too long.
What?
It's true, I say. I loved you from the first moment that I saw you. You are everything I never allowed myself to want.
That's what you are for me, Lucien. You are absolutely everything to me. I had the epiphany that I could want any number of other things for a career, for a focus of study, but I could never want another person the way that I want you.
I have never had the option of choosing what I want to do with my life. But when you walked in, it became clear. I want to love you. You are the fulfillment of every dream that I've ever had, of every story that I've ever read. I always wanted to escape my life. I wanted to read about people who weren't me. I wanted to connect. And sometimes fictional people were the only way to do that. Until you and your resistance to reading good books. You, somehow, were instantly and immediately this missing piece to myself. Maybe because you are a scientist and I'm the furthest thing from it. Maybe because you're the first person to look at me and not be afraid of me.
I'm more than not afraid of you,
she says.
I love you.
I cannot remember the last time I heard the words, and she said them to me so many times. A gift beyond anything that I've ever known. I love you, I say, holding her precious face. I love you, I love you. I realize that I've looked at everything the wrong way. It's been about what I allow, what I can bear, about what cage I put her in or release her from. All about changing her to suit me, when maybe we need to change together. Cage is open, Sparrow, I say. Let's fly together.
Epilogue. I finished studying in a hybrid manner. I can't bear to be away from Lucien as often as school demands of me. But we work out ways for me to complete research in person while I do the majority of my classes at the palace, which also allows me to sink into my duty as queen. After my graduation, we decide to have our first child. A little boy. Beautiful, like his father. And I know that it will heal something in Lucien every day that he gets to be a father to him. Every day that he gets to keep him safe and unharmed. Every day that we get to build love as a family. He is a king, yes, but he pours lots of his time and energy into his family, as much as possible. He travels with me as I write papers, give speeches on my focus of research. Because I'm not doing it for him. I'm doing it for me, for the future that my children will be living in. I do it because I like it. And that's one of the greatest things of all. That Lucien and I are living a life that we like, that we would choose time and time again. I'm even thankful now that he dissolved our marriage, because after that, I had to choose to marry him all over again. And it was a very different wedding, attended by my sister and her husband, my mother, and her newest boyfriend, who she's no longer with a dress that I chose for myself,
with my best friends as bridesmaids, and with only joy and no fear at all. For most of my life, I knew that I wanted to do one thing. With Lucien, I get to be a wife, a mother, a scientist, a queen. But most of all, I'm his. And that is something I would choose every day, all over again, forever. And every night, with our children, we read stories. One in particular that might have been written by a certain king and released under a different name. The Sparrow and the Dragon, about the impossible love between two creatures from two different worlds. It has a happy ending.
The Kings Until Midnight.
Chapter 1. King Onyx of Basilia was no stranger to the cruelty of life. That it was unjust and often took people far before their time was nothing new to him. Death might be inevitable, but it was no less shocking. No matter how degraded his relationship with his wife had been, to lose her to a sudden medical event 2 days prior, and to have already buried her today, was still a pain that overtook his entire body. It was a tangle of guilt and sadness that he wasn't sure if he would ever be able to fully undo. There was no fixing anything, not now. Any hope he'd had that he and Circe could fix their fractured marriage was dead now, along with his wife. In the blink of an eye, everything was changed, gone. Everything. They'd been intent on trying for a child, on improving things between them. It was the promise of an entire future wiped away, and the unrelenting pain that he felt over that was more than he had ever imagined. And yet, at the same time, the hardest part of his life was now erased, and that felt cruel to even think. He tightened his hand into a fist and turned away from the roaring fireplace, looking around the dimly lit, desolate library. He was, now and always, a king before he was anything else. He couldn't give in to this strange, sinking despair in his chest that also wound itself around a feeling of freedom. There was no freedom. A woman was dead. His wife was dead. The future of the kingdom now in turmoil. He could see Circe as she'd been, magnetic and angry and distant, smart and prickly and alive. What a waste! What a terrible, tragic waste! That much he did believe, deeply in his soul. Because, for all that he and Circe hadn't even liked each other in the end, she had been a vibrant woman. Well liked by the people for her fiery ideals and opinions, for her beauty and her sense of fashion and fun. Onyx and Circe had found it difficult to communicate with each other, to put it mildly. There hadn't been a spark between them, nothing to even make the growing bitterness between them exciting. At least if there had been a spark, they might have found compatibility in bed. But no. Circe made it clear she didn't enjoy sex with him, rebuffing him more often than she accepted his advances, and he could understand it. They were emotionally distant. While he'd longed to try to find some closeness in the bedroom, she'd needed the closeness to even begin. But she'd never wanted that closeness either. He hadn't wanted a divorce. That kind of scandal was antithetical to what he wanted to bring to Basilia. He wanted to be like his father, a man who had done right by his country and his family until his very last breath. What did right even look like now? He wished he had his father with him so that he could ask. So he could have asked him when a convenient marriage should begin to turn to love, or at least like. So he could have seen what his parents' marriage looked like later, and asked about the changing nature of love, of duty. He stood there, his jaw clenched. The truth was, Circe had been an honourable queen who had helped him with what he wanted even when they didn't mesh. In spite of the difficulty in their marriage, she had stayed. She had agreed to give him his heir. They'd been discussing methods and had decided to go with in vitro to give them the best chance. She'd been on hormones, and he'd felt a deep anguish that maybe that had caused the aneurysm. After all, it was the only thing that had changed. The doctor assured him that wasn't the reason, but he had trouble believing it. Then he had no clarity at all. He had nothing but a pain that sat at the centre of his chest, howling. Guilt, relief, anger, denial. Stages of grief that he'd never even seen listed, winding themselves around each other and moving in and out of order. He kept trying to wake up from this wretched nightmare, from this horrendous thing he didn't know how to navigate. He couldn't. One night he'd gone to bed a teenage boy with nothing more pressing on his mind than driving his new car, the crush he had on an advisor's daughter, the pressing concern about when and how he might lose his virginity. And he'd woken up a king. This reminded him of that singular, altering moment in his life. That his life was forever changed in the space of one breath. He no longer had Circe in the palace, or in his life. For all that it had been challenging, it had been something. The lack of her left a cavern behind. The funeral had been beautiful and well attended. There were many guests staying in the palace in the aftermath of it, diplomats and dignitaries from all over the island, minor royals, politicians and celebrities from countries far and wide. And as always, his sister, Emerald, was here, along with her husband, André, who was also the head of Onyx's guard. If he wanted to sit and take comfort in friends, he could. And yet, in this moment, he wanted only solitude, craved it. So when he heard the door open, tension washed through him. He turned and squinted into the darkness. Just as a small figure slipped into the room, blonde hair in a tumble, her face obscured in the dim light. She was dressed in black, as all the guests had been, as he was. She looked up, but he still couldn't make out her features. "Oh, Your Highness, I'm sorry." "No need to apologize," he said. "I can take my leave." He moved away from the fireplace, and the woman moved nearer to him, her movements tentative. "I'm sorry," she said. This was a different apology to the first. That had been about her worry she'd interrupted him. This was different. Her voice was low and husky, a function perhaps of the fact that she was trying to keep quiet in the stillness of the room. He couldn't see her expression, but he could hear the earnestness in her voice, a sweetness he'd not heard from anyone else, a sincerity that felt unique. "I know that it's been said to you 100 times, but I would say it 100 more. I'm so very sorry for your loss." It had been said to him. 100 times was perhaps understating it. He'd been wrestling with it for days. Circe's parents, her sisters and brother, deserved sympathy far more than he did. They knew her. In many ways, Onyx knew he'd never scratched the surface of her, and perhaps doing so wouldn't have fixed anything. But this felt different. It felt like something he could accept. It felt like sympathy that was somehow created for him, and matched him in a way he couldn't explain. It was balm for him in the moment. She was small, this woman, short, petite, and very slim. She moved closer to him, the top of her head barely reaching his chest. An emotion too large for him to name began to grow at the centre of his chest, a bitter regret that was something other than grief. The woman lifted her hand and touched his face. Everything in him went still. This was the first time he'd been touched by someone other than his family for at least 2 years. That part of his marriage to Circe had been resolutely dead even before she'd gone. What they'd been trying to keep intact was a partnership for the sake of the country. the idea of there being any sort of romance between them long gone. That futile hope he'd had as a young man when he'd taken her as his wife. Perhaps that was the source of the shameful relief that he'd felt, this sense of being free that made him feel an enormous streak of guilt. He was a man. He had been nothing but a king, a husband whose wife recoiled at his touch for so many years, and now this woman's hands were on his face, reminding him that beneath all of that, he was a man. This woman that he couldn't even see clearly. Her blonde hair was curly, the firelight making a halo around her, her features obscured. He didn't know her. If she was someone that he knew, then she would have been recognizable even in this light. The black dress she was wearing clung to her petite curves, her breasts small but pert, her hips delicate. He was trying to remember all of the people that had been at the funeral. Who she might be with, where she might be from. There was a delicate air of aristocracy around her, that much was certain. She could be a celebrity, but more likely she was a dignitary, political figure, or someone of social prominence. And allowing her to touch him in this way was a risk, as much of a risk as it was wrong. What man would experience lust for another woman 2 days after his wife died? It was abhorrent, and yet he didn't want her to stop touching him. Likely she only meant it as a comfort, but it was making his blood warm, making it stir. It was making him feel things that he'd decided were best left dead. He felt hungry then, hungry for the kind of connection he hadn't experienced in so long, maybe ever. This woman's sweet touch, this simple condolence warmed him in parts of himself that he'd thought were long dead. But it was only that, just an act of comfort. Still he stood, frozen, letting her touch him like that, until that touch shifted, just slightly, and there was a change in the way that she was breathing, more ragged, more laboured. He could feel his own heart raging, his body responding to this. Then the little woman in front of him lifted another hand, touched the other side of his face, holding him now. He couldn't make out the colour of her eyes, not in this light, couldn't make out the fine details of her features, but he knew that she was beautiful. "I'm so sorry," she whispered. She stretched up on her toes and kissed his cheek. Then she began to pull away, and he reached back, cupping the back of her head, her hair sliding through his fingers, silken and tempting. What in God's name was he doing? Nothing in God's name, that much was certain. This was Eros. It was Hades. It was all things wrong and sweet and tempting, nothing he'd ever indulged in. But he couldn't let her move away from him. She smelled of lilacs and of need, of everything that he had been afraid of these past years, afraid to miss, afraid to want. His parents had married for duty, and within that they'd found love. He had truly believed that he might find that for himself. He hadn't. Instead, what he had proved was that marrying a stranger could be nothing but an absolute disaster if the two people were incompatible. Years and years wouldn't fix it. Nothing would fix it. Nothing would fix this. Nothing, except the simple glide of her hair through his fingers, felt like it was fixing something, made him feel more alive, more whole than anything ever had. "What do you need?" The whisper on her lips was like the finest drug. What did he need? He suddenly needed to taste the stranger more than he needed anything, more than he'd ever needed anything, including air. He didn't have the words for that, couldn't find a way to speak them, so instead he lowered his head and touched his mouth to hers. And for the first time in 2 years, he was kissing a woman. For the first time in longer than he could remember, he was kissing one with true, real passion. Holding her head in his palm, he angled his own, parting his lips and sliding his tongue against hers. She made a short, whimpering sound and moved away from him. He froze. "I need this," he said, his voice rough, a stranger's. "I don't need to know who you are. I don't need to ever see you again. But I need." She nodded, his strange woman, gripped his face again and stretched up on her toes, and still he had to lean down to meet her. Kissing her, gathering her up in his arms and pressing her petite frame to his body. It was like fire. It was like nothing he'd ever experienced before. Even before his marriage, he hadn't been the kind of man to take strangers as lovers. He hadn't been indiscriminate with sex. He couldn't afford to be. He was a king. And he didn't trust non-disclosure agreements to that extent, nor did he feel that a king should act in such a manner that it necessitated them. He had relationships, a couple, before he'd chosen Circe to be his queen. He'd imagined that they would have a reasonable sex life, but it had gone from bad to non-existent in their 5 years of marriage, and he was hungry. An experience that he'd never had before had presented itself to him, and he did not possess the ability to deny himself. She whimpered against his mouth, and he lifted her up off the floor, carrying her to the large chaise in the corner of the room. The room was much darker than he would have liked, but he didn't want to turn the lights on. He didn't want to do anything to break the spell of the moment, to feel like he was lifting the veil. This was magic. He was a man who'd experienced precious little magic in his life, and he wanted this. He didn't want to think about anything that had come before, didn't want to think about the grief that sat at the center of his chest, didn't want to think about the future. A future where he would have to find another queen, where he would have to produce an heir, where he would potentially fail as a husband all over again. Right now, he wasn't failing. Right now, he had a warm, willing woman in his arms who was as into this as he was, and he wasn't going to release his hold on her. Not for anything. Nimble fingers began to work the buttons on his shirt, and he found it pushed off of his shoulders, and he assisted. Her palms were flat against his chest, and he could see that her eyes were wide, glittering as she moved her hands over his muscles, fingertips skimming his nipples. The sensation so erotic, he grasped both of her wrists in one hand and held her still for just a moment. "I am on edge," he said. "Did I do something wrong?" she whispered. "No," he growled. "It's too good. Too good. I don't want to lose control." "I don't mind if you do," she whispered. "I told you. This is for you. Whatever you need." If he were to discover that this was a hallucination, one brought about by the horrors of the last week, he would have been unsurprised, because this seemed like something straight out of a dream he'd never allowed himself to have. He released his hold on her, and she moved her fingers down his chest, his stomach, her touch reverent. Her dress was a stretchy knit material, and he pushed it up her hips, peeling the clinging material away from her body, leaving her in dark-coloured brief underwear and a black bra. His blood was running hot and fast, everything inside of him begging him to take her. Take her. He was about to ask yet again if she was certain this was what she wanted, when her hands went to his belt buckle, undid the button and zipper on his pants. Her hands were trembling, and he lifted one up to his lips and kissed her fingers. "It doesn't have to. I want this," she said. It was the first time she had been very clear that she wanted more than simply to comfort him. She was clear. She wanted this. She wanted him. He needed to be wanted. He hadn't known that, hadn't realized how hungry he was for someone to desire him. He was a confident man. He had every reason to be. but 5 years of being treated as if his desires were a punishment had taken something from him, eroded like waves against sand, slowly stealing pieces of who he'd been before with each pass of the tide. This was like being healed. So he stripped off the rest of his clothes, reached behind her back, and unsnapped her bra before moving down to slide her underwear down her legs. He wished that he could see her better, and yet was grateful that he couldn't, because there was no way he would be able to keep his control and his composure. Even now, in the dim light, the faint impression of her body was enough to make him come. It took digging deep into his self-control to keep from losing it. He kissed her again, reaching down between her legs and feeling how wet she was. So wet. For him. And with ease. He moved his thumb over her clit before pushing 2 fingers inside of her. She whimpered, moving her hips in time with his strokes. He moved his mouth away from hers, kissed down her neck, down to her glorious breast, where he sucked one tight nipple into his mouth, the sensation making his cock pulse with need. He growled, grinding his hips down into hers, wrapping one arm around her waist and drawing her up against him as he flexed against her. Her hands went to his hair, fingers digging into his scalp. He moved and felt the head of his arousal right up against her slick entrance. He couldn't hold back. "Yes," she whispered in his ear, all that he needed to hear. He drove into her, the harsh cry on her lips fueling him on. She was so tight, so glorious and perfect. It had never been like this, not ever. He had never felt anything quite so essential, had never felt like coming home before. But it did now. He began to move, gripping both of her hips as he drove himself home, over and over again. Then he felt her begin to tighten around him, her back arched against him. "Yes," he whispered. "Come for me, darling." Her cries of pleasure seemed to shock her, her hand coming up and covering her own mouth as her internal muscles clenched around him as she lost her control completely. He couldn't hold on, not any longer. He let himself go, claiming her hard and fast, until his need was a raging beast he could no longer outrun. He growled, pouring himself deep inside of her, the pleasure blotting out everything, every thought, every pain, every doubt, everything. For one blissful moment he knew what it was to simply be a man lost in need, a man perhaps found in need as well. He kissed her, deep, hard, wrapped her tightly in his arms, and felt sleep begin to drag him down, an exhaustion that he'd never felt before, claiming his entire body. When he awoke with a start, he was naked on the chaise longue, alone, all signs of his beautiful partner gone. He would have thought that he'd dreamed it if he weren't naked. Still, he had a difficult time believing it had actually happened. He didn't know her name. He didn't know who she was. She had given him the most singular moment of his life, and now she was gone. And he was left to deal with the aftermath of a life that was in ruin. Chapter 2. Birdie was terrified she was going to lose her job. She had no idea what she'd been thinking. Well, sadly, she actually did know what she'd been thinking, or at least what she'd been feeling. Onyx. Oh, that man had a hold on her that surpassed reason and sense. He had from the first moment she'd seen him, and then, when she got up the next morning and put on her pale blue uniform, she felt different. Altered fundamentally, changed. She avoided her own reflection as she got ready, didn't even look herself full in the face when she brushed her teeth, until she couldn't stand it any more. She lifted her gaze and looked herself in the eyes. Her blonde hair was wild. She did look different. Her cheeks had more colour in them than she'd ever seen. Her lips still looked bruised from kissing him. The king! Terror, desire, and grief clenched her heart in a fist. What was going to happen when she walked in today? She showered, trying to ignore how sensitive her body felt, then stepped out and dried her hair as straight as possible and ruthlessly pinned it back into the bun she wore every day at work. Well, every day but yesterday, when the staff had been asked to look nicer for the funeral. She borrowed one of her stepsister's black dresses out of the back of her closet because she knew she'd never notice. Both of her stepsisters had so many different outfits from brand deals, and they usually only wore an outfit once. She'd left her hair down and curly, and worn a dress much tighter and shorter than she normally would. Now she was put back together, the woman she'd been last night successfully hidden beneath her loose-fitting uniform. Still, she was very apparently her. What was he going to say? There was really only one way to find out, but first she had to run the gauntlet of her house. This clattering old home where she slept in the attic with one threadbare blanket and a mattress that could hardly be called that. She sighed heavily and walked out the door, the noise of the day already blaring up the stairs. "I'm filming a Get Ready With Me. Get out of the frame." "I have more followers than you. It would help you if I was in your video. Girls, take turns filming." She did her best to paste a smile on her face because she didn't want to have a conversation with her stepmother or her stepsisters. She just wanted to get to work, to her job, which paid for quite a lot of the bills around here, in spite of the fact that her stepsisters fancied themselves to be influencers. It wasn't that she'd ever been thrilled with her stepfamily, but she'd been content with them as long as she'd believed her father was happy. Her mother's death had destroyed him. He'd gone from being a chaotic ball of fun to being stressed constantly, perennial circles beneath his eyes as he tried to manage being a single father and realizing his dreams for the future. Then he'd had a windfall. He'd met her stepmother, and he'd seemed very nearly like happy, and that was good enough for Birdie. She tried to be happy and optimistic as much as possible, if for no other reason than that she knew her mum wanted her to live happily. Even dying, her own mother had held on to optimism, not false hope, but a kind of joy that made Birdie want to live with as much of it as possible. That didn't mean it was easy. After losing her mum, everything had been different. Day-to-day life had been easy, if not idyllic, when her father had been wealthy in cryptocurrency, but then it had collapsed suddenly, overnight, giving him a heart attack and killing him with the stress of it, leaving her with her stepmother, a woman who considered herself nobility because of some specious relation to a minor British royal, and her stepsisters, all of whom felt that they were above doing actual jobs. That was why Birdie had gotten work at the palace when she was 17. Birdie's father had been a self-made man, one who had come up from nothing, and that made Birdie a commoner in the eyes of her stepmother. That meant she was responsible for practical, steady work, while her sisters focused on becoming niche internet micro-celebrities. If they knew what she'd done last night. That made Birdie smile even more resolutely. She walked into the kitchen and saw Alana standing at the counter with a giant puffy headband holding her hair back and a large light illuminating her face, her phone right in front of her. "Don't walk into my shot," Alana said. "I won't," said Birdie, deftly moving around her and making her way to the fridge to grab her sack lunch and a cup of yogurt. "You got back late last night," her stepmother said, eyeing her closely. "It was the Queen's funeral," Birdie said, her chest getting so tight it was almost impossible for her to breathe. "We had a lot of extra work to do." "Of course," she said. "I know that. But I assume that you have information about who is visiting and about that poor man." If there was one thing her stepmother was, it was fake. Asking after another person's well-being wasn't in her repertoire. Do you mean the king? Bertie asked. Of course. This must be such a devastating loss for him. Her pause was artful, very nearly believable. But obviously he will have to marry again. He didn't have an heir. Bertie's cheeks went hot. She didn't need to say anything. She didn't need to say anything. She didn't need... He's only just buried his wife. I don't think that it's the right time to talk about his next marriage. Her stepmother narrowed her eyes, and Bertie took some satisfaction in watching all the places her Botox failed to keep her skin from wrinkling. Don't talk like you know him, Roberta. You probably never even see him in that massive palace. He's been inside me, actually. She did not say that. She also didn't tell her stepmother that she spoke to the king fairly regularly. She wished that she didn't. She wished that he were distant. Instead, at 17, she'd been assigned work in his study, often bringing him food when he was in there. She wasn't his personal maid or anything like that, but during the day she was the one that attended him. Not that she'd ever shared that bit of information with her stepmother, nor would she. Developing a crush on him was easy. He was a beautiful man. His cheekbones high and well-formed, his eyes black like onyx, like his name, his mouth compelling. But he was also kind, interesting, funny even. It wasn't like they had long conversations, it was just little exchanges here and there, but she'd fallen for him. She might have felt guilty about being in love with a married man, except it was honestly a lot like having a crush on a celebrity. Yes, she did see him, but he was as unreachable as he might have been if he were on the silver screen. At least, he had been, until last night. It had all been too much for her to bear. She'd walked into the room just to get a little bit of solace after the overwhelming sadness of the funeral, of all the proceedings, and he'd been in there. All she'd wanted to do was comfort him, but it was difficult to remove that from how much she wanted him, and then, when he kissed her, she would have given him anything. She had given him everything. It was her first time, and she couldn't have regretted it. How could she? He was the object of her deepest desires, and he needed her. But now she had to go to work and face him, and she didn't know how things would be different. Combined with all of that, she simply couldn't bear her stepmother trying to scheme her ridiculous daughters into the palace. "It doesn't matter whether I know him or not," she said. "His wife has been dead for 3 days, and if you had seen him at the funeral, then you would know how heartbroken he is." That was the one thing that hurt. Last night, he could have easily been imagining that he was with the Queen. Did she even have a right to feel hurt about that? She had moved in on a man who was grieving. He'd needed comfort, and she had provided that. But perhaps part of accepting that was accepting that it wasn't about her personally, no matter how much it had mattered to her. "Keep your ear to the ground," her stepmother said. "We need to know when he plans to take another queen, because you know he will, and you know he can't tarry." The annoying thing was, it was true. He would have to produce an heir sooner rather than later. He was 30 after all. There was now a distressing mortality rate among the royalty in this country. His parents, the king and queen, had died when he'd been just 16. Bertie had been so young she didn't remember a time when anyone had been king, except for him. But now his wife was gone. He'd have to find a new one. Though one thing her stepmother was wrong about was any inkling that she might have a hope in hell at marrying one of her daughters off to him. Specious royal connections and internet fame did not a queen make. Of course, Bertie didn't have a chance at all. With hate in her heart and a knot in her stomach, she got into her tiny ramshackle car and drove to the palace. Her hands were shaking when she got to the staff lot, and by the time she walked in, she thought she was going to throw up. Elizabeth saw her and grabbed her arm. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Bertie's own stepmother could not be called a mother figure, not in any capacity. But lovely Elizabeth had been a soft influence like Bertie had never known from the moment she'd started working at the palace 3 years earlier. Her dark hair was streaked with grey, her blue eyes glimmering with good humour. She always looked out for Bertie. In fact, Elizabeth was the reason that Bertie had ended up working in the king's study. She had thought that Bertie would be good for the job, and had worked to get her in, even though she was inexperienced. "You don't look okay. I think yesterday was taxing for you." Of course it was. The man that she loved was going through an unimaginable pain, and Bertie had guilt-inducing, complicated feelings about it, even without sleeping with him. The thing was, even though he wasn't married now, he was as off-limits as he'd ever been. A king couldn't marry a maid. The end. No discussion. The best thing she could hope for was to become a mistress. She wasn't really sure how she felt about that. Well, she had allowed him to take whatever liberties he wanted, and taken many of her own besides, so there was that. There was also the fact that it was a horrible thing to be even remotely pleased by the vacancy the Queen had left behind. She would never say that she was glad she was gone. That was absolutely horrendous. "No more so than it was for anyone else. I'm fine." "He's in his study already." Bertie did her best not to react to that. "I'll go check in on him." "You're a good girl." Bertie grimaced. Elizabeth wouldn't say that if she had any idea what had happened last night. Bertie had no idea what it made her, besides desperate. Her mouth dry, she made her way to the king's study. Then she took a breath and pushed the door open. He barely looked up at her. "Good morning," he said. Bertie stopped, her stomach clenched tight like someone had grabbed it, her heart leaping up into her throat. His head was bent over the newspaper he was reading, a dark lock of hair fallen over his forehead, and her fingers itched to brush it back. He looked exhausted. The hollows of his cheekbones were more hollow than they had been a week ago. He had circles under his eyes. She wanted to go to him, sit on his lap and smooth those lines away, feel him hot and hard beneath her, his arms around her. She stood, frozen. And then he did look up. Their eyes met, and she felt like she'd been punched. "Could I get some coffee?" She stood there, staring. Oh God, he didn't recognize her. He hadn't known who she was. She served him every day, and he didn't know who she was. Last night it had been dim in the room, and while she would never mistake him for someone else, he simply didn't look at her close enough on a given day for her to be significant to him. She had just been a woman, anybody. He had taken her because he needed comfort. He probably had been thinking of his wife. "You foolish girl, you foolish, stupid girl. Of course you don't mean anything to him. He's never looked at you closely enough. All the times you've been in here serving him, all the times you thought you were having a moment, he never even looked at you closely enough to know who you were if you changed your clothes or your hair." "Of course, Your Highness," she said. On completely numb feet, she stumbled out of the room, making her way toward the kitchen. She went past Elizabeth. "Bertie?" She ignored her as she went to make coffee. Well, there was one good thing about this. She wouldn't lose her job. At least, that was what she thought. Because, of course, he had no idea the two of them had slept together, so why would it matter? And as the weeks passed, the ache in her chest didn't go away. And even worse, the cramps from her monthly didn't arrive. There was no way. One time. Just one time. But even still, she stopped at a drugstore far away from her house before she went home from work, a month after the Queen's funeral, and bought a test. She couldn't risk taking it at home, so she drove from the convenience store to a coffee house she never went to, bought a drink, and then slipped into the bathroom. She opened up the test and took it, waiting for the results with bated breath. It was positive. She, Roberta Matthews, almost always called Birdie, maid at the palace, servant to a king, was pregnant with the heir to the throne of Basilia. And the king didn't even know they'd slept together. Chapter 3. 4 months later.
Are you well?
Not especially, Onyx said, looking up at his friend and brother-in-law André, who was standing at the other end of his study, staring at him. André was the head of his security and had married Onyx's sister a year ago, after her own convenient marriage imploded disastrously. Well, André was the one who had imploded the convenient marriage. At the time, Onyx had been livid. His head of security had not acted in the best interest of the country, but rather his and Emerald's hearts. The two of them had been in love for years, but had always believed it impossible for them to be together. Now they had a child and were deliriously happy in a way that Onyx had certainly never been. Which made André's inquiry now great in a way that was perhaps unfair.
What's this about?
I'm grieving, he snapped.
I have no doubt you are,
André said, sounding unbothered.
But you and I both know it's more complicated than most people think. Remember, I lived here in the palace with you and your wife. I know you weren't in love with her.
I won't lie and try to change history now, but do you honestly think that makes it easier?
From the perspective of guilt, no, I don't. From the perspective of missing her, I would assume so.
His brother-in-law was so madly in love with Emerald that he'd nearly toppled 2 governments to claim her. If he were to lose her, Onyx couldn't even think of it, because loss wasn't theoretical to him. It was far too real. But he knew that André wouldn't be mired in melancholy if he lost his wife. He'd likely burn the world down.
I suppose that's true,
Onyx said.
Then what is bothering you?
Did he tell him? He was his oldest friend, though there had been a big breach of trust around Emerald. It was the secrecy of it, the fact that André hadn't come to him about his feelings for his sister, and then, when he'd kidnapped her from her wedding, he'd hidden her location even from Onyx. It wasn't that he was still angry with him about it, but it did make him feel like he didn't owe his friend an explanation. But he felt that he might need to give it. 5 months on from the funeral, from when he'd made love to that woman, she was all he could think about. He craved her, wanted her in his bed again more than he wanted anything else. And he had no idea who she was or how to find her.
I have something to tell you, and it will likely make you think ill of me.
André shrugged.
That's fine. I've given you plenty of reasons to think ill of me.
Onyx had just been thinking of those reasons. He didn't say that.
The night of Circe's funeral,
He closed his eyes, gritting his teeth together.
There was a woman.
Oh dear, André said, moving closer to where Onyx sat.
She came to me in the library. I don't know who it was. I didn't recognize her. It was dim, and I didn't want to turn the lights on. I didn't want to think better of what happened. I assume you slept with her.
Yes. He wouldn't do anything to malign Circe by saying how long it had been since the two of them had slept together. André knew full well that the marriage was dysfunctional. He didn't need to do anything else to make him dislike a dead woman. André looked philosophical.
Well, you probably needed it.
He had. He'd needed it more than he'd ever needed anything in his life, though admitting that felt shameful.
It's not a bad thing to have feelings, Onyx,
his friend pointed out.
I know that, he said, but it is not the way I would normally behave, and I'm not proud of myself. Don't be proud then, but it happened. I'm no stranger to that.
I know.
Except when you lost control, it was with my sister, and you created an international incident. Congratulations on avoiding political upheaval with your ill-advised sex. You are right. I can't say the same. Andre was, as ever, unrepentant. I want to find her, he said. She's all I can think about. I have to get married again, and there's a woman out there. As long as she's not married to someone else, I need her to be mine. She must have been a guest at the funeral. His thoughts began to move faster. I don't see why I can't take her to be my wife. I've never wanted anyone the way I wanted her. And how are you going to find her? You can hardly go around acting like Prince Charming, seeing who fits your cock, can you? Onyx almost laughed at that, an angry huffing sound working the back of his throat. Hardly. So, you have to invite everyone back who was at the funeral, for a ball. Are you out of your damned mind? We can't have a party this soon after Circe's death. She loved a party, Andre said, particularly one in her honor. I am especially not having a party in my dead wife's honor for me to find another woman. Why not? She didn't want you. She would probably be thrilled that you were moving on to somebody else. She would only wish that she was still alive to see it. I know that makes things complicated, because you're trying to present as a grieving husband for all the world to see, but you aren't. Not in the way that you would like to be. I want to see you happy. If you can find this woman, then you should do it, and not wait any longer. I didn't see her face, he said. When I say I don't know who she was, I mean, I really don't know. She was small, and I'm almost totally certain blonde. Her hair was long and very curly, but women change their hair all the time. Andre seemed to consider that. I can see how that's a problem. I'd have a better shot at recognizing her in the dark. A masquerade, Andre said. Have a masquerade. It's so dramatic that it's perfect. You'll see her as you did that night, not fully revealed, and you'll have to find her again based on that connection you had with her. I don't know that desire can be called connection. Andre snorted. Lies. It is. It's only that you've never experienced it like this. Am I right? He shook his head slowly. No. I know you don't wish to hear too much about the way I feel about your sister, but I spent years trying to deny it. I spent years sleeping with women who looked like her, thinking to myself that I could demystify her, take the edge off what I felt. But desire isn't about beauty. Yes, it's part of it, but there's more. There's something more that makes it so no one else will do, that no one else will truly satisfy you. That is what you'll recognize, I promise you. The door to his study opened, and the little maid who saw to all of his needs during the day came in. She was such a funny, unassuming creature. Her blonde hair always done in a tight bun, the pale blue uniform she wore making her figure an indistinct shape. She never met his gaze. She always scuttled around like she was nervous. When they spoke, he found her amusing, which always surprised him because so much of her demeanor seemed bashful. Good morning, he said. Good morning, Your Highness, she said, edging around Andre and setting a tray of tea and sweets on his desk. He wanted to tell Andre he was insane, but he also wanted this to work. He just needed to believe it could. And what? He asked. We send out repeat invites and say, all of you who came to the funeral, come to this masked ball now. We can expand it. Include some of the ladies in the kingdom. We have a full list of people who came, and that can be repeated. So I think that's exactly what we should do. And actually, I know you feel it's quite early, but you should definitely find a wife at least a year before you take one. So even if you do meet someone at the ball, you can take your time. No one has to know what you're up to behind closed doors. The maid dropped a teacup onto the floor, shattering the porcelain. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Something jolted inside him, and he turned to look at her. His head was bent.
She was on her knees cleaning up the glass, and something tugged at him. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." His head swam with memories of the night, of the woman. He was losing his senses. If a maid breaking a cup could even be a callback to that encounter, then he knew he had to take action. No one liked a man who wallowed rather than acting. He didn't even like himself at the moment. "Don't worry," he said to the little creature scrambling to undo her mistake. "I won't trouble you further," she said, clutching the pieces of cup in her hands and rushing from the room. "Is she all right?" Andre asked. "I don't know. She's always jumpy." "Well, I hope that you'll heed what I'm saying to you." "Yes," he said. "You're not wrong. Nothing that you're saying is wrong, even if it is annoying." "I have a tendency to be like that. Ask your sister." "I don't need to. I've seen evidence of this in my own life all too well." "I think we need to do this," Andre said. "I think it's the best thing we can do, for you and for the country." After all these months, he was still so hungry for her that his resolve was weak. "All right, we will have a ball, and I will choose my new wife." Birdie thought that her heart was going to gallop out of her chest, and worst of all, she thought she might pass out. She made it out of the study and managed to get to the kitchen. She leaned against the wall next to the stove, trying to shrink into an alcove. That was where Elizabeth found her. She looked at her with sharp blue eyes. "Birdie," she said, "you and I are going to go into my quarters and have a talk." Being the manager of the household staff, Elizabeth stayed in quarters at the palace. Birdie had been to visit a few times for tea, but she had never been dragged in like she was being reprimanded. "I'm all right," she said. Elizabeth ushered her into the small, cosy room and closed the door. "I've suspected for some time that things weren't right," she said, looking at Birdie meaningfully, and then her eyes dropped down to Birdie's midsection. It was getting more and more difficult for her to hide. The growing bump on her small frame was starting to get obvious. She had taken to thickening her waistline just slightly with a roll of cotton, so that the space between her ribcage and her stomach wasn't quite so pronounced. One looked a bit like weight gain, the other looked purely like pregnancy. "Everything will be all right," she said. "Birdie," Elizabeth said, "I'm only going to ask you this once, and I do expect you to be truthful with me. Are you pregnant?" Birdie stood silent for a long time. Then she went and sat in the floral armchair by the fireplace. She picked at the doily that was resting over the forest green fabric, her heart thundering so hard she could hardly bring herself to speak. But she knew that if she could tell anyone, it was Elizabeth. She was truly frightened now, because he was looking for another wife, and she hadn't mustered up the courage to speak to him. She didn't know if she ever would, if she ever could. The pain of him not recognizing her was excruciating. The longer it went on, the more it hurt. That first day she had felt like he'd hit her square in the chest when he'd looked at her and seen nothing, but she'd been so shocked that the full weight of it hadn't fully settled in. Since then, she'd managed to make herself angry, devastated, filled with denial sometimes. And the time was passing whether she made a decision about what to do or not. She was just hiding everything from everyone. "Yes," she said, "I am." It was a relief to admit it, because she'd been keeping it to herself, hadn't admitted it out loud to anyone. It made it all feel unreal to her, except her body was changing every day. She felt the symptoms, the exhaustion, and eventually she knew she wasn't going to be able to hide it any more. She'd always worn her uniform large, to make it easier to move around, and that was about the only thing saving her from exposure now. Except now she was exposed. "And your mother?" "My stepmother," she corrected. "Does she know?" Birdie shook her head. That would require the lady to look at me on any given morning before I leave the house, and she rarely ever does that. Not a complaint, I assure you, but I don't think she's aware enough of me to observe anything. Good. And the father? Birdie clasped her hands in her lap. I haven't told him. Birdie, it looks to me that you are a few months gone. Birdie nodded. I am, but I don't know what to do. He's not someone that I can just speak to. Tell me everything, Elizabeth said. It was the night of the Queen's funeral. She looked down at her hands. I just wanted to comfort him. He means so much to me, and I thought he needed me. Birdie, she said, looking so sad and sympathetic it killed Birdie more than if she'd been angry or disapproving. I know you care very much for the king. I've watched you for years. I know that you adore him, but he wouldn't. You work in the palace. He doesn't know it was me, she said quickly. It was dark in the room. I knew it was him, because of course I did, because I care about him. I've served him for all these years. I thought for sure he must know, but then when I came to serve him the next day, he didn't recognize me. A tear slid down her cheeks. It didn't matter who I was. My dear, he didn't force himself on you. Her words were steely and direct. No. Her eyes went wide and flew to Elizabeth's. I wanted to do something for him. I wanted to be there for him. I'm the one who caused all of this, and now he's looking for a wife. I just overheard him in the office. He was talking to André Ardalan. They're planning on having everyone back, all of the nobles, and he's going to choose a wife at this big masked ball. Elizabeth looked shocked. It's only been 5 months since the Queen's death. I know. They had that entire discussion. It's all in service of finding someone and delaying the wedding for a year or so, but making sure that it's... What do I do? Do I just tell him? I can't bear the rejection. What if he laughs at me? Doesn't believe me? He doesn't have any inkling it was me. I'm in his study every day and I feel alive with it, with the knowledge of what happened between us, and he barely looks at me. My dear, Elizabeth said, I am so sorry. I can't imagine that he's going to be happy when he finds out that he's having a child with me. I'm nothing. I'm no one. It's so ridiculous to him that he would have ever slept with a maid, that he looked me full in the face after being inside of me and... She squeezed her eyes shut. I'm sorry. I'm saying more than I mean to. Elizabeth knelt down beside her. Heartbreak is a terrible thing, my dear, and it's all right for you to acknowledge that you were very intimate with him, and it hurts you that he doesn't see you like you do him. It certainly isn't too much for me to hear. Thank you, she said. There's only one thing to be done. What? He needs to recognize you. What? It's a masked ball, and I can't go anyway. I have an idea, she said, tapping her chin. You need to go to the ball. But I can't. I won't be invited. You weren't invited to the funeral either. You were working. But it's easy, once you're already in the palace, to steal into any room you like, as you well know. Her cheeks went hot. I suppose so. If he recognizes you, if he sees you and he knows, then he might realize who you are. Do you really think so? You could tell him. You can march right up to the office and show him you're pregnant. You could let him see for himself. Or you can make it so he sees you as he did that night. And how is that, do you think? You were exactly what he needed, dear girl. If he thinks that that's going to come in the form of an aristocratic woman, then present yourself to him that way. Once he knows, once he sees that you're both, he won't be able to deny you. Or, she said, he'll hate me forever. My dear, there are some sad truths about women who bear the issue of kings when they're not married, especially when they're not from the same class. I have deep respect for King Onyx, but he is a king, and a man besides. There is always the risk that he won't acknowledge the child as legitimate, that he may style you as a nanny, or that he may make you a mistress, that your son will have to exist in the shadows. Birdie knew that. Deep down, she did, and there was no reason for her to believe that it would actually be any different, because no one in her life treated her like she deserved to be anywhere but in the shadows. That was the truth of it. Her stepmother despised her. Her stepsisters saw her as nothing more than a servant. They would be doing everything they could to finagle an invitation to the ball, even though they hadn't been at the funeral, trying to get themselves on the invite list, trying to get themselves in front of the king. If her stepmother knew that she was having the king's baby, she would be outraged. "You can't hide forever," Elizabeth said. "Or you can. You could leave. You could never speak of it again. You could go and raise your child alone, not risk yourself." Birdie shook her head. "No, I'll do it. I'll go to the ball. But I don't have anything to wear." Elizabeth smiled. "I have just the thing." That was how Birdie found herself being ushered out of Elizabeth's quarters into a wing of the palace that she had rarely ever been in. "You know," Elizabeth said, "I served the Queen. Not Queen Circe, Onyx's mother." She hadn't fully appreciated ever that Elizabeth must have known everyone in the palace for years, that she would have known Onyx when he was a child. "Oh." "She has the most glorious wardrobe, still here in the palace, and there's one gown. It would suit you so well, Birdie." "I can't wear the dead Queen's dress." "What better time? She would have liked you very much. She was such a brave woman. You know, she was common in many ways." "She was the village leader's daughter," Birdie said, "of the disenfranchised people that lived in the mountains before they unified the country. She was royalty in her circle." "Yes, but not in the way the crown had ever acknowledged it before. What she was an incredibly brave, strong young woman who took a chance, even when it was frightening. And she would have seen you. She would have seen how much you cared for her son. I don't wish to speak ill of anyone who has passed, but Onyx's wife didn't. He married for duty." "The Queen was lovely," Birdie said softly. It was one of the things that had always made her feel so guilty about her crush on the king. Circe had been kind to everyone who worked in the palace. Funny, bold, and fashionable, there had been nothing to dislike about her. In some ways, she wasn't compatible with the king, at least not to my eyes. That wasn't something Birdie had seen. She'd thought they were a beautiful couple, so much so that it hurt. "I have no children of my own," Elizabeth said, "but I have watched Onyx since he was a boy, and I've cared for you since you've come here. I would rather see you on the throne, Birdie, by his side, than any of these noble women that might be invited, and you're the one having the heir. No, we can't guarantee that everything will work out, but we must have courage." She opened up the vast wardrobe, and Birdie walked inside, the array of ball gowns that glittered before her stunning. Elizabeth walked to the back and pulled out a lavender confection of a gown with lilac netting and gold vines twining down the bodice. "Oh," she said, "it's beautiful." "It will do its job covering up your bump." "Won't he recognize it?" "I don't think so. Try it on." So she did, and stood before the mirror, barely recognizing herself. "Leave your hair down," Elizabeth said. Her hair had been down that night. He pushed his fingers through it. It was wild, far too untamed to let it be down during her workday, but that had been perfect for making love to him. "All right," she said. "I'll do it." She truly didn't have a choice. "The day of the ball I'll help get you ready, and then I'll position you so that you can enter the ballroom." "Thank you," she said. "I couldn't have done any of this without you." "Sometimes a girl just needs a little help," she said, "and a few granted wishes." Her stomach was tied up in knots, and she wasn't sure if she was going to be able to handle any of this, but she had to try. She had to have courage. If he would just recognize her, if he could just know, then maybe all of the feelings that he felt that night would come back up, and he would feel the same thing that she did. It was the only hope for her, for him, and for their baby. Chapter 4. If only the lead-up to the ball hadn't been so disastrous. But the trouble was, invitations were issued to many different families in Basilia, including Birdie's own. Does that mean I'm invited? It would take a layer of espionage away from her current plan. Of course not, her stepmother had said. It is for my family, my daughters. It's for the household, Birdie said. They won't be needing you at the palace that day, her stepmother said. Well, I don't know if they will. You must try to get it off. We're going to need help getting ready. It's going to take a team, and we can't afford a team. This is ridiculous, Birdie said. They're not going to meet the king. Birdie, her stepmother said, even if this isn't going to get one of them on the throne, that room is going to be filled with rich men. Your stepsisters marrying one of those men will benefit you. How? Birdie wasn't even part of the household enough to be included in this invitation in the eyes of her stepmother. She had stayed and she had helped take care of them because it had been her father's dying request that she not leave them alone. But her stepmother was just so cold and so dismissive. The hints of outright cruelty Birdie sometimes saw in her chilled her to the bone. She didn't want to show any difference in her behaviour, but she was beginning to plan, beginning to try to imagine a life where she wasn't so under her stepmother's thumb. Of course, the real issue was that she had agreed a long time ago to let her paycheck go into a family account, and then, on top of that, she would have to find a new place to stay, which on her income would be difficult. Extricating herself without letting her stepmother know would be difficult. The axe would have to fall all at once, and she was wondering if it even mattered, because if she succeeded with what she wanted to do the night of the ball. Still, she did what her stepmother asked and got the night off. "What are you doing?" Elizabeth asked. "You'll help me, right? I can't afford for my stepmother to get wind of anything. She has an invitation to this ball, and she will make my life difficult. If she has any suspicions—" The older woman hesitated, her expression pained. Birdie understood she was asking for a lot, that all of this was irregular and putting Elizabeth at risk, potentially, and she hated to ask that. Wouldn't if it didn't feel so important. "I understand," Elizabeth said. Birdie nodded, swallowing as best she could through her tightened throat. "I have to get out from under her thumb, but it's just not that easy." "You can always stay with me," Elizabeth said. Birdie knew that. Losing her mother had been a terrible blow, and nothing would ever replace her, but where her stepmother had never offered her anything, Elizabeth had stepped in and become such a wonderful, soft, caring force in her life. "Elizabeth, one way or the other, everything is going to break open. I can't hide the pregnancy forever. I'll either be staying with you, living in the shadows like you said that I might because the king doesn't want to acknowledge the baby publicly, or this is my one hope. I'll give you everything to take to your house so that you can get ready there. I'll make sure that you get led into the palace. It won't be impossible, it's just more difficult." "I know. There was no other way." "I know, Birdie." Elizabeth stepped forward and put her hand on Birdie's cheek before tucking her hair behind her ear. "It's very difficult to try and soar when so many people have tried to clip your wings, but you are very brave." "And maybe very foolish," she said. Elizabeth smiled, sad and wistful. "Maybe. But love makes fools of all of us. I was in love once." "You were?" She looked down. "Yes. And if there's one regret I have in my life, it's that I didn't work harder for that love. It requires bravery to love, to try and demolish the barriers surrounding it.
You are doing that. It's extremely brave, and in the end, worth it, because to live a life without doubt and regret must be a beautiful thing. Birdie's throat tightened. I hope so. She stashed the gown in her attic room and worked on the mask in the evenings, a basic, cheap shape that she'd ordered online and was hand-beading to match the vines on her dress. Once everyone in the house left, she would be able to get herself ready and go to the ball. She would be a little bit late, but it wouldn't be the end of the world. She would have had to be late even if she'd been at the palace, because she was going to have to finagle her way past anyone checking a guest list, no matter where her starting point was. She was no Cinderella, and there were no enchanted mice and pumpkins to help usher her in, so she had to be clever if she couldn't be magic. With her plan firmly in place, she was feeling better about the night, even though she was sick with nerves. It was getting harder and harder to hide her condition as the weeks ticked by, and she was starting to get worried she was going to have to let the dress out for the ball. When it came to uniforms, it was simple, as easy as making a trade in the laundry facility. New uniforms were always available for staff for free. A bespoke, valuable gown was another matter. But, thank God, the day of the ball arrived, and she could still zip herself into it. She'd never had such cleavage in her life. Which ordinarily she might be pleased about, because she did look very good in the dress. But she needed the king to recognize her on instinct, and if there was one thing he did know intimately, it was her body. Does he? Or is this all wishful thinking? Is this all foolishness? Maybe he was only thinking of the Queen. Maybe he was only thinking of his own needs. Maybe he didn't really want you at all. She took the gown off and stuck it in the back of her closet, and then went downstairs to begin helping her sisters get ready. I wonder if we can film a dance at the palace, Alana said, looking at her reflection in the mirror. Her stepsister's breasts were taped into her dress, her cleavage a truly impressive feat. She hated that it made her feel insecure, that both of her stepsisters were beautiful in spite of the fact that they were ridiculous. Natalie had strands of pink curls woven through her hair, and genuinely, it should have looked stupid, but she seemed vivacious and pretty, and maybe the king would like that. No, what a nightmare. She could not deal with a future where Onyx married either of them, and what she knew about him didn't seem to indicate that he would ever be interested in anyone like them. Finally they were ready, and she began to head back to her own room, when her stepmother met her at the centre of the stairs. What is this? She was holding the mask that Birdie had spent all that time on in her hands. It's nothing, she said, her stomach tight. Were you planning on trying to go to the ball? No. I'm not invited. They won't let me in. Why do you have a gown in your closet? It's nothing. It was a gift from someone at work. And of course I took it, because why wouldn't you take a gift that pretty? It's too much of a coincidence, she said. She grabbed Birdie's arm and started to drag her up the stairs. Birdie wrapped her arm around her stomach protectively, concern for her precarious position on the stairs and her baby, the only thing keeping her from fighting her stepmother, even though the other woman was much taller than she was. She found herself shoved into the room. This is why I wanted you here. I don't trust you. The look on your face every time the king is mentioned. Suddenly her eyes went down to Birdie's stomach. You little slut. Nothing to do with... She snapped the mask in half and threw it at Birdie. I'll deal with you later. We have to go. She swept out of the room, and Birdie heard the lock click. Panic overtook her. She was trapped, locked in the room, and there was nothing she could do. She wasn't going to be able to go to the ball. Her mask was broken. She fought the urge to lie on the ground and curl into a ball, to sob like a motherless child, because that's what she was. She had never given in to that particular despair. She'd never felt so lost, so alone. She'd always been overcome by the drive to keep going, to keep hoping. But not now. Now she felt like she was lost, utterly and totally lost. Then she looked to the side and saw her phone. She wasn't alone. She might be alone in this room, but she wasn't alone in the world, and she wouldn't give up. Not now. Maybe she didn't have enchanted mice or fairy godmothers, but she had Elizabeth. She had hope after all. She was sobbing, great gasping breaths. Her stepmother would know it was her when she arrived at the palace. She would know. But she had to try. She had to. With shaking hands, she called Elizabeth. "Elizabeth," she said, "my stepmother locked me in my room. She found out. I don't know what to do." "Don't worry," she said. "I'll send you help." "My mask is ruined." "Don't worry," Elizabeth reiterated. "I'm sending someone to help you." She didn't know who that would be, or what was going to happen, but with as much faith as she could muster, she got dressed, unpinned her hair, and let it loose. And when she heard the lock being rattled outside the door, she stood. 2 of the palace drivers appeared in the room. "Elizabeth said you were in trouble." The first to speak was Adam, a man she'd known at the palace for years, in his 50s and handsome with salt and pepper hair. There was a kindness about him that had always made Birdie feel fond of him, but this was beyond anything she'd expected from anyone, ever. Thank you." "Not to worry," the other one said, younger and boyish, new enough she didn't know his name. He handed her a delicate mesh mask. "She also said that you need to get to the ball." "I do," she said. "She has this for you also," Adam said. He held up a pair of shoes, delicate and glimmering, translucent. "She said you needed shoes that were suitable to the dress." "Oh," she said, "they're beautiful." She'd never been so close to total despair as she was a few moments ago, and now it felt like everything was okay. Almost. She was going to have to make it into the ballroom and connect with the king as quickly as possible. "We have to get you to the ball," Adam said. Suspicion stirred in her chest. He'd always been kind, but this was so above and beyond. It was potentially risking his job if they were caught sneaking her in. "Why are you doing this?" "I would do anything for Elizabeth," he said. Birdie wrapped her arms around his neck, hugging him. "She would do anything for you," she whispered, just so he could hear. "I'm certain of it. However you feel, you need to tell her." He didn't say anything, but as she was whisked down the stairs and into a beautiful classic town car, she felt like this was a night when anything was possible. All of her wishes had been answered. Everything would be okay. Chapter 5. Far too quickly the masked ball was upon them. He both wanted it to happen and didn't. He disliked parties generally, and would never have agreed to do this if he didn't think it was the absolute best option to find the woman. She haunted him. He'd never in his life had sex like that. Maybe it was an illusion. Maybe it was all intensity brought on by the moment, by the loss. It was such a difficult, conflicting thing to miss Circe the way that he did. He hadn't loved her. Their marriage had been difficult, but she'd been a presence in his life, a woman who'd had fire and strength, and who certainly had deserved to live, to go on with her life, to be a mother, to have the things that she wanted. He felt that he hadn't been able to make her happy was something that ate at him more and more as time went on. That her life, the past few years of it, were spent in a state of dissatisfaction. Should he have set her free, let her go off and find someone else that she could love? They'd both been so wedded to their duty, far more than they were wedded to each other. And yet the end result had been the same. She had been a captive in her own life, and that was how it had been until the end. He was looking into bringing another woman into this, into him. But at least there was spark. He clung to that. He'd been so convinced that he and Circe would be able to create a spark out of a shared belief in what needed to happen for the kingdom. But they hadn't. And if they had at least been able to be companionable, then perhaps it would have been acceptable,
but they hadn't even been friends. They'd been two strangers bristling with resentment and loneliness. And he missed her, because he didn't know how to live without that, didn't know how to be by himself, even when the togetherness had been difficult. To believe that he might be on the cusp of something else was impossible. "Are you all right?" He looked at his sister, who was staring at him with large, concerned eyes, her son on her hip, his pudgy hand clasping the neckline of her green ball gown. She was going to leave him in the nursery before everything got started, he assumed. Knowing Emerald, she might decide to bring the baby for a while. Being able to have a family, a happy, intact family, was such a great joy for her that she often brought her child when no other princess would ever consider such a thing. He didn't blame her. He was such a joy for the three of them who had experienced so much loss. Circe had loved him too. "Fine," he said. His sister knew why he was having the ball. That was another issue with having your best friend be married to your sister. Andre was going to report back, even if Onyx didn't particularly want Emerald to know the details of his intimate life. But Emerald hadn't been judgmental. She'd been desperate to help take up the charge and plan everything. She was incredibly critical of Circe, and of their relationship, which only made him feel defensive of his late wife. He'd told her as much, but she'd said that all she really wanted was for him to be happy, was for him to find what he needed and to have the kind of love that she and Andre had. He wasn't sure that was possible for him. He was a man whose life was marked by duty. But he would take some passion. He'd tasted it, if only for a fleeting moment. If he could just have that. "You don't seem fine." "I am. I'm going to discover if she was an apparition or a real woman, I suppose." The suspense of that was more than he could bear. He just needed it to start. It was a strange thing to want something for himself. He had wanted only what was good for the nation for a very long time. But living in the mess made by his previous marriage had showed him that there was a real cost to that. The real cost had been Circe's happiness, the entire last part of her life spent in misery with him. Emerald put her hand on his shoulder. "You deserve to find love," she said. "Thank you," he said, because there really was no point in telling her love wasn't the ultimate goal. In telling her he wasn't entirely sure what drove him other than desire. He'd never been in a position where he could explore that. Maybe this was just the kind of insanity he might have experienced when he was a teenage boy. Maybe he wasn't being driven by anything lofty now. Maybe he was lying to himself, telling himself that he was doing this in response to Circe's unhappiness. Maybe he was only doing it for his libido. He would hardly be the first man to do so. As was customary, he allowed the ball to start, making his entrance 10 minutes after. He scanned the room. He didn't see her, which was a ridiculous thing, because he'd never seen her in a great amount of detail. She'd been nothing more than an impression. She'd been a feeling. And he was counting on that feeling to guide him now. It was one reason he appreciated the concept of the masked ball. It was the best way to recapture that moment, reclaim that connection. Be driven by feeling. By that moment he'd been wrapped up in with her. It had nothing to do with who he was or who she was. It had everything to do with a kind of magical enchantment, a spell that had come over him. He wanted to feel that again. He needed to feel it again. He moved around the room, looking at all of the gorgeous women in their dresses, and they were gorgeous. Confections of fuchsia, bright blue and electric green, elaborate masks and beautiful hairstyles. If she felt the same thing he did, she would be here. He thought of the way her curls had felt, sliding through his fingers. She had been so delicate. No one here was quite that. He could remember how she smelled, the scent of her skin, the lilacs. He was looking for that now. She wasn't here. "Your Highness." It was rare for anyone to approach him in the ballroom. Typical protocol demanded he make the first move in any social interaction, and he was taken aback by the tall, red-headed woman in a garish orange gown clutching two fluttering young women to her side. "I'm Lady Tremaine. My husband was a very well-known businessman in the country before his untimely death, and I was so sorry to hear about your wife, because of course I understand your grief." He could see this clearly for what it was, and clinging to his manners now was a feat more challenging than it had ever been. "These are my daughters, Alana and Natalie, and—" And then there was a rustle in the room, and he turned to look the same direction as everyone else. Arriving down the stairs, her hair a glorious blonde halo, all dressed in lilac, the mask that covered her face a glimmering silver and gold with vines. She was like a fairy. And he knew. As much as he could know anything. With each step she took down the stairs, her shoes glimmered and glistened, her dress a pastel aura around her. Such a contrast with all of the brightness. "What is she doing here?" The question was asked with venom, the woman who'd just spoken so sweetly to him now looking murderous. Was it as obvious to her as it was to everyone? That this woman was magic, singular. He took a step toward the stairs, and the woman reached out and took his arm. "Your Highness, that is no one. That woman is—" "You will take your hands off of me, Lady Tremaine," he said, knowing full well his glare had the power to turn even the bravest man's blood to ice. "And you will not speak ill about her." He began to walk toward the stairs, hearing a ripple in the room as he did. And then her eyes met his. She stopped, and he kept moving toward her. He went up 2 steps to meet her. "You're here," he said. She nodded, not speaking, her eyes darting behind him for a moment. He could see worry on her face, in her gaze. Maybe this had haunted her as it had haunted him. And he extended his hand. "My lady," he said, "will you dance with me?" She nodded slowly, and he took her hand, the instant electric need that shot through him unlike anything he'd ever experienced before. Except that night. Except when she had touched his face and everything had changed. He pulled her close to him and he smelled her. Lilacs. And then he swirled her out onto the dance floor in front of everyone. She was here. She had come. She smiled up at him, and he felt like the world had shifted somehow, like everything was different. All of it changing in a moment. He never felt like this. He hadn't been sure that he was capable of it. When he had thought about it at all, his own feelings had never mattered. Not until her. There was a squeezing guilt that went along with that. It had taken the death of someone else for him to ever experience something like magic. But he pushed that aside, because there was no reason to think about it now. She was here, in his arms. It didn't matter what her name was, it didn't matter who she was, nothing mattered but how much he wanted her. But they were dancing in a room full of people, and he had to keep his desire on a leash. He couldn't betray that he already knew her. The cost was far too high. André was right. There was a way to play this, one that would honor the crown, honor Circe's memory. He couldn't take her, not tonight, and certainly not in front of everyone. Except, just for a moment, he could steal her away just for a moment. The guests already had eyes on them. He had already made a spectacle. Perhaps everyone could feel this thing that was arcing between them. "Will you step outside with me?" She nodded, but didn't say a word. He hungered for her voice, the husky whisper from that night. With her hand in his, he led her out the back doors of the ballroom. There were many people out on the terrace, and they slipped through the knot of the crowd easily, heading down the stairs and toward the garden. He grabbed her, tugged her behind a hedge like he was a green boy, and pulled her into his arms. He kissed her like he was starving, because he was. Because there had never been anything before her like this, and he feared that there would be nothing after. Because she was singular, and his need for her was something like he had never imagined possible. She wrapped her arms around his neck, her body arching forward. He cupped the back of her head and kissed her, deep and long. "You came," he said. "Of course," she whispered. I had to see you." There would be time for talking later. He needed to know her, everything about her. All of his good intentions, the idea of taking this slow. I'm not claiming her tonight. All of his thoughts melted away, because he needed her. He moved his hand down to cup her breast. It felt fuller than when they had been together last, or maybe it was just that she was better than any dream he'd ever had. Maybe it was just that it had been so good his own imagination had blunted it, because not even he could believe it, even having experienced it. He moved his hand down to her waist and then around to her stomach, her rounded stomach. He had taken her without a condom. That night he had taken her without a condom. He had known that, but somewhere in the back of his mind he had assumed that if a woman had come to him, if she'd slept with him without any mention of birth control, that she was protected. He ended the kiss, his hand planted firmly on her stomach. "Are you?" Yes," she said. "Why didn't you tell me before this? You knew where to find me. I had no idea where to find you." "I didn't know what to do," she whispered, "but perhaps it's a good thing." She was so hopeful, but nothing about this was good. Her pregnancy would announce to the world that he had taken another woman the night he had buried his wife. The disrespect on Circe's legacy, on his own, was unfathomable, and of course that wasn't her fault, unless... He didn't know who she was. She had come to him, they had spoken no words, they hadn't used protection, and she hadn't protested. All this had been a plot, to get herself pregnant with the heir, or perhaps to pass her pregnancy off as his. The look on Lady Tremaine's face when she'd come in. "Who are you?" he asked. He grabbed the edge of her mask and took it away from her face, revealing herself to him. Yes, it was the woman from that night, but it was... The moonlight illuminated her more than the harsh firelight of the study, and suddenly those features looked familiar, much more than they had that night, and yet he questioned how he hadn't seen it. Of course. She wasn't noble. She wasn't a princess, a duchess, anything. It was the maid. And she had contrived to carry the heir. She had overheard about the ball. It might not even be his child. She might just be trying to pass it off as his. That would make perfect sense. If she had fallen pregnant by some no-account man and had decided to take an opportunity to use his grief against him, coming to him under cover of darkness, touching him when he was vulnerable. "You," he said, the word filled with all the poison now flooding his veins. "How dare you?" "Your Highness," she said, "I can explain. He couldn't bear to hear her speak, couldn't bear to hear her lies, not now. "You will be explaining, at length, but away from here. You will not go back to the ball. You will go to my study. I know you know where it is." Her eyes were round and glimmering, like she was innocent, like she was the victim. "Are you angry with me?" "Angry doesn't begin to cover it," he ground out. "Angry isn't strong enough." He would tear down the whole sky and leave them standing in the shattered stars. He would bring down the moon. He would blot out the night, the day, everything, right the wrong that had been done here. A maid, a commoner, another trap. "But I don't understand. You want me. You want this." As if she was so confused about why he would be angry, about the abuse she'd committed here. "I would never have wanted you if I would have known who you were," he said. "And you must have known that. Otherwise you would have revealed yourself. Otherwise you would have revealed your pregnancy." She clasped her hands in front of her, still trying to play the innocent. "I came into the study the next day, and you clearly didn't know.
I thought you did. Liar! Go to my office. I must finish here, and then I will go and find you." She shook her head, gathered the dress in her arms, and moved away from him. "No." He took a step toward her, rage driving him. "You dare to defy me!" It was her turn to hold her ground, that innocence transforming then to outrage. "I'm not going to subject myself to more of your scorn. I've had enough of it. For the whole rest of my life. I've taken it from my family for years. I'll be damned if I take it from you, if I ever expose my child to such a thing." She pulled away from him, stepping back and tripping in the grass before kicking her shoes off. Then she turned and ran from him, leaving him shocked. He moved slowly over to where she had discarded the first shoe, bending down and picking it up, holding it in his hand. He heard movement behind him and he turned. André was there.
"How much of that did you hear?" "I only heard a yell and came over."
He looked down and saw the shoe in Onyx's hand.
"I take it that didn't go well. I need you to send your guards to her house." "Who? The woman that you—"
"Yes."
"Who is she?"
He looked grimly at the empty expanse of darkness that she'd vanished into.
"The maid."
Chapter 6. She couldn't go back to the palace, she knew that. She was in abject misery, and she knew that the only reason her stepmother hadn't thrown her out into the street was that she was trying to play all of this to the best of her advantage. She was pregnant with Onyx's child, and even though her stepmother hadn't told her stepsisters, she knew that she was weighing how to use it. That she had realized it, even without the two of them speaking of it. When she had arrived home that night after the dreadful encounter with Onyx, where he had accused her of all manner of unfair and unimaginable things, when he had turned not into the cherished lover or beloved king that she had known before, but into a monster, her stepmother had met her at the door. "I take it that didn't go to plan?" "No," she said, looking her stepmother full in the face, because she had no intention of being cowed. She could not be more humiliated than she already was. She couldn't even face Elizabeth, even though the other woman had known there was a possibility this could happen, even though Birdie had known. It was the vitriol in his voice, in his face, that had truly wounded her. It was unconscionable to him that she was the mother of his child, that she was the one he'd slept with. "Poor Birdie! At least you'll always have your family." It had been a threat, not a comfort, and Birdie was simply waiting for exactly what might happen. Would her stepmother sell her story to the press? Would she attempt to blackmail the palace? Any of those things were possible for her stepmother, also secret, maniacal options that Birdie, as a normal human being, couldn't fathom. And so she had been waiting, until the day the king arrived at her house. "Go upstairs," her stepmother said. "Absolutely not," Birdie said. "I have to speak to him." If he was here, then it meant maybe they could have a reasonable conversation. Maybe. Even if they couldn't quite rise to the level of reasonable, as she had been sitting with all of this for the past few days, she knew that she did need to see him again. Because they had to come to an agreement about how they were going to handle this. Even though she was bitter at him, hated him almost as much as she'd ever loved him for the way that he had hurt her that night, she knew that they had to have a conversation. He was a king, and she had very little power. She also had no money to take care of her child. Her child's father was a king, and that child was owed his father's money. Status. It had nothing to do with what Birdie wanted for herself. Everything to do with the fact that as it was in her power, she would make her child comfortable. Undoubtedly, the king would see that as evidence that she was a gold digger. She didn't care. Her own father had left her with nothing to her name. Her stepmother had control of absolutely everything, such as it was. It had left Birdie vulnerable to this abuse by her family, and one thing she would never, ever do was leave her child vulnerable. Nor would she allow a father to dodge his financial responsibility, to put anything before that child. She loved her father.
It was difficult for her to admit to herself that he had let her down. Easier to blame her stepmother, who was still here and actively causing harm in her life. But the truth was, her father could have protected her. He should have known his wife well enough to have seen that she would give everything to herself and her own children, that she would never treat Birdie like one of her own. He hadn't done that for her, whether because he was blinded by his love or because he didn't want to make waves. Birdie refused to be blinded, and she would make waves. She would make a whole typhoon if she had to. I said, "Get upstairs." And I said no. "You ungrateful little brat." What do I have to be grateful for? You've done nothing but abuse me, treat me like a servant. You've done nothing but spend the money that I earn and... She grabbed the back of Birdie's neck and pinned her arm behind her back, forcing her to begin marching up the stairs. "Stop!" Birdie shouted. "You will get upstairs, or I will throw you down them, and then what will happen to your royal meal ticket?" Stunned by the cruelty, Birdie didn't fight as she was shoved into the attic room, the door locked firmly behind her. She could hear her stepmother going back downstairs, and she pressed her ear to the door, trying to hear what was going on. She closed her eyes, her heart throbbing in her chest. It was the strangest thing to be suspended in this moment, where both the king and her stepmother felt like her adversaries, and she had to root for one of them. No, you don't. You root for yourself. Yes, she was on her own team, her own side. She cared about her future and the future of her child. If Onyx couldn't be the man that she had dreamed he was, she would be everything that her child needed. She would be the mother that she had always longed to know. She would be everything her child needed, but it started now. It started with facing them both down. She had never considered herself downtrodden, but over the years her world had gotten smaller and smaller, and things that should have felt outrageous had begun to feel reasonable. The way that her stepmother treated her, the way that she locked her away, the way that she had been so controlled, the way her entire life was situated around other people, their desires, their comfort. She had thought that it was acceptable because they were family, because it was the last thing her father had said to her. And then she had begun to idolize Onyx, because he was beautiful, because she saw him every day and he treated her with the most basic kindness. But when she had needed him most, he had betrayed her. And so now she had clarity. She would fly with her own wings. She wouldn't wait for anyone's permission. She wouldn't wait for their acceptance or their kindness. She had courage. That was all that mattered. She went into the bathroom and began to dig through her makeup bag. Inside, she found all of the pins that she used to secure her hair every day for her work at the palace. She smiled, just slightly, because they would be her route to freedom. She began to fiddle with the lock in the door, bending and twisting and contorting one hairpin, bringing down one of the lock mechanisms and letting that pin rest there as she grabbed another and twisted it, driving it through the center of the lock until she heard it click. And then Birdie freed herself. She stepped right out of the attic, lifted her chin high, and began to walk down the stairs. She heard voices, angry male voices, and the sound of her stepmother, who was also angry, but clearly continuing to try to insert herself into this whole situation with the king. "She has run away, Your Highness. She is such a treasonous and willful girl. I wouldn't be surprised if she was trying to pass the child of another man off as yours. She isn't faithful. It's one reason I've had to keep such an eye on her all these years. It's done her well to work at the palace because it keeps her focused, without which I fear she runs about spreading her legs for everyone and everything." Just then, Birdie reached the bottom of the stairs and rounded the corner to the entryway. "Isn't it so nice that I was able to take a break from my whoring to attend to this conversation that seems to be about me?" Her stepmother whirled around. "What are you doing here?" "Did you not remember that you locked me in the attic? A couple of hairpins sorted me out just fine."
Locked in the attic?
For the first time, she forced herself to look at Onyx. He was flanked by Andre, the two of them looking like angels of death. Onyx held one of her shoes in his hand.
"I have come to retrieve you,"
he said. "I don't recall asking to be retrieved."
"It is a command from your king."
"Your Highness, with no offence meant whatsoever, you had your opportunity for me to go with you willingly. You spoiled it."
"But I am a king, and so my word will be law, will it not?"
She realized then that while she didn't wish to go with him forever, that while she didn't wish to rely on him, she might need to use him as a getaway car. She was hardly going to break past him and his head of security. That was a bit ambitious even for her, even for the maternal surge of determination and protectiveness that had risen up in her breast. "All right, I will go with you, but whether or not I stay with you is another matter." His dark eyes flashed with rage.
"I don't think you understand what's happening here. I am the king. You are in no position to make demands. You are—"
"I know," she said. "I'm a servant. I mean nothing to you. I am little more than an inconvenience to be dealt with to you. But to me, I am a woman, entirely, with my own hopes and my own dreams, with my own goals." Conviction built within her breast as she spoke, as she found it in her to not only say the words, but to believe them, as she found her own strength, not in promises she made to her father, not in the feelings she'd been carrying for Onyx, but in her own spine of steel, her own desires. "And nothing, not my stepmother, and not a king, will keep me from being the mother that I want to be. Both of you are so busy spinning narratives about how you think I might be, and I am here." She turned to her stepmother. "All I ever wanted was for you to be a mother, and when I saw that that wouldn't ever happen, I wanted you to at least show me kindness, but you couldn't even do that. I'm no threat to you. I've done everything that you've ever asked me to do, and still you will not allow me to be part of this family, and you," she turned to the king. "I cared for you. I saw something in you, kindness. And I'm a fool for that, because when I needed your kindness, it wasn't there. I don't believe it ever was, which means I was mistaken. The both of you have left me feeling ill-used, but between the two, I will choose you, Your Highness. Because if there's one thing I know how to do, it is defer to the one in power for as long as I must, and that's all it is." She looked at her stepmother. "It's all it is. There is no loyalty left within me, and if I should ever gain any power in this country, I will bestow nothing good upon you." Onyx grabbed her arm and looked at her, his gaze full of fury.
"I would not count on power."
"Then let's get the rest of the humiliation going, shall we?" He pulled her out the front door, and her stepmother seemed to animate, shouting as they went.
"I will alert the media that you have kidnapped my stepdaughter." "You will receive a payment. Keep your mouth quiet."
And that was all it took to quiet her stepmother. Birdie wished emphatically that the woman would get nothing, no money of any kind, but he seemed determined to silence her. That money would be the fastest way to do it. There were 2 cars outside, one a black town car, and the other a limousine. Andre got into the town car, while Onyx pushed her into the back of the limo and followed behind. Once the door was closed behind them, the car was nothing but silent.
"Is what your stepmother said true?"
"Now you ask me."
"Yes," he said. "I'm asking you."
"How nice for me. Finally, I'm being consulted on myself."
"I do not have time for you to have an attitude."
"Yes, I am actually the whore of Babylon. That was foretold in the Book of Revelation. Sorry to disappoint you, the child might actually be the Antichrist." His expression was shocked. Surely no one had ever spoken to him like this before. But then, he'd probably never put anyone in this position before. She had nothing left to lose. Not her pride, not a single thing. She might as well let him have it. Utterly.
"I've never known you to be sharp-tongued in all the time you've worked in my study," he said.
She laughed. "Because you don't know me. Because I was a fixture, an appliance, a figment of your imagination. I have only ever been what is convenient for me to be in your mind, an invisible waif who brings you tea, a fantasy woman who gives you pleasure, a beautiful aristocrat for you to seduce in the garden, and once I became myself, in that moment it was easier for you to make me into a villain." She paused to try to collect herself. "Do you think that you know your servants, Your Highness? Do you think that we show you the substance of who we are? I meant what I said. What I am very, very good at is being the thing that is required of me. But I have reached my end with that. I am going to be a mother, and I cannot care about your feelings regarding being a father to a child being carried by a commoner. Your feelings don't concern me. If you would like to let me out of this car now, I'll go. I won't ask for a thing from you. I will make my own way, because that is something that I am very good at. Surviving. I will survive, and I'll do it without you." "Is the child mine?" "It is a ridiculous thing that you must continue to reframe a question you already have the answer to. I have not introduced this distrust. You have." "You maintain that it's mine," he pressed. "Do a paternity test. I'm not engaging in debates about the state of my uterus with you." Silence fell in the car. "You are contentious," he said. "No, Your Highness. I'm not allowing you to speak and let your insults go unanswered. I think you will find that you are the contentious one." She was proud of herself for that. If there was one thing she would do, it was stand on business for herself, for her child. He picked up his phone and made a call. "I must arrange for a paternity test to be done at the palace. In utero. Yes." "Thank you." He hung the phone up, and she simply sat there, looking straight ahead, refusing to meet his eye. For all that she felt powered by her anger now, she also felt so sorry for herself, and pity wasn't usually an emotion that she let herself feel. But this could have been different, and it was a mystery to her why nobody in her life treated her like she mattered, treated her like she could be trusted. There was nothing she could do about it. She couldn't make people care about her. She couldn't make... He wasn't different. He was the same. It was a short drive to the palace and one she knew well, but she didn't typically get delivered right to the front doors, and she was never ushered through them. She went through the servants' entrance, and as they went through those doors, she was stunned when they were rushed by Elizabeth and by Princess Emerald. "Onyx, what are you doing? Your Highness, I beg of you." Onyx stopped and looked at both his servant and his sister. "This is none of either of your business." His gaze landed on Elizabeth especially hard. "You are speaking out of turn. I've known you since you were a child," she said, "and I believed a certain thing about you, about your honor. You have disgraced it with Birdie. She is a lovely girl, and I've watched over her since she first came to the palace as I watched over you. I'm not speaking out of turn. I'm speaking as someone who watched you grow into the man you are, and I'm uncertain how you became this version of yourself." "You are dismissed," Onyx said. Elizabeth held his gaze, then turned on her heel and walked away, leaving Birdie standing there, her heart pounding. "She cares for me," Birdie said. "I don't want her to face any consequences for—" "You are in no position to negotiate." "But I am," Emerald said, moving to Birdie's side. She never had much interaction with Princess Emerald and was surprised that she was taking up her cause now. "What exactly are you doing?" "This is something I have to figure out myself," Onyx said. "You're unraveling," Emerald said. "Storming some woman's house and dragging her back here? She's not a prisoner." "For all intents and purposes, at the moment she is, and when I need your input, I'll ask for it." "I am furious at you," Emerald said. "I'll survive," Onyx responded. And with that, swept Birdie through the entry and up the stairs toward his study. It didn't take long for clinicians to arrive after that. There was an explanation of how the fetal DNA would be collected, and Birdie felt a rush of anxiety as she was prepped for the procedure. She had agreed to this. In fact, it had been her idea, because she wasn't going to argue with him. She wasn't going to justify herself. She certainly wasn't going to admit that she had been a trembling virgin when he had taken her, because it said too much about her own feelings for him, and while she hadn't been embarrassed about them before, she was now, because he had taken something lovely and turned it into something vile. She didn't care for it in the least. Once the procedure was done, neither of them spoke.
It will take a few hours to process the results. As soon as they're ready, let me know.
And then they were left there, just the two of them in the study where she normally served him.
There is nothing to do but wait, he said. You will be shown to your bedroom.
What's the point of giving me a bedroom? Why don't you just throw me in the dungeon?
It's a possibility.
Do you know what I'm looking forward to? She asked. It's you finding out the results of the test, because I already know what they are. And here is a fun bit of information for you. What you're going to discover is that I didn't do anything to you. You have fashioned me into an adversary because you find the truth of what you did to be inconvenient. You're the villain. I'm not. I was a servant who walked into your library after your wife's funeral. I offered you comfort. You wanted sex. I gave it to you. I'm a servant, and you're a king. Could I have denied you? I made no move to hide my identity. You simply didn't recognize me, and now you're treating me like I set out to trick you. This is a betrayal of your own making, but yes, I'm happy to be shown to my room now. He waved a hand, and then went and opened up his study door.
Will you please show the lady to her quarters?
Andre was standing outside looking stone-faced, and he led her out of the study, up the stairs, and she said nothing as he held the door open for her and ushered her into a lushly appointed bedroom. I hope your wife doesn't make you sleep on the couch tonight, Birdie said. Andre lifted a brow.
You have quite the attitude.
It's called matching energy, she said. And with that he left her there. Then on shaking legs she walked over to the bed. Then she threw herself down on it and cried until she couldn't breathe. Chapter 7. Onyx sat in his study, a glass of whiskey in his hand. His sister hadn't allowed him to dismiss her quite so easily, and that was, yet again, an issue with having his brother-in-law as his chief of security. There was no keeping her out. Because Andre was never going to side with Onyx, not on matters that included Emerald. Onyx was already sitting there, awash in a strange sort of shame. Because he hadn't known that the woman who had come to him that night was a servant, and he had immediately gone to the power that a person with bad intent could hold to ruin his reputation. But what she had spoken of was the disparity in their actual power. Had she wanted to have sex with him? She said that she had. But when she put it that way, it was grim, was what it was. He held power over her, not just as the king of the nation, but direct power to end her job. Had she been forced to say yes to him? Had that entire night been something that he viewed through the wrong lens? And then he had been awful to her. Emerald was there in his office, looking at him like he was as low as he felt like he might be. I have never known you to treat a woman this way.
You have never known that part of me, he said.
In truth, he had never known this part of himself. This was sharp and jagged, with no control to be found at all. A disaster, in short. He'd been so careful with his assignations when he was younger, and then he had been married. This was him, and the consequences of passion. It was something he'd never navigated before, something he had no experience with, and apparently he didn't react well to it. What if she is pregnant with your child? He hadn't been worried about that. He had been solely focused on his anger. He had been convinced there was no way that it could be his child, and he had only convinced himself further in the days since the ball. Now he was actually grappling with it, in these hours before the test results came in. What if she was? Well, then there was no question. He would have to marry her. He was not the sort of man who would keep a mistress, and he was definitely not the sort of man who would keep a child in the shadows, who would make a bastard out of an heir, and he needed an heir, so there was no point to it besides. But it would lay bare his own failings. There would be no covering this up. The entirety of the kingdom, the world, would be able to do the math on this. There was no rescuing the optics, and there was quite possibly no rescuing the relationship that he had now begun with Birdie. Birdie. Roberta. A commoner who may very well end up being his next queen, a woman who would hate him just as much as his first wife. And it was his fault. Perhaps all of it was his fault. He had handled this in all the wrong ways, but he had no idea what else he might have done. Not been a raging dick? Well, there was that, but everything felt so precarious. He was afraid to hope that it was his child, and he was also afraid that it might be. You could have handled it differently.
Really? Thank you. I appreciate you jumping in the 11th hour to lecture me.
It isn't a lecture, it's a truth. You could have been better.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I am not, no matter how much I might try, I am not a figurehead, and I'm not someone that should have been up on a pedestal for you. I'm a man, and I made a mistake. Maybe. She stayed with him, even though she was furious, awaited the results of the test, and when they came in, he didn't know if he was relieved or filled with shame. Because the child was his, there was no doubt about it. And Birdie was right. He was now the villain in the piece, and there was no other way to look at it. He, who had always tried to be a hero in one manner or another, had failed on that score horribly. There was no way around it. And now he had to go and face her and tell her that she was going to marry him. "What is that look on your face?" Emerald asked. "I have to take another queen who hates me, and I cannot waste another moment." "I would gently suggest that you not go in making demands to someone you have already treated so appallingly." "I must make this final demand," he said. "I have no other choice. My child cannot be born a bastard, and she has to be my wife." "Or, hear me out," Emerald said. "You could practice being decent." "There is no decency when it comes to matters of the throne and succession. I will find it later." "Will you? Because I thought that you were going to find something nice with Cersei at some point, but you never did." "How dare you? My marriage is off limits." "All of this needs to be within bounds, Onyx, because somebody needs to speak to you directly, somebody who doesn't fear you." "Apparently nobody fears me. Did you not hear all of the things that Birdie said to me?" "Well, I'm not sure if I like you at the moment, but I have a feeling I'm going to like her." "I don't need you to like me. I don't need anyone to like me. I have to lead this country, and I will do it now." He stormed out of the office and up the stairs. And then he realized he didn't actually know which room they had installed Birdie in, which meant that he was sent down the corridor knocking on empty rooms, and by the time he arrived where she was, he had never been so angry. She made a noise, and he shoved the door open, not waiting for her to tell him to enter. "The test was positive. The child is mine." She sat on the edge of the bed, her face pale, and he could tell that she'd been crying. But she looked at him with all of the steel that he knew was inside her. "You might be surprised by that. I'm not. But thank you for letting me know." "There is no question now of the path forward." "And what is that?" "You will marry me. You will be my wife." "Will I?" "You know it makes sense. You know it is the only thing that makes sense." "I thought I knew what made sense, and I will tell you, I thought that night that we—" "What did you think? Were you afraid to say no?"
He was angry, and this feeling of shame wounded his pride, but he was going to be clear on this, because if she had felt coerced in any way— "No," she said. "I wasn't. I wasn't scared to say no. I wanted you. I had opinions on who you were from working for you. But I suppose in much the same way that you didn't know me, I didn't know you. I very much regret to say."
Good, he said. But you didn't feel coerced. Why? Is that the one thing that would have made you feel guilty? It would have been important to me. I am not a man who would ever abuse my position of power to... You would never abuse your position of power to get a woman into bed, and I do believe that. But what is this if not an abuse of power? It wouldn't matter if I lived in a hovel and had no title to my name. You are carrying my baby, and I would have taken you regardless, because no child of mine is going to grow up without me. You haven't exactly covered yourself in glory in all of this. I'm well aware, thank you. You expect that I'm going to marry you? Yes, you will marry me. Because if you don't, I will take the necessary steps to take the child from you, and I will find someone else to stand in as that child's mother, and you will have no power against me. It was the most despicable thing he had ever done, the most vile thing he had ever said. But he had no other option. He had power, and he was going to abuse it in this moment, because the stakes were too high. He didn't think that he would ever have to do that, because he knew that she would respond to the threat. He was everything he had ever despised, everything his father had never been, a bully of the highest order. All because he had created a situation that he had no other way to get out of. He had allowed his emotions to cloud everything, and that was the truth of it. He had been too afraid to believe in the connection between the two of them, too afraid to believe that there was any sort of good intent behind her hiding herself and the pregnancy all this time. And so he had begun this as a monster, and he would have to finish it that way too. The disdain in her gaze scorched him. I'll marry you. But God, I wish you hadn't done this. Do you have any idea how it could have been? Her lower lip trembled and she looked away from him. But no, I guess it couldn't have been, because this is who you really are. This is who you really are. You are a man who gives no quarter, you have no faith in the people around you, and you definitely don't trust yourself, not what you feel, not what you want. And so maybe it is a good thing that you handled it this way, because I got to see the very worst of you from the outset. It remains to be seen if it was the worst of me, he said. But I do suppose we'll find out. And when will the wedding be? As soon as possible. You're visibly pregnant. There is going to be no hiding any of this. Everyone's going to know when we slept together. I can see that that is a concern for you. Of course it is. It's not so much a concern for me as it is my wife's memory. He didn't think that he imagined her face softened just slightly. I didn't know your wife well, but what happened that night, on my end, had nothing to do with disparaging her memory. No, it didn't for me either. He didn't like sharing his feelings with her, and he could see that she wasn't going to share hers with him either. She was guarded now. It was his fault. But it also worked, because he had no desire to give anything of himself. He didn't even know what he had to give. The only thing he could feel right now was anger. Nothing emotionally had caught up with itself. There was just that burning outrage, though he had a feeling now it was mainly directed at himself. The wedding will be announced tomorrow, he said, and will take place at the weekend. That's outrageous. There's no way that it can all come together in time. It can, and it will. Because I'm the king, and I will it. I hope that you know we will never have a relationship. Not again. We don't need one. We already have a child coming, and so you will be free. And he would be trapped, again, in the same sort of marriage, in the same sort of life. He'd experienced one brilliant moment of passion, and he had extinguished it. So he could take the punishment. He would have to. He would have to spend the rest of his life working toward being the figurehead that his father was, working toward building a legacy that spoke well of his parents. They had been dead in their mid-30s.
There was very little space now between his current age and the age his father was when he died. There was no guarantee that he had years and years to create a legacy, to do his father's legacy proud. Tomorrow, the announcement will go out. Is this one of those things where we have to stand up on the balcony and make a statement? Do I have to stand behind you and look grave? No, there will be no announcement. We will get married, you will wear a gown that is discreet regarding your pregnancy, and then we will announce the birth of the child when he is born. Or she. Either one. People will count. Yes, they will. They will count, and that is just fine. But in the meantime, we will buy space from that. In the meantime, we will keep a low profile. Wonderful. Subterfuge. With the man of my dreams. You're angry with me, he said, but now you're a queen. If you can't find something to be grateful for in that, then maybe you are never destined for much happiness. That will be a change. Living with someone who despises me, that just seems like more of the same. I don't despise you. And yet... He turned to leave the room and wondered if there was something else that he could say. There was nothing. But he knew how to live with a contentious wife. She was right about one thing. It was only more of the same, and it seemed like the two of them had hungered for something different. Now they were going to get it, but he would have a child. His life wasn't his own. It belonged to the kingdom. He could accept that. Chapter 8. The wedding was announced, and Birdie kept her head down and stayed in her room at the palace. It wasn't long before Elizabeth came to visit. Are you all right? I'm as good as I can be. I'm furious at him. And for good reason, Elizabeth said. Birdie sighed heavily, so aware of what she'd dragged poor Elizabeth into. I'm glad that he didn't fire you. He wouldn't. I've known him since he was a child. Well, he's acting in a fairly egregious manner, so who can say what he might do at this point? True, Elizabeth said. You're going to go ahead with the marriage. Birdie felt like there was glass ground into her heart. Every breath, every beat was painful. I don't have a choice. It isn't about what I want. It's about what's best for my child. He's a king, Elizabeth. I can't deny him what he wants. If I don't marry him, then my child won't ever be able to take the throne. And that is his legacy, his right. Or her right. It's just that... He threatened me, Birdie said, closing her eyes. He said that he would take the baby away from me. I know he would, and I can't even be furious with him for that, because what choice would he have? To not be terrible? Well, he's dug the hole, hasn't he? That is remarkably insightful, and perhaps a bit too forgiving. I don't actually want to be forgiving. I just recognize that his options are limited. And so were hers. But she had been entirely present and entirely willing the night they had sex. She had disregarded any thoughts of contraception. It was her fault too. That was the reality of it. He hadn't done it alone. And if he hadn't behaved as he had in the aftermath, then this wedding would be a joyful thing. I'll help you with your dress. Thank you, she said. I really do appreciate it. He wants something discreet, something that will disguise the pregnancy. On your petite frame it won't be that difficult, but I question to what end. Because then we'll just have a baby, and people will obviously talk and speculate, but it is better than creating a shockwave because a pregnant bride is walking down the aisle of a royal wedding. In the grand tradition of heirs, you have to at least pretend. You're being alarmingly calm. Birdie laughed. I'm not calm, not at all. She thought back to her father marrying Lady Tremaine, to his death, to her subsequent banishment to being little more than a servant in her own household, and then her taking a job at the palace. My life hasn't been what I wanted it to be for a very long time,
At least, in this role, I'll have some power to do good for the country, and more than that, my child will be taken care of. I suppose you're right about that. She was doing what she could. She was trying to have courage. She was doing the very best she could. She lost herself in the details of all of it, through the little mundane things of every day, that she got to rest a bit instead of working from early in the morning to late at night, that her stepmother wasn't there to criticize her, to order her around, that her stepsisters weren't there to needle her. She focused on her dress fitting, the details of the gown, the little things, the way the fabric felt sliding over her skin, how luxurious it was, the way that it felt to slide into her bed at night with the most glorious sheets she'd ever felt in her life. Everything about the present moment was nicer than the one she had come from. Unless she thought about Onyx. So she didn't. She separated the moment, the luxury, from anything to do with him. She thought only about the day, every breath, every bite of glorious food that she had. She didn't dwell on the unpleasant things. She didn't dwell on the uncertainty, because there was no point, and it was the only way that she could stay sane. Her heart had been broken incrementally, first when he hadn't recognized her, and then it had begun to piece itself back together when she had gone to the ball, when he had looked at her as he had, kissed her again. But it had been shattered irrevocably with his distrust, and there was something galling about that too. She was getting used to it, what it felt like to live without that feeling inside of her chest, which had been there from the moment she had first developed a crush on him when she'd started working for the palace. She knew how to love him without hope, and now she was learning to be with him without that love. She would. It was all just a process. But no part of her life had ever fit her perfectly, so why should this be any different? There was an element of comfort here, with not having it all. Yes, she could definitely get used to that, because she was strong, if nothing else. Something else she had never really given herself credit for, because she had also felt soft and vulnerable, because she'd had romantic hopes, and that made it feel like maybe she was fragile. But no, with a broken heart she still stood strong, and that said something about her. By the time the wedding day rolled around, she was so used to counting every breath, feeling every moment, that it went by slowly, deliberately, and she felt no anxiety. The dress was put on, her hair and makeup done, and she didn't think about what lay ahead. She felt a fluttering in her stomach, put her hand on it, and breathed as the baby moved within her. That was what her life was made of, these little moments of luxury, this life growing within her. There was beauty, as long as she looked at every moment, rather than the whole of it all. The florist put a bouquet in her hands, brilliant lilies, all pink and grand, and she looked at those, took in the scent. What a wonderful moment. She was in a glorious dress. She had never looked more beautiful. She was holding a bouquet of beautiful flowers, and her baby was moving. Whatever happened afterward didn't matter. She focused on the small things, on the ring on her left hand which Onyx hadn't put there. It had been sent to her room, glorious and stunning, indefinably lovely, beautiful. There were so many beautiful things, even when your heart was broken. She took a breath and realized that she was outside the chapel on the palace grounds. How beautiful! Ornate carved stone. It was a lovely day. The sky was clear and blue, the sun high and warming. Everything was fine. The smell of early spring combined with her bouquet was intoxicating. Everything was fine. She took a step into the chapel, and she focused on the stained glass, the lovely carved wooden doors that separated her from the sanctuary. Everything was just fine. There was nothing to be afraid of. Nothing. And then the doors opened, and she made the mistake of looking ahead, not at the flagstone floor with its brilliant carving,
but all the way down at the end of the long aisle, with every seat in the place full. There was a priest, and there was Onyx, severe in a dark suit and staring at her. She hadn't seen him since that day he had informed her that the wedding would be taking place. She hadn't wanted to. She had just wanted to breathe and be. But suddenly it didn't feel possible, because he was looking at her and she felt like she was going to shatter. She tried to catch her breath, tried to be in the moment, but she couldn't ignore now that every step was taking her toward him, and she couldn't ignore the way that he affected her body still. She had been numb to it ever since he had come to the house to fetch her. She had been in a bubble the past few days, or perhaps it was just shock. Was that what the past few days had been? She had thought that it might be something like happiness, but no. It had been denial, denying exactly what was happening today, doing her best not to think about it because it was the only thing that let her feel good, because it was the only thing that had made it feel like she could get through this. Her legs were trembling now, and she thought that she might pass out. The way her gown flowed over her curves, it wasn't impossible to see her stomach, and maybe everybody was looking at it. Maybe everybody was looking at it, and they knew that she had disregarded her own safety and sanity and touched the king, a lowly servant who hadn't any right to do that. They would look like exactly what they were, a shotgun wedding. They would look like two people who had given into passion with no regard for anything else. And while that had been a beautiful moment in time for her, it didn't feel like it now. It felt scalding and embarrassing. It felt like the end of her. It felt like dying. Every breath now felt like it was closer to the last one she would ever take, and that felt perilously close to dying. No, you're not dying. You have a child to think of. You have a country to think of, and you have yourself to think of. Whether it was denial or not, she had felt some form of happiness these past few days, and she would cling to that. She wasn't meant to be miserable forever. Nobody was. There was always hope. She wasn't going to discard it now. When she reached the head of the aisle, he extended his hand toward her, and her breath caught. He had touched her that day that he had taken her from her stepmother's house, but it hadn't been gentle. It hadn't been like when they had touched that night in the study. This wouldn't be either. But it felt significant. Slowly, she let him take her hand. His own was large, calloused and strong. He wrapped it around her fingers and held on to her tightly. "Let us begin," the priest said. He was saying words, but she was busy focusing on Onyx. She had done her very best not to think of him, not to imagine him, and now, there he was, looking at her with those fathomless dark eyes, his mouth set into a grim line. She tried to find something in his expression that reminded her of her lover from that night, but she couldn't see it. Maybe it was foolish to look for it now. What would it change? What would it change? Well, it might give her the assurance that he was all of these things, the hard, difficult man who had become a villain to her when he didn't trust her, but also the passionate lover who had given her the kind of pleasure she had only ever dreamed of before. Without love, did it matter? Because that night she had given herself to him out of something much deeper than lust. But maybe it didn't have to be that way. Maybe she could just enjoy his body. Maybe, if she didn't want to hold on to her anger, they could build something a little bit more like... No. This was the danger of thinking of the future. She grounded herself in the moment, in her breathing, in him. That was the problem. The thing in front of her right now was Onyx. She realized now that he was a stranger to her. That was the real lesson, the one that she had been resisting. It wasn't that she had known him before and then he had changed. He contained multitudes, the ability to make her sigh out with pleasure and make her weep. He was hard and he was soft. He was good, and he could do very bad things. He could be a man respectful to the one who served him his coffee every day, and he could be a vicious snob. He would defend his territory, would make it clear that he was not to be trifled with when he felt that he needed to. Onyx was something much more complex than she had ever allowed him to be. He had been a king that she loved, and she had been a servant. He had been married, out of reach for so many reasons, and now she had to actually contend with the reality of him. So far, that reality was difficult. So far, that reality was something she wanted little to do with. And now she was going to have to face it, head on. We will now say vows. Onyx, repeat after me. And Onyx did, in low, certain tones, and she was listening to try to divine if there was truth to it or if this was only ceremony, because with him it could be either. When she spoke the words back, she had to make a decision of her own. Ceremony. It would only be ceremony, these promises, these pieces of herself that she had to give away to this man forever and ever, so that she could have her child, so that she could have some peace. And yet it shifted, because she found herself digging deep and making those promises for real, not so much to him, but to herself, to her child. That she would try to devote herself to this role, with real sincerity, to try to make a place of happiness and security. She wished that it didn't feel profound. She wished that it didn't feel like she was giving herself to him, because she was still angry and she didn't feel that he deserved it. But it wasn't about what he deserved. It was about what was real. This moment was real. This wedding was real. I do, she said. And then it was time for them to kiss. There had been no discussion of this, because there had been no discussion of anything. He moved his hand around to cup her head, and she remembered that night vividly, the way that his fingers had moved through her hair, and then the ball, when they had done the same. It was the way that he held her. Maybe it was the way he held all women when he was about to kiss them. Maybe there was nothing special about it, but it felt singular. And as his lips touched hers, she was transported back to that moment, transported back to the very first time. She had been so convinced that there was no hope left inside of her, but it began to stir. She felt the pieces of her heart begin to rattle, felt some sense that maybe, just maybe, this was still between them. No, you don't need this. She told herself that sternly, and then she was the one who broke the kiss, which likely shattered all manner of protocol, and she had no idea how it looked to the people sitting in the chapel. She hadn't thought about them even once, hadn't looked out to see who was watching the two of them get married. She had wondered about it for a moment, and then no more. They were pronounced then, and Onyx held her hand as they walked down the aisle together. There was no reception planned for the day, and she was grateful for that when Onyx turned to her. His expression was stern and forbidding. "It is done," he said. "Yes, it is." "I will leave you. There is a new room being prepared for you. You will be taking the Queen's quarters now." "Oh." "They adjoin mine, but do not fear. I will not take advantage of the door between the two rooms." "No, I suppose not." "I didn't when Circe occupied them either." Of course, because she was the second of his queens to occupy the space, and he hadn't used her door either. She frowned. She wanted to ask him questions, but she knew that he wouldn't welcome them. She knew that it wasn't anything he would want to speak of, at least not to her. And meanwhile she was nothing but the replacement queen, and only because she was carrying a baby. If not for that, then she wouldn't be here at all. She allowed him to lead her to the quarters, but he didn't touch her when they walked. It was in a distant wing of the palace, one she had never been in because that wasn't part of her job. She walked into the room, which was ornate, filled with bright colours, and she felt her stomach pitch, because obviously it was Circe who had decorated this room, and Birdie had slept with the woman's husband the night of her funeral. "You may make any changes that you want," he said. "Oh. This is your room now. You're not obligated to leave anything the same." "All right." It felt wrong to make changes. It felt like she was erasing this other person whose position she had already taken. And everybody was going to know exactly how it happened. Maybe they would even think that she and Onyx had been having an affair. But they hadn't been. That had to matter. Still, there was something entirely uncomfortable about the idea of both living in Circe's space and erasing her from it. Her throat felt prickly. "I have some things to see to." "On your wedding day?" "The world doesn't stop spinning for any reason." "Right. I suppose that's true." "We will have to take dinner together. It is simply expected." "Oh." "I will see you tonight." "Yes. See you tonight." She didn't really like the still sadness of this, the formality. It was almost worse than anger. It was worse than anger. Because at least anger had something to it. This just felt... Don't think about it. Just think about the moment. Except, in the moment, she was surrounded by all of these things that made her feel so wrong. So she decided to change her clothes and go down to the kitchen, because at least there she felt comfortable. Chapter 9. In the 3 days since his marriage, he had barely exchanged a handful of words with his wife. He made sure that he was busy with work while they ate dinner, and she sat in stony silence as she ate her own meal. It reminded him very much of his previous marriage, and in that case, it was easy for him to slip into the rhythm of it. "You're going to have to take a honeymoon," Emerald said, bursting into his office without preamble. "Excuse me?" "There are rumours, a lot of them, and I just feel that if you don't pause and take some time off, they're going to persist." "And what rumours are those?" "There are rumours about everything. Of course, there is already talk that she's pregnant, and within that there are people that are saying she was a surrogate for you and Circe, and the baby isn't even hers, that you're trying to cover that up. There are people that are saying she's your mistress, and of course there are people who have it right, that you got her pregnant and had to marry her, and that's why you've done it so quickly, but that you don't know her or love her, evidenced by the fact that you didn't even bother to have a reception. Neither she nor I are actors. It would have been a foolish thing to attempt. Still, you maybe should have, because now you're left with a whole lot of speculation about the irregularity of everything. Maybe I don't care about the irregularity. That's a lie. You do. I think at the very least you need people to believe that you love her, or at least you can stand to be in the same room as each other. And I know that Lady Tremaine might have signed a non-disclosure agreement that you sent over, but the staff doesn't work on non-disclosure. They spread rumours. That's why we act with a certain amount of discretion. But within this house, people are talking, and eventually some of that is going to get out." "No one ever said anything about Circe or myself." "Yours was a diplomatic union. Everyone knew it. This isn't. You've married a commoner. I did the same, while pregnant. You and I are beginning to look like, well, like we can't really control ourselves." "I fail to see how your failings should reflect on me." "Failings? I mean, really, I am only human, and Andre is. Thank you. I don't want to hear about your sex life with my best friend. I'm happy you're happy." He wasn't entirely sure he meant it. He wasn't sure if anything made him happy at this point. He was going to be a father in only 3.5 short months, and all of this was insult to injury. He had to figure out how to manage the rumour mill, and his sister was right. It was better if people thought that it was a love match. A diplomatic match that was cordial rather than passionate was at least expected. But this... well, it was beginning to look irregular.
All right. I'll take her to a private island where nobody can take photographs of her. But we are going to have to seed the rumour that we'd gone somewhere without saying where. Because we can't have photographs released, because she will be visibly pregnant in anything other than a billowing gown.
Noted, Emerald said. I believe Andre has just the bolt hole.
He has more secret properties than the one that he spirited you off to in Romania.
Yes. He's the son of a notorious crime lord. He loves a secret hiding place, though he resented it when I said it was like having secret clubhouses like a little boy. She smiled. I paid for that. Onyx grimaced. Anyway, he doesn't need them now. You can take her there, and the house is huge. You won't even have to see her, but everyone will believe that you're having some kind of intimate escape. Perfect. How nice that I've earned your praise. In a bad mood, because his sister had been right, he went to find Birdie. She was not in her room, and it took him ages to track her down by asking staff. He found her in the kitchen, stirring a pot and chatting to the head of the serving staff. The woman who had yelled at him like he was a child and not a king, Elizabeth.
What are you doing here?
Visiting, she said, stepping in front of Elizabeth like she had to protect her from him.
I need to speak to you.
Elizabeth looked at him, one grey brow raised. Good to see you too, Your Highness.
Is it?
Nice to still have my job anyway.
Don't push it.
He gestured for Birdie to follow him.
We're going away on a honeymoon, he said.
She stopped. We are?
Yes, we are. It is in our best interest to try and make this look as real as possible, by which I mean we need to make it look like it is an emotional connection. If we can do that, then it may do something to quell the rumours that are beginning to bubble up.
Rumours?
Many of them true.
I see.
So we're going off to a private island. My sister is arranging everything.
Oh. She had a very strange look on her face. I've never been out of Basilia.
You haven't?
She shook her head. No. When would I have ever gone?
I don't know.
He realized that beyond a very basic biography, he didn't really know anything about his wife. He knew that she was a maid. He knew that she wasn't nobility. He knew that her stepmother was a disgusting woman. But he didn't know anything about her life beyond that. She had never travelled. He spent his life on private jets, going to many of the world's most beautiful places, often for work, yes, but he was able to enjoy the beauty of a place.
I will have the staff pack your things for a warm climate.
She frowned. I'm still not used to having people do things for me. I'm not sure how I feel about it.
Does it matter how you feel about it?
Well, yes. I would say that it does. I'm still trying to get my bearings, still trying to get a handle on all of this.
So am I.
It was a strange, honest thing to say, and he wasn't certain how he felt about it once it exited his mouth. But you were born into this.
I was. But I did think that I would have a bit more time before I had to assume the throne.
Oh, well, of course. She almost looked sympathetic. Maybe she didn't hate him quite so much as she wanted him to believe. Or maybe she did. It didn't really matter. It didn't. Within the hour they were on his private jet, with her looking round-eyed and uncertain as the plane took off.
What?
I've never been on a plane.
How is that possible?
Poverty?
Your father was a businessman.
Before he died, you didn't do any travelling? She shook her head. No. He often travelled for business, but he didn't have any time to take me anywhere. I usually stayed with a nanny, and then he got married and I would stay with my stepmother, or a nanny who would take care of my stepsisters and me.
And then?
Well, then he died. I'm not certain if you were able to pick it up from context clues or not, but my stepmother doesn't see me as part of the family. Also, before he died, he lost very nearly everything. All we really have is that house. It's been hand to mouth as far as keeping everyone fed and clothed.
Your stepmother and stepsisters look both well-clothed and well-fed.
They were receiving my salary from the palace.
What?
I was 17 when I started working there. My stepsister's the one who arranged the bank account and got everything established for me. I had the money deposited into her account because she was the one managing the household anyway. And as she pointed out, they were the ones who needed it. Then my stepsisters did start earning money as influencers online, though it isn't steady. But sometimes there's quite a bit of money. A bonus or really good brand deal. They've been sent on holidays as long as they would film it.
But of course you were never taken on those holidays.
No. Much like you, she said, levelling her gaze at him. When they look at me, they see a commoner. There really is no way around that. It's what consumes them. I don't deserve any of this. He gritted his teeth.
I'm not a snob.
You are. But it's all right. You can hardly help it. You're a king, after all. I would think that being a snob is in your DNA. And truly, royalty is in your DNA. So I suppose, if given an ideal world, you were always going to try and give your child fine blood coming from both parents.
No, he said. That's not it. I married for diplomatic reasons. It had nothing to do with my wife's bloodline. It was everything to do with the connection.
Which is blood, by extension.
If you like, he said.
It's not about what I like or don't like. It's true.
They were cruel to you, he said.
No more or less than you.
Am I being cruel?
He gestured around the private plane. No, but you're only taking me on this trip to save face.
Did you need it to be personal?
Hardly. I'm just pointing out that it feels a bit disingenuous for you to be unhappy with my stepmother about anything when you haven't treated me much different.
And what would you like from me? An apology? Would you like me to prostrate myself before you with abject humility?
No, of course not. I don't think you're capable of such a thing. Circe hadn't pushed back with him like this. She had been cold, and she had been uninterested in engaging with him often, but it hadn't been like this. Birdie was, for no real reason he could discern, completely unafraid of the consequences of speaking out of turn. The truth is, she said, I was ready to run away from you. I was ready to start my life over with nothing. If you hadn't come for me, that's what I was going to do.
Is that why you speak to me like you have nothing to lose?
I don't really, she said. It's just been too many years of being treated like I don't matter. It's been too many years of having to live with people who would rather I weren't there. This is what I was trying to tell you in the limousine that day. I'm going to be a mother, and the one thing that my father could not do for me at any point was put me first, was make sure that I was living in a house where I was treated well, or where people were really nurturing me or taking care of me. She took a deep breath, and he could see real hurt in her eyes, but also clarity. He hid behind his busyness, behind his position. But at the end of the day, the thing he cared most about was himself. The thing he cared about was his own comfort. I won't do that to my child. And so if that means that I'm going to stand firm with you, then I'm going to. Because part of that is not being treated like an incidental. My child will have a good role model, because that is the thing. My stepmother wasn't very nice to my father either, and he just took it. That was what I learned. To take it. She shook her head. I cannot and will not instill being a doormat as a virtue, not in my child.
I don't think I ever suggested that you should be a doormat.
He was offended by the mere suggestion.
Did you ever meet my wife?
He said. She made a small sound. Yes, I did. She was a very fierce woman. Yes, he agreed. She was. Why would you think that I require something different from you? Because you don't love me. You don't even trust me. You thought that I was lying to you about the baby. Something uncomfortable stirred in his stomach. My marriage to Circe was not a love match. She blinked rapidly. He regretted saying that. It was dishonourable to her memory, and he certainly shouldn't have said it to this woman that he barely knew, this woman that he'd slept with the night of Circe's funeral, which was the height of disrespect in ways that he still felt so ashamed of. "Oh," she said. "It was diplomatic," he said. "Though, do not mistake me, I appreciated her. Her fire, her mind, her ferocity. The two of us may not have been emotionally attached to each other, but we were united in a common goal. I did not require her to give me fealty. I did not require her to do anything for me. What I required of her was that she be an exemplary queen. And yet you treat me like I'm nothing, and I'm forced to assume it's because of where I come from. If you didn't love Circe, and that's not the source of your admiration for her mind, for the way that she acted, then I'm forced to assume that the truth is you don't believe a woman born to my station can be smart with her stubbornness. You called me manipulative. That's your big fear, that a low-born woman might have manipulated you. I don't think any man relishes the idea that he might have someone else's child foisted off upon him. You believe the worst of me. I had no reason to believe the best of you. I've served you in the palace all these years, and you thought that I was simply lying in wait to take advantage of you. I would rather be free. I've never been on my own. I've never been able to live my life on my own terms. Do you think that I crave power? I don't. That night when I went to you, I saw a grieving man, and I wanted to comfort you. I was not plotting anything. It was nothing more than real, that moment, and you've destroyed it, desecrated the memory of it because of your shame." Her words hit him square and true in the chest, and he had no good response to give her. He was treating her like she had a stake in the shame, and that wasn't fair. It was his own, and not a reflection on her, but it was real all the same. "I do feel shame about it, because my wife deserved better than for me to find myself in the arms of another woman the night of her funeral, because I was free of our vows." He felt bad about saying that, and yet it was true. Still, though, it seemed a poor thing to say, and he could see that reflected in her gaze. "Then your anger is with yourself," she said, "and you've turned it onto me. But I've had my fill of that, thank you very much, so I won't be there to be a surrogate to your self-loathing." She moved away from him then, sitting in a far corner of the plain, curled up and ignoring him. It was all for the best. He didn't know what to say to her. When they landed, there was a car waiting for them at the runway. "This isn't an airport," she commented. "No, this is a private island, owned by my brother-in-law." "He's quite mysterious," she said. A strange spike of something hot hit him in the chest. "Not really. He's the son of a Romanian crime lord." "Really?" She sounded genuinely interested, and he found that irritating. "Yes," he said, "really." "That must be appalling to you," she said. "Why would it be?" He got into the driver's seat of the car. There would be no staff on the island while they were here. Everything was in place for them. Meals had been prepared, and supplies had been delivered for the period of time that they would be taking their honeymoon, but they would be isolated. It had been at his request. He did not need an audience for this prison sentence with his little maid. "Because you're deeply snobbish." "Andre is and has been like family to me all of his life. I don't care who his parents were." "You certainly care about who mine were." "No," he said, "I don't." She was right. That was the problem. She was right about the fact that what he really hated was what this said about him. That what he really despised was his own weakness reflected back at him in her eyes. The way that she made him feel, even now. He had been angry ever since he'd discovered her at the ball, but it wasn't at her. It was him. The way that he had let himself obsess about her, the way that he had become so frail, so human. It was something he had never been allowed to be, and he had flung himself into it, and it had been the easiest thing in the world to leap to the worst conclusion possible so that he could push those feelings away, so that he could discount them. It was easier to believe that she had put some kind of spell on him than it was to believe that he was just a man, one who had been held captive by his cock. It was beautiful on the island. He was having difficulty taking it in. She sat in the passenger seat, looking out the window, deliberately looking away from him, and he started up the engine, the car purring to life. The GPS in the car was programmed to take them to the house, though André had told him that it was all very basic, because there was only one road that went all the way around the island and another one that led up to where the house sat, perched on the only high elevation that the island possessed. He was out of his element, out of his comfort zone, and that was a very strange experience. He was used to having staff, not used to being isolated like this. If he travelled, it was typically for diplomatic events. He didn't take vacations. Certainly he had never gone on a trip like this with Circe. For one brief moment, he had the realization that he and Birdie were suddenly on equal footing. She had never been here. Neither had he. There would be no staff, no servants, nothing to put her more closely in their category and not his. Was he a snob? It was quite a snobbish thought to have, he supposed. When they reached the house, he parked the car in front of it. It was beautiful, very unlike the palace, modern and made of heavy, dark concrete, the windows large and expansive. It looked like a continuation of the mountain, the same black lava rock colour all around them. The bottom floor was completely shrouded by the jungle surrounding them, and the second floor rose up above the palms, likely offering beautiful circular views of the glorious Caribbean Sea. There were cracks in the concrete, naturally occurring from the elements and from shifting. Moss and vines had begun to grow around and in them. It had the look of an ancient temple, and he felt a quiet whisper in his soul that was something like reverence. He looked at Birdie and saw that the expression on her face was reflecting much the same thing. It was off-putting, to say the least, to experience such a unified response to this woman who... He didn't like the way she made him feel. That was what it came down to. It was inconvenient, and it had nothing to do with his running of the country, nothing to do with the legacy that he was chasing. I believe we will find the inside completely outfitted for our use. He looked at her and then away. There was something about the clarity of her blue gaze that bothered him. Wonderful, she responded. Then she did something wholly unexpected. She walked ahead of him and directly into the house without deferring to him, without waiting to see what he would do. He followed behind her, but she was already halfway up the floating staircase at the entrance of the house when he got in. Where are you going? I'm going to find my bedroom. I assume it will be the one with the women's clothing in it. I would like a reprieve, and I would like, perhaps, to explore the island. He found himself speechless. He couldn't remember the last time that it happened. He had a feeling it was around her, though, and he didn't care for that at all. There's no one here, she said. We have no need to perform, even less than we had a reason to perform when we were in the palace. I find that cheering, don't you? He couldn't say that he found anything cheering, not at this particular moment. But before he could open his mouth to say it, Birdie had vanished up the stairs, and he heard the opening and decisive closing of the door, the click of a lock echoing through the empty house. For the first time in his memory, Onyx had been firmly told exactly where he stood, and it was on incredibly unhallowed ground. Chapter 10. The room was beautiful. The windows faced the impossibly blue water, a view unlike anything she had ever seen before. The bedroom was glorious. Not a tiny attic in a corner, not some other woman's quarters, but airy and bright. The bed was plush, with white pillows and a white duvet. There was a hand-woven rug on the floor, made with what appeared to be natural dyes, the geometric pattern on it intricate and artful. She opened up the sliding door that led into the bathroom. There was a massive, deep tub right next to a floor-to-ceiling window, because of course there was no reason one couldn't bathe in front of a window here. The only people on this island were the two of them. There was no one else around for miles. There was a shower in the room as well, with a large rainhead and vines growing up the side of the interior, making it like being caught in rain in the rainforest. She went inside and turned that water on, let it hit her cold, stood there until it warmed up, and she cried, because she hated all of this, because she felt raw and bruised, broken, because she was too thin in spite of her growing pregnancy, because she just couldn't eat. Because this man was the epitome of a thwarted dream, and she hadn't realized how much that would affect her. She could step back and be impressed by her own strength if she took the time, but there was just something so crushing about losing this fantasy. For so many years, Onyx had been a bright spot in her life. He'd been the most beautiful man, an ideal in so many ways. But the reality of him was disappointing. King Onyx had been the ultimate fantasy. Maybe he had been a kind of escape for her in her mind. A secret garden that only she could go to. While she had cleaned, she had imagined that she was doing this good work for him, that he would care, that it mattered. And somehow, in her mind, she let herself forget that his wife existed. She let herself believe that he was the sort of man who would see her, not the position that she occupied. And he wasn't. He wasn't interesting or surprising. He was everything she had always feared a man in his position could be. Cold, dismissive, suspicious of anyone who didn't have the power and money that he did, whatever he said. He attempted to try and convince her that he didn't feel that way, that it wasn't an issue, but she knew that it was. The way that he had spoken about that night. God, but it was so hurtful. And why did he have the power to harm her even still? She cried and gave thanks that the water was running down her cheeks, that it let her pretend that maybe she wasn't this pathetic, that she wasn't weeping piteously over this man who didn't seem to care about her at all. Even bringing her here was all about optics. She got out of the shower, turning the water off and drying herself a bit more fiercely than was strictly required. But the scrub of the towel over her skin grounded her, reminded her of exactly what was happening, didn't allow her to get too comfortable in her glorious surroundings. She went to the lovely armoire in the corner, opened it up, and looked at all of the fabulous dresses that were hanging there. Then she opened up the drawers in the massive chest of drawers that stood in the other corner of the room. There was no closet, likely because of the way the house was constructed, with most of the walls being made of glass. She found a bathing suit and a flowing cover-up. She put it on and looked at herself in the mirror, frowning at her thinness that contrasted with her rounding belly. Her breasts, she would admit, looked amazing. She had pregnancy hormones to thank for that. Too bad nobody was going to enjoy the look of them. There was a pair of sandals exactly in her size, with gold cross straps and soles that seemed sturdy enough for her to walk in, and she decided she really was going to go exploring. She held her breath on her way out of the bedroom, down the stairs and out of the house. She didn't want to run into him. She needed a break from that man, and from her own ruminating about him. He was her husband. It was the weirdest thing. She was his queen, and that should feel like a dream come true, but it didn't. She was being absolutely honest with him when she said she had never dreamed about being queen. What she had dreamed about was loving him. What she had dreamed about was him loving her. What she had dreamed about was apparently actually the most impossible thing in the entire world, because if she, Birdie Matthews, could ascend from kitchen staff to queen, but could not secure his affection in any regard, that said something about the actual state of the world. It really and truly did. She didn't encounter him, thank God, and instead was greeted only by the pleasant humidity and the clinging warmth in the air when she went outside. She decided to push all thoughts of him aside. She had never been anywhere like this before. She had never travelled before. Today, she rode on her first plane. All of this didn't have to centre on King Onyx. He was used to being the centre of everything. He was central to Basilia, it was true, and so there was reason to his rather unavoidable inborn narcissism, but she didn't have to cater to it. She was a whole woman without him. She had been before. She was going to be a mother. She found herself finally being able to get back to that place of total mindfulness, the one that she had found before the wedding. This place was beautiful. The air, the breeze, the sound of the water. She was elated to be here, actually. Maybe not with him. Maybe she felt emotional and everything was painful when she thought of him, but everything wasn't pain. Not if she didn't make him her North Star. She was her own North Star. She wanted freedom, and so she would claim all of the freedom that she could in this moment. She poked around the perimeter of the house until she found a walking trail that led up the side of the hill and into the trees. She could hear the sound of a waterfall in the distance, and she walked up farther and came around a slight bend and stopped. Her heart slammed into her chest as she looked down, down and down. She was at the top of the man-made staircase, craggy stone steps extending down more than 50 feet into what looked like a fortress. Large stone walls built up on either side of a pathway. There were trees down there, hanging vines. It was unlike anything she had ever seen before. Beautiful and glorious, like something from another world. She gripped the handrail and began to walk down the stairs slowly, listening to the sounds all around her. The birds, the wind in the trees, the ocean waves, a persistent sound even this far away from the shore. She smiled. There was magic. There were still miracles. Onyx and his attitude didn't get to take them from her, didn't get to decide how happy she was. Right in the middle of that bubble of happiness, she felt tired. Because hadn't she been playing this game for far too long? Hadn't she been trying to be happy in the face of other people's misery for far too long? She had been relentlessly optimistic in the face of her stepmother's hatred and subjugation. When her stepsisters had been dismissive and awful to her, she had done her best to focus on who she was and what she was doing. She was having to do it again. But at least you know how. You were made for this. That was an indescribably sad thought, and yet it was real and true. None of this was fair. But no aspect of life had ever been fair. Why would it start now? It wasn't fair that Circe was dead. She had been young and vibrant. It wasn't fair that for all he was king, Onyx was a man with his heart locked behind a wall. And so there was nothing to be done. She could acknowledge all day long that it wasn't fair that she was back in this position yet again, that she could never seem to escape it. But there was nothing to be done. Nothing to be done but live it as happily as possible. And God knew that through the years many women had to make these bargains, had to find ways to be happy in situations they wouldn't have chosen. She wasn't unique. Her sadness didn't make her special. Her determination to find joy, that might make her special, and if it didn't, then it would perhaps make her a good mother. That was something that she cared about. The truth was, tragedy was common. This wasn't a tragedy. She was comfortable. She would have everything she needed to raise her child. She was on a private island. She refused to be despairing. She made it to the bottom of the staircase and looked up, feeling tiny, dwarfed by these massive stone walls. The pathway was made of rocks, the masonry beautiful and ancient. She wondered what the history of the island was. It must have been populated at one time, or why would this exist? She followed the stone path where it wound around the corner, the sound of a waterfall growing louder and louder, and then, when she rounded the next corner, she stopped. The waterfall crashed down from the very top of the stone wall in front of her into a pool below that seemed to flow around the path that she was standing on, behind the walls, into a place she couldn't see. It was like a temple. Suddenly she saw movement behind the waterfall and she jumped back. It was Onyx, wearing a pair of tight swim shorts, his glorious sculpted body on display, his dark hair wet, pushed back off his head. "What are you doing here?" he asked. "I might ask you the same thing. I decided to have a look around. Do you have information on the island that I don't? Because you seem to have taken to the water easily enough. What if there are piranhas?" "I don't think so." "How do you know?" "Here I am, unconsumed. By aquatic predators, at least." She frowned. "What is this?" "You are correct. I do have some information on the island. I looked it up. During one of the wars, there was a military base here. This was a way to move easily between bunkers. There was one where the house stands now, and there were others on the other side of the island. I believe that some of them are still there." "Oh, I was hoping that it was a temple, something holy. But it's just something that men made to kill each other all the easier. Honestly, as metaphors go, it's a bit on the nose." "What do you mean by that?" he asked, his voice grave. She stared at him meaningfully. "Oh, I don't know. I imagine if we think deeply about it, we might find that there is some link between wars in paradise and honeymoons as damage control." He stared at her, those cool, dark eyes boring into her soul. She was unable to hold her thoughts inside now, but now the stakes were so high. When it had only been her dealing with the unfairness of life, that had been one thing. But now she was pregnant, and she was determined to carve out better for her child, determined that she wouldn't take the path of least resistance at their expense. The trouble was, Onyx was beautiful, and no amount of him being awful to her changed that. He was beautiful, even when he was cruel. That seemed like a terrible trick. There were plenty of hideous-looking royals in the world, by-products of centuries of inbreeding, that snobbery leading them down a path of distorted features and reduced intelligence. Not so with Onyx. He was clever, sharp, and physically perfect. His chiseled jaw, golden skin, and sculpted chest were straight out of a romance novel. His body was physical perfection in every way, and it was difficult for Birdie to believe, still, even with the evidence of their passion growing inside of her, that she had ever touched him, that she had ever been able to get close enough to him to be allowed to do so. And by all rights, with his behavior, he should have transformed into something hideously ugly in her sight, and yet... "There is no one here now," he said. "As you pointed out, the trip itself is about optics, but there are no optics here." "That must be very interesting for you," she said. "Excuse me?" "Really," she said, and she had a full appreciation of the fact that this put the two of them on equal footing in a way that she hadn't fully considered. She was used to blending in. What she did was the opposite of performance. She never drew attention to herself. As a member of staff at the palace, it was part of her job. As a member of her household with a stepmother who hated her beyond the telling of it, it was a matter of survival. The one time Birdie had ever drawn attention to herself had been in the study with Onyx, had been when they'd made love, and look what a disaster that had turned into. Onyx did everything for visibility, except that moment in the study. In those quiet moments, when there was no one else around, she supposed they were more alike than they were different. Maybe. "Whatever will you do if a lift of your quizzical brow doesn't make headlines?" "I have no desire to be a headline," he said. "Do you not? It seems as if you do everything out of deference for those headlines. Deference and realism are two very different things than desire."
If you say so.
I do.
And if you say so, then it is law, at least back in Basilia. But I suppose not here. Are you even a king here?
You are impertinent.
I'm your wife. You only seek to remind me of my impertinence, or my perceived getting above myself, because I'm a servant to you. Yet again, another strike against your snobbery.
I'm growing weary of you.
That is too bad. She turned away from him, peering around the wall where the stream was flowing. And what's over there, I wonder?
Snakes, most likely.
Are there snakes here?
Entirely possible.
Interesting. She walked out ahead of him, following that stream. There were no paved walkways out beyond the wall. It was all rocks and snarls and hanging vines. There were also trees with plump, ripe fruit hanging off of them. She wasn't going to climb a tree. She wouldn't do anything half so foolish while she was pregnant, though she was a very accomplished tree climber from her childhood. But just reaching up to the next few branches didn't seem like it would cause very much trouble. She climbed up onto a branch, then to the next one like it was a rung on a ladder.
What in the hell are you doing?
I'm picking fruit, because it is one of life's great joys. But then, I suppose you don't know that.
Why would I know that?
Because you live in the world, Your Highness.
I have never had occasion to pick fruit.
Of course not. Someone does it for you, and they present it to your royal personage and prepare a fine meal besides, and you never have to examine the how of any of it.
You speak to me as if you find me ignorant.
And arrogant, she said.
Get down from there.
I'm perfectly fine.
You are absurd and pregnant.
A pair we make, then, for you are ignorant and arrogant, and I am absurd and pregnant. She reached out and plucked a fruit off the end of the branch. And I am also in possession of a guava. You may envy me now, something to add to your list of adjectives.
Get down.
If I died, you would find yourself short one problem. And that was when he crossed the empty space between them and gripped hold of the branch she was standing on, hauling himself upward, wrapping his muscular arm around her waist and pulling her down. His skin was bare, slick and wet from his time in the waterfall, and he was also hot. The heat coming from inside of him, a raging inferno of intensity and hard muscle. She did her best not to yelp as he nestled her against his broad chest and brought her back down to the ground.
You are foolish,
he said, plucking the guava out of her hands. That's mine, she said. He looked down at her, those dark eyes fierce. Her heart began to beat harder, faster. She became so acutely aware of where her breasts brushed against his hard wall of muscle, where his arm was wrapped around her like an uncompromising steel band, and how much it reminded her of the last time he'd held her like this, in the garden, before he'd discovered the pregnancy, before he'd decided that she was his enemy.
You are silly,
he said. I am not silly. I want a guava. I would beg that you haul your royal ass up the tree and fetch me another one, since you have stolen my bounty. He stared at her, his expression unreadable. Well?
It is not befitting for a king to climb a tree.
Remember, you are not a king here.
I fear that I am a king always.
No, she said, only if you want it to be true. Have you ever just been a person, even before you were king? Were you ever just Onyx?
I was the heir,
he said.
There is a set of obligations that come with that from the moment you take your first breath.
He stepped away from her.
Our child will bear the same fate.
She frowned, a heavy sensation settling in her chest. Oh, I hadn't really thought of that.
It's the truth. Our child will meet the same fate once I die.
Don't die any time soon, he laughed.
Believe me, making it longer than my father is a goal of mine.
You became the heir when you were 16?
I did.
So before that, did you ever
climb trees, pick fruit, live even a moment when I wasn't aware of the crushing weight of the responsibility of what lay before me? Not especially.
You're not any more free than I am, are you? In fact, he was significantly less free. Yes, she could leave, and the consequences of that would have been a struggle, a life of poverty most likely, but the entire weight of the nation didn't rest on her head, though she supposed it did now, at least to an extent. He turned away from her and began to climb the tree. "Well, don't break your royal neck," she said. "I'm not the king here," he said, "at least, so I've been told, and my lady wife wants those." "Your lady wife has behaved appallingly, and is sorry." She didn't think she had really behaved appallingly, but she did feel bad for not really considering the reality of his life, the weight of what he carried. It didn't excuse the way he treated her, but it did excuse certain things about him, and even really acknowledging what it all meant for her child to be born into royalty was something. No wonder he'd wanted a queen who understood. Circe was likely ready to train a child in the ways of being royal. She was ready to submit a child to that. And Birdie didn't even know where she fit into all of this. Maybe his feelings about her were more than snobbery. But her thoughts were cut off from that when he grabbed the first piece of fruit and continued on up the tree. He moved with lithe agility, his graceful athleticism a sight to behold. At least, that's what she was telling herself, and not that he was an actual snack, one that she wanted badly to take a bite of. How could she still be aroused by him? It was one thing to respond to his touch. After all, they'd been intimate, and even though she was angry at him, it was difficult for her to forget the pleasure that they'd shared together. But just looking at him made her feel that way. She was so weak and exceedingly basic. But what did it matter? She was stuck on this island with him anyway. What did her pride have to do with any of this? So she watched him. Those thick, muscular thighs, his washboard abs, and incredibly powerful biceps. "You go to the gym every day?" He looked down from the tree, giving her a strange look while he gathered more fruit. "Often." "You're very athletic." "I try to keep myself strong. Like I said, I'm trying to outlast my father. But life is cruel and brutal, and no amount of doing sit-ups every day is going to alleviate that." "I know," she said. "You do, I suppose. How old were you when your mother died?" 7. She was lovely, at least as far as I remember. I was happy when I was with her. She loved me. You know, we aren't the same, but I relate to you in this way. For the first 7 years of my life I was allowed to be Birdie, simply as I am. But ever since my mother died, I've had to be something else. I've had to dedicate myself to being useful for people who despise me. I had to keep my head down and be invisible in the palace. I don't really know what it's like to simply live either. And you won't now, because now you're a queen. He began to climb down the tree, a bushel of guava cradled in his arm. And you are required to present a front, as I am. I understand that. I know you do. But perhaps here we don't. I think that you and I need to find some common ground. We are on it, he said, looking down between the two of them, where they stood, barefoot on this rocky soil. You know what I mean. I don't know you, not really. There were things that I thought I knew about you because I worked for you. I will be very honest with you. I elevated you to a position that no man can live up to. I fashioned you into my perfect fantasy because it gave me something to do, and then I was shocked when you didn't live up to that. Well, you understand now why I reacted to you the way that I did. No, she said, laughing. I don't. You were cruel by any metric. I can't say that I understand, but I can honestly say now that I shouldn't have been surprised. I fashioned you into a fantasy, and my fantasy man was going to understand everything that I did. He was going to see my heart. But you aren't that man. You are hard and ignorant and arrogant, envious as well, so I've heard. Yes, she said, and so now I've been very angry at you. But perhaps I need to get to know the man you really are, and you need to get to know the woman that I am, especially since we're going to live together."
"I never got to know Circe."
She frowned. "Not at all?"
"No. We couldn't find common ground, as it happens. She was a good queen. She served our people. She made good changes. She hated being my wife. She didn't like me. I'm not sure that I liked her."
"Well, I can understand that. I'm not sure that I like you either."
"Good news. If my first marriage proved anything, it's that two people can be married for quite some time without liking one another."
"True, but a counterpoint. I don't want to live that way. I was so exhausted earlier because I was thinking about how this is just more of the same, how I have been forced to live in homes where I'm unwanted, disliked. And here I am again, your unwanted queen. I don't want to do it. I want us to like each other, and maybe the difference between you and I and you and Circe is that we do have a child on the way. I would rather not despise my child's father. I would rather he didn't despise me."
"You make a good point."
"I often do, which you would discover if you spent a little bit less time hating me."
"I'm not sure that I hate you."
"Oh, you aren't sure? Well, how nice for me."
"Nothing is going to change the fact that my first responsibility is to the country. My second will be to the child."
Something uncomfortable shifted inside of her. "Your first responsibility should be to your child," she said.
"Perhaps in an ideal world. But this is not an ideal world. It is a monarchy, and I am unable to offer something substantially different than what was offered to me."
"Did your father put the country first?"
Onyx looked away. "My father was a wonderful man. Everything he did was for the good of everyone. He raised me to be his heir, raised me to be exactly what he needed me to be. I am forever grateful to him. Because he died when I was so young, and all that was left were his lessons. Yes, I am extremely grateful to have those lessons." "Let's have dinner tonight," he said. "You and I."
She reached out and took a guava from the crook of his arm. "We could have dinner right now."
"No, I want to learn more about you. You are right. There is no reason for the two of us to be at odds."
"So everything must be a plan? You can't just be?"
"No," he said. "I can't. That is what it means to be king."
He deposited the guavas into her arms and began to walk away from her, leaving her standing there with an armful of fruit. "See you at dinner," she said. She couldn't quite decide then if she had gotten the upper hand or if she had somehow made things worse by allowing herself to see something of the actual man. It was easier to hate him, easier to resent him for what he had made her feel. It was much more complicated to acknowledge that, much in the same way she was, he was simply a product of everything that life had made him into.
Chapter 11. He had no idea what to wear to dinner. It was a very foolish thought to have as Onyx stood in the expansive master bedroom in the island home, looking around for what he might wear to sit across from his queen. There was no one here, no one but her. It didn't matter. He thought of the way she had looked earlier today, wearing a bikini, a flowing cover-up thrown on top. Her breasts were full and lovely, her belly gently rounded, and he had been so aware of the fact that he had been inside of her, touched her, kissed her, and that all the intimacy since then had been lost, and he was left to crave it, obsessed himself over it. And what was the point of that? He had never in his life been obsessed with a woman, and it had been this way with her ever since they'd first touched. But it wasn't that way when she was in his study, cleaning. Wasn't that way when she was nothing more than the little maid who brought him tea during the day. The trouble was, she was more than that. It was becoming harder and harder for him to deny it. She was more than that, and what she was had taken over his life. He growled fiercely, took a white shirt out of the closet and put it on,
rolling the sleeves up. He wore a pair of linen pants with it, because he didn't need to wear a whole suit, and it felt distressingly informal. He had no idea how much a full suit had become armor for him. He didn't know when he had begun needing armor. Perhaps always? Perhaps. He was so often untested. The last time, before Circe's death, before Birdie had stormed into his life, was when Andre had gotten Emerald pregnant and stolen her from her wedding. He had felt out of control then, and he hadn't liked it. It was a reminder of how random life could be, when even your best friend could do something completely out of character, or at least out of character based on what Onyx had known of him. It was even more sobering to realize that he had never fully understood Andre, or Emerald, and the nature of their relationship. It had never occurred to him that while he was guarding Emerald, the two of them were pining, desperately. But they had been. He didn't like being confronted by his own blind spots. This wasn't the same, except it felt related. The way that he hadn't seen the maid until she had been in a tight dress, touching him. The way he hadn't understood her strength, even as he was accusing her of all manner of subterfuge. And this now. The way he had been manipulated into inviting her to dinner. That was what had to have happened. She had somehow suggested the notion that they sit and eat together, get to know one another, because he was the father of her child. That realization made his stomach go tight. Yes, he was the father of her child. He was the father of the child. The DNA test proved that. She'd said that she was a virgin when they were together, that she'd wanted to comfort him. Jesus. It made him feel so appalled at himself. Perhaps that was his real problem. When he looked at her, he felt nothing but anger at himself. For being a man who was vulnerable to those kinds of very human mistakes. He wondered, not for the first time, what his father would have thought of any of this. He couldn't ask him. His mother and father had married for the good of the country, and he had wanted badly to do the same. It was why Emerald had decided to enter into a convenient marriage as well. This wasn't any different than his first marriage. No, it wasn't political in the way his marriage to Circe had been, but they were having a child, and when you were royalty, there was very little that was more political than a child. He grimaced, even as he had that thought. But it was different to be the heir. It was. You had to be prepared for this life. His parents had been very warm people, loving. But when his father had given him lessons, he had been hard and uncompromising, had told him that it was the way the ruler of a nation had to be. And Onyx had always been able to see the difference, that at the end of the day, a king had to be able to be the symbol before he was anything else, that he had to be able to put duty before everything. There was no duty here, and he disliked it. He went downstairs and began to rummage through the fridge. There were pre-prepared boards of meat and cheese and packaged meals with instructions on them. He tried to decide what he thought the little maid would like. He had never really watched her enjoy a meal, didn't really know what she would enjoy. He decided on 2 very nicely prepared steaks, with instructions for reheating so as not to overcook them, and buttered potatoes. It was an elegant meal, particularly along with the cheese board, although his bride could not have wine, so he was obliged to get them both sparkling pear juice from a bottle in the cupboard. He set the table for them on the terrace that was shrouded by trees, shielded from the sun. And when he went in the house to fetch her for dinner, she was already part way down the stairs. When he saw her, his heart jumped. She was wearing an orange dress that clung to her curves. He had never seen her dressed quite like this before. Her blonde hair was loose, her face freshly scrubbed and glowing. She was so intensely beautiful. He had thought so when he had seen her at the masked ball. He had thought so even when she was shrouded in shadow. But here, she was entirely different, alive and vibrant, sun-kissed and radiant. I just came hoping that there might be food, she said.
There is food.
Thank you. I've been thinking, she said. She walked down the stairs and took her arm out from behind her back, a small green fruit in her hand. I want to call a truce. She pressed the guava into his palm. He closed his fist around it lightly.
Why?
Well, because we need to. We need to make something better than this for our child. He nodded slowly.
I agree with you.
Phew, that is so nice for me, she smiled. Sorry, that was not very in the spirit of the truce, I confess. Will you forgive me?
Yes.
She began to walk ahead of him and then stopped. I don't know where we're going.
I'll lead you.
I believe this is where you apologize to me for accusing me of being a calculated horror. Her words stopped him cold.
I am sorry, but I was wrong about you. But I am not sorry for being, first of all, defensive of the throne.
You're sorry that you were wrong? Well, that is not very in the spirit of the truce, I fear.
It's true. I had to do what needed to be done in order to ensure that you weren't taking advantage of me in some way.
I am very scary, she said, lifting her hands and making claws at him. When he didn't laugh, she lowered them. Food, please. He led her out onto the terrace where the meal was set for them. She looked critically at the stemware. I can't drink alcohol.
I know. I did not serve you alcohol, nor did I serve myself alcohol, and there, you see evidence of your truce.
How magnanimous.
I try,
he said, his tone dry. She took a seat at the table and took a sip of the sparkling beverage. Oh, that's nice.
I'm glad. I haven't tried it yet.
There, he thought that was rather cordial. He sat across from her and she looked up at him over her glass, her blue eyes glimmering with that sort of reckless mischief she always had. At least, that she seemed to have here on the island. She had been so different working in the palace.
I would never have thought that you had this much spirit.
She frowned. Excuse me?
I would not have thought, based on watching you serve at the palace, that you were like this.
Because that was my job. Sometimes we would talk, don't you remember?
Yes.
He had thought that she was funny at times, charming even, but she was quite young, and he had been married, so he had never thought too deeply about it.
And you came to work at the palace when you were 17. Your stepmother was taking your salary.
He wanted to get her biography straight, if nothing else. He could ponder the mysteries of her personality and his attraction to her for the rest of forever. But if they were going to do this thing where they got to know one another, then he needed to understand exactly what all she had done before life brought her here. Yes, she said.
And what made you think to apply for work at the palace?
What I had heard was that you were an extremely fair employer, and I was already a maid in my own home, so I thought I might as well get paid for it, even though, as we've discussed, I didn't get paid for it.
And what made you decide to live with your stepfamily after your father's death? He asked.
Nothing made me decide it. The way that my stepmother presented it just made the most sense, and I followed her lead. It was foolish, I admit, but I didn't know better. I was very young. But it enmeshed me deeper and deeper into this family that I was never really a part of, just a convenience. A convenience when she felt she could use me, and a burden when she decided she couldn't.
And your stepsisters are?
Influencers, she said. That's what they do. They make videos and put them online. They get brand deals. My stepmother very much wanted one of them to marry you when Circe died.
The likelihood of that never existed.
She laughed. I know, and I also know that I wouldn't be here if you hadn't gotten me pregnant.
How did your mother die?
He asked. She looked down. Cancer. That's why, for a while, I thought I wanted to be a doctor. You know, until I woke up and realized that's simply never going to happen for someone like me.
Is that still what you want?
She shook her head. I don't think so. What I really wanted was to make a difference. I wanted to do something to fight against what took my mother away. But there are other ways to do that. In fact, as Queen, Am I allowed to ask for something? Yes, he said. Her face softened just slightly. That feels very, almost generous. I don't know that it's generous. It's only that a queen does oversee special projects. I think I would like to oversee funding for medical research. All medical research or cancer? All of it, especially thinking of what happened to Circe. It's not just cancer that takes people. He was touched by her inclusion of his late wife, touched that she felt affected by the loss, that she cared. And I would really like it if, eventually, I could sponsor scholarships for girls like me, who really, really wanted to do something to make a difference but didn't have the money. Yes, of course. I will put you in touch with the appropriate channels and we can make it happen, though, of course, you might want to focus on that after you have the baby. Maybe, she said. I'm not used to doing nothing, and this has been an extraordinary period of leisure, punctuated by moments of pure hatred, which actually does take quite a bit of energy. Hopefully there will be more you can do when you don't have to spend any time hating me. She had said that she'd fantasized about him being a good man. He felt that he was a good man, one who took great care of the throne. But clearly that wasn't how she measured it. That wasn't the way that she'd imagined him. He wondered exactly how she did. Does that restore me slightly in your eyes? He said, offering you this. I don't know, she said. It's still an extension of duty, isn't it? Still part of the job of being queen, and not really anything extraordinary. You are so determined to find me ordinary? No, just cautious. You hurt me. I had never been with a man before, and I wanted to be with you. You assumed that I was the most diabolical sort of monster after looking at me like I was special to you, and that is not the sort of hurt that goes away easily or quickly. The truth is, I know how to endure, and so I just will if I have to. I promise you that. I just will. Is it easier than finding a way to see that when you're in my position, you tend to assume the worst of people? No, I can't. You know, I fancied myself in love with you. The words hit him with the force of a bullet. She had fancied herself in love with him. She hadn't even known him. She had fancied herself in love with him, and he had done extraordinarily cruel things with that love. It was the missing piece, the one thing that he had never assumed was possible, the one thing he had never imagined might be true. He had thought that it had to do with money, power, position. I just wanted to comfort you. When I saw you that night, I just wanted to comfort you. It broke my heart to see you so sad, and I would have given you anything. I didn't know that it would become sex, but I was happy to give it to you. So happy. I wanted you to be my first, and then when you had the ball, I thought that I had my chance. When you recognized me in the mask, I thought I had my chance. But you don't know me. You never did. You didn't have thoughts about me or fantasies. And that's when I realized we didn't know each other. I didn't actually love you. I can't have, because I didn't know you. I don't know you now. I don't love you, and that's all right. He felt like, for a moment, he had almost touched the sun, and then the warmth of it was snatched cruelly away. But of course she didn't love him. Of course. She didn't know him. She was right about that. He didn't know her. And love had never been something that he required in a marriage anyway. But it definitely gave him an understanding of how deep a betrayal it had been. She had given him her virginity, and she had done these things from a place of innocence, care, and he had treated her like a hardened criminal. It truly was up to him to grovel. He could not defend himself. I am sorry. You're right. I treated you very badly. I used you to soothe myself, and then, because of my own discomfort with my feelings, I reacted badly. She frowned. What do you mean?
About my discomfort. Only that part of me knew that I should be suspicious of what happened, that I should question it, that you appeared there ready to give yourself to me when I needed comfort, when I was starving for human touch, and so, yes, it was easy for me to believe that you had manipulated me in some way. But the truth is, I manipulated the situation. I manipulated you. I caused an immense amount of harm to us both because I wanted our encounter to be anonymous, because I wanted you to be a gift left there for me. Well, neither of the truths paint us in a very flattering light. I wanted you to be the fantasy man that I made up, and you needed me to be a fantasy that you could turn on later. It was the truth. But I know you a bit now. I know that you wanted to be a doctor. I know what you want to focus on is being queen. Is that really knowing someone? I haven't actually gotten to know another person in a very long time, not outside the scope of diplomacy. Well, how did you get to know Cersei? I didn't, he said. His voice was heavy with regret, and so was his body. I found it difficult, and neither of us tried. I want to try. I know that your expectation for marriage was always something distant, but I didn't have one at all. What? I was going to say something about my expectations of marriage, but I'll be honest, I never really expected to get married, much less to a king. I have no expectations. You did? Of me? And you let me down, which is terribly sad, but it would be hard for you to let me down worse a second time. He could only hope that was true. He wanted her to understand how high the stakes were for him here, but to do that meant exposing his marriage to Cersei. The decision to be made, he supposed, was whether to trust her or not. He'd roared into this with no trust in her at all, accusing her of all manner of subterfuge. In this moment, he needed to drop his guard. In this moment, he needed to give her some honesty. I don't want to be trapped in a marriage where my wife hates me. Not again. You said something to me earlier today. You talked about the fact that you're tired. Tired of living in a house where people despise you. So am I. I can accept fault for the state of my marriage. I wasn't a good husband. I was so focused on being a good king that I know I failed her in immeasurable ways. But also, she didn't like me. And I really didn't want to be trapped in a marriage with someone who hated me. Not again. So I would very much like it if we can come to a place where you don't hate me. Then you need to let go. Of what? While we're here, you need to let go of the king. And just be the man. Chapter 12. The next day, Birdie was still turning over her dinner with Onyx in her head. She could think of nothing else. Not just his physical beauty either, but the way he'd actually been vulnerable with her last night, the way he'd shared with her. But then also there was his physical beauty, which was vast indeed. Pretty embarrassing to admit that level of fixation with someone who thought so poorly of her. When she came downstairs in the morning, he was already sitting there, eating breakfast. She smiled. Good morning. Good morning. Last night he'd actually shared with her, and that had stuck with her. Maybe she should try vulnerability instead of just honesty. It's so quiet here. You know, I've never lived by myself, and I've never even really gotten to spend a substantial amount of time without people around me. I'm often by myself, lonely in the palace, moving through and doing my chores without chatting to anyone, and then it's the same at my stepmother's house. Everyone ignores me. Unless they need something from me, then it's all commandments. I know what you mean, she smiled. I guess you do, though I would venture to say that people speak to you with a bit more deference. Not Andre, or my sister. No, I suppose they don't. I was very impressed with your sister for taking my side when you first brought me into the palace. Emerald is like that, and she certainly doesn't do what I say. No,
When she left that convenient marriage you set up for her and married her bodyguard instead, I think the whole kingdom was scandalized.
I did not set up that convenient marriage for her, he said. She was shocked by that.
You didn't?
No. I would never have married my sister off to somebody that she didn't want. She did that. She was so convinced that she needed to do something to help consolidate the power in the kingdom. She wanted to make herself as useful as I made myself. At least, that's what she said. I tried to stop her, but once Emerald makes her mind up on something, nothing dissuades her. Except Andre, who seduced her and got her pregnant.
So it runs in the family.
Getting trapped into marriage by her pregnancy?
She snorted.
Something like that.
He was uncomfortable with the comparison between himself and his sister. Obviously. I want to go explore more on the island today. Go to the beach. I found some snorkeling equipment in one of the rooms.
Are you sure you should do that while pregnant?
This is my very first adventure, Onyx. It was the first time she called him by his name like that. Not trying to wound him or strike out at him. Not trying to be difficult. But just called him by his name. Because that's what felt natural.
Obviously, I will accompany you.
You sound so excited for your afternoon at the beach. Recreation is not something you usually engage in.
However did you guess?
He looked very nearly amused, and she fetched some herbal tea and fruit and joined him at the table. Let's go, she said. That's how they found themselves down on the beach, with the picnic basket and snorkels and flippers. He was in that very brief swimsuit again, and she would be lying if she didn't say she very much liked it. But she didn't have to say it out loud. The water was like a bath, smooth and clear and warm. The sea life was more plentiful than she could have imagined, and she felt like she was living in a dream. It turned out snorkeling while pregnant was a lovely activity, regardless of what Onyx had said. He stood resolutely on the shore while she swam around, looking at fish and manta rays, and it was just such a strange thing, because it felt like a beautiful thing that this was her life all of a sudden. She didn't hate him. She didn't hate him, but it was frightening to think that she could develop feelings for him again, because at no point had he professed to wanting that. No, in fact, even though he had been perfectly cordial for 2 whole days now, she still felt extremely guarded around him, like he might turn on her at any moment. It was almost as if not only did she have a lifetime of experience with that, but he had done it to her just like everyone else. She took her snorkel off and rolled over so that she was lying on her back, floating there in the water. She looked up at the fathomless blue sky, and then stood. The water was shallow, even as far out as she was, only coming to her waist. She looked up at him, and he looked away. She didn't want to ask herself if he was looking at her, but unfortunately, it was then all she could think of. She began to walk up out of the water, moving toward him. They had done a lot of talking since yesterday. She felt vulnerable. She felt like she was clinging onto the very edge of her sanity. Or maybe she wasn't. Maybe she wasn't at all. But what she did know was that the ache for him didn't seem to want to go away. What she did know was that one thing that made sense was touching him. "Are you an idiot?" She was. She had been the entire time, an idiot for him. An idiot to believe that love and beauty existed somewhere in this world in light of everything that she had experienced. Ever since he devastated her, she had looked at it as a flaw, had taken stock of her life and asked herself why in the world she thought miracles could happen. And many of them had. She was a queen after all. And how many maids went from cleaning the palace to living in it? Maybe more in history than she knew about. But it had felt like too much to imagine that they could be more, that she could have more. He was so difficult. The only time she had ever seen emotion in him was the night of his wife's funeral, or rage. It was only those 2 things, passion, anger. Choose passion. It felt so dangerous. And yet, right then, it was also the only thing that made sense. She cast her snorkeling equipment to the side as she walked up out of the water and moved toward him. And she wasn't the one who had to close the distance between them, because he did it. He went toward her, wrapped his arm around her waist, and drew her against his body.
I don't understand what it is you do to me.
He sounded angry. Well, that was right on track. She had plenty of his anger, just like she'd had his passion. Maybe now she would get them both. Maybe now she would get them together. She would take that. She was yearning for something, for everything maybe. To be loved, to be cherished, to be queen, to be free. It was too much for a simple girl to hope for, but so many girls had, for so many years. All she wanted was everything. Why not? She was already pregnant with the king's baby. And she was tired. She was tired of not having everything. Maybe this would hurt. Maybe her mistake was believing that she could find a way to exist without pain, that she could gather up all the good and it would cancel out the bad. Maybe what she needed to do was accept that there would always be danger. Yes, there would always be danger. She reached up and touched his face, traced the line of his high cheekbones all the way down to his sculpted jaw. He was so beautiful. Her king. Her husband. She wasn't common, and neither were they. But they also were, and there was something beautiful in that. Just two people at the mercy of this intense need. She had to believe that he felt it too. She had done a good job of convincing herself that, for him, it had never been this. For him it had never been this driving, intense need, but rather it had been his need to escape the grief that he was drowning in. She knew that wasn't true now. He was sad about his wife, he grieved her as one did any young life lost. But it hadn't been grief born out of passion. It had been something else. He had been reaching out for connection, and she would take that. She would. Then he lowered his head and claimed her mouth. This kiss had a different flavor than any of the ones they had shared before. It wasn't tinged with grief, and it wasn't filled with the kind of reverence that the one in the garden had been filled with. She had lost that moment of pure emotion, and it wasn't her fault. It was his fear. She knew that, understood it. But she could let it go, for now. She could just accept this as it was. He cupped the back of her head and deep into the kiss, sliding his tongue against hers, one arm tight around her waist as he held her against the firm, muscular wall of his body. Out there in the sun. No masks, no one to watch. They weren't shrouded in darkness, weren't hiding in the shadows. They weren't shrouded in grief, not in fear. She wasn't going to have to go home to her stepmother's house tonight. She could stay with him. They could explore this. They actually had all the time in the world to try to sort out what this was, to try to sort out what it could be. That was terrifying, comforting, because that meant they had a lot of time to hurt each other, but a lot of time to heal each other too. Maybe it meant that she couldn't continue to hang on to that part of her that wanted to protect herself. Anger, she had found, was easy. Anger insulated you. Anger kept you from being hurt. It allowed you to turn the barbs that were being directed at you onto the other person. It had been a revelation because she just wasn't an angry person, but everything that had happened to her in the last few months had let her brew something vile and toxic inside of her. And she had found it to be a wonderful source of strength and protection. But it had to stop. It had to. She had to make room for this, and for all the endless possibilities in it. He kissed her, his hands moving down over her midsection, moving up to cup her breast. He kissed her like he was dying, like there was nothing else in the world he wanted. And she kissed him back, because there wasn't anything else she wanted. She was every inch that girl who had come to him that first night, except this time she knew what it could cost her to push him too far. This time she knew what she was risking, and here she was, kissing him anyway. It was legendary and terrifying. She had never been so brave. She tightened her hold on him, surrendering herself to the violent need inside of her. He growled, kissing a line down her neck, down her collarbone to her shoulder, where he nipped her. "I need to see you," he said. He pulled her bikini top away, exposing her breasts to his hungry gaze. It was barely any covering, and she found herself foolishly bashful. They'd had sex. Of course, it had been under cover of darkness, and it hadn't felt quite so... It felt risky now, in a way that it hadn't before. It was the knowledge that she carried with her of what it meant to fall out of favor with him, what it meant to risk her heart. Make no mistake, she was doing that. She could pretend that it was all attraction, that what she wanted was his body. She did. But it was more than that, and it always had been. He held her face for a moment, his hand cupping her chin. "I'm the only man you've ever been with." She nodded slowly. "Yes." Her voice trembled. "I was very rough with you that night." She shook her head. "No, you were perfect. It was perfect. I don't need or want you to apologize for anything that happened." He nodded, then moved his hand down to cup her breast, his thumb sliding over one tightened bud there. "You are a revelation. You were even then. It had been so long since I'd touched anyone." "Is that the only reason?" He shook his head. "No, it was something else. It was something else for me. I felt drawn to you in a way that I'd never felt drawn to another person." He paused for a moment, and it was like he was drawing the next words from deep inside himself, like they were difficult to make himself say. "I'm not the kind of man who has one-night stands, you know." "You're not?" He shook his head. "No. I never cheated on my wife, even though we weren't intimate at the end of our marriage. I've always done the right thing. I've never let my body or my head run away with me. But with you, I did. With you, I have no resistance. I wanted to claim that it was the moment, but I didn't want anyone else either. It's the reason I had to have the ball. I had to find you." They were both victims of their expectations, she supposed. He had imagined her to be someone that she wasn't, and he hadn't been able to get over the disappointment when she proved it to be just Birdie. Or maybe it was what she had imagined earlier. Maybe the biggest problem was that he hadn't actually wanted emotion this big, and so, at the first possible opportunity, he had rejected it. She couldn't say that she blamed him. He kissed her collarbone, down to her sternum, right between her breasts, then knelt down in front of her, holding her hips, looking up and kissing her stomach, before taking her bikini bottoms down and exposing her to his hungry gaze. "You are beautiful," he said, the words hard, strained. "I've never felt like this before. I've never felt so out of control for a woman, for anyone, for anything. I've never been able to be." She wanted to talk, but she also didn't, because her body was throbbing with need, and she just needed him. He leaned in, sliding his tongue over her sensitive flesh, licking her right where she desired him most. He ate her like he was a starving man, and she gripped his hair, trying to brace herself in the deep, shifting sand as he pleasured her. Oh, the things that he did to her, the things that she was willing to risk for him. It was a private island. Having sex outside wasn't a risk. That's not what it was. But her heart. He looked up at her as he continued to eat her, and the look in his eyes sent her over the edge. She cried out his name, digging her fingernails into his shoulders as she fought to keep standing. Then, as she melted, he grabbed her body, braced against his, and laid her down on the picnic blanket they had brought with them. With haste, he took off his swim trunks, and she wiggled beneath him, aching to get a look at his body, which she had been denied that night in the study. "What?" he asked. "I want to see you naked," she said. He looked stunned, like she had hit him upside the head with a brick. "Oh." "You're beautiful," she said, wrapping her hand around his throbbing manhood, looking at him as she slid her thumb over that hot, smooth skin. "It's been a very long time since—" He closed his eyes. He was wounded. He was wounded just like she was. In different ways, with different kinds of weapons, but she could see in the way that he responded to being called beautiful that he hadn't felt desired in a very long time. That part of this was that he simply hadn't been able to believe that she had strong enough feelings for him to be with him for the simple reason that she wanted to, that she cared. "Take me," she whispered against his mouth. He growled, positioning himself between her thighs and thrusting inside of her. She gasped, arching up against him as he took her over and over again. Desire built deep inside her body, and when she came, she pulsed around him, squeezing him tight, pushing him over the edge too. He growled, his forehead pressed against hers as he shuddered out his orgasm, as he spilled himself inside of her. She clung to his shoulders, out there in the burning bright sun, replete, satisfied, and yet also terrified. "We can't pretend that this isn't part of us," she said. We can't," she said. He rolled away from her and sat up. Then he nodded slowly. "I want you," she said, touching his shoulder. "Don't you see?" "Yes," he responded. He turned to her, pressing his thumb against her lower lip. His eyes blazed into hers, his voice gruff, strained. "I want you to, in ways that astonish me. Even before my marriage, I knew that I couldn't afford to carry out love affairs. I was very discreet whenever I did. I have never been undone like this. Not ever. I need you to know that. I need you to know it isn't simply because I was celibate for as long as I was." It healed something in her to hear that. "Well, I'm not a virgin because I've never had the opportunity. Well, I'm not a virgin any more," she said, putting her hand on her stomach and rolling to her side. "What I mean is, there was no one who tempted me. Whatever you believe, it isn't because you were a king. You were off limits. Women have tried to seduce me before, even when I was married." "And I didn't," she said. He shook his head. "No, you didn't. You just talked to me. It made me happy to see you every day. I was okay with that, just seeing you, being near you. It gave me something that I didn't have anywhere else. It's an extremely embarrassing thing to admit." Admitting that she'd had a crush on her husband was so lowering, but then he seemed to need to hear it, and that helped soothe some of the sting. "It's rebuilding something inside of me," he said, reaching out and touching her face. "Which I suppose is wholly unfair, given everything that I put you through, given that I'm a king and you—" "I'm lowly. I am a worm." "You are not. You're extraordinary. I treated you very badly. I'm genuinely very sorry about it. It was foolish of me. It was cowardice, you're right. I had feelings about my own behavior and I took it out on you. You're also right that I was the one who made up an entire story that caused all of this strife." He paused for a moment. "All this time I thought that being too soft, letting people in, that was the only way that I could cause damage, but this— I hurt you." She realized that it wasn't so much shock that he'd hurt her that he was dealing with now, but that he cared about it. She wondered how long it had been since he'd had to take another person's emotions into account. "I will do my best not to hurt you again," he said. Well, I don't know that you should try to make that promise, because we will be married for a very long time. At least, that's the goal. And I have a feeling you and I have yet to say all the things that we have to say to each other.
That's very pragmatic.
I'm not actually very pragmatic. At least, I think I don't want to be. That isn't quite my goal. I would love to dream.
What if I told you that you could, that I care about your dreams?
Why? Because you enjoy having sex with me?
Because I'm fascinated by you.
He closed his eyes.
When I'm not trying to crush you beneath the weight of my royal rage, you're astonishing, do you know that? You know how few people would have tried to comfort me with any sort of genuine measure.
Given that I was the only one in the study, and the only one that you had sex with that night, I suppose the answer is very few people.
I'm being quite serious. My circle is very small. I had hoped that my wife and I, Circe and I, when I married her, I had hoped that we would find at least companionship.
You didn't.
I didn't. And I don't know how much of that was my fault.
I don't want you to care about me simply because you regret your first marriage. Maybe that wasn't fair. Maybe it was the hot sun talking. Maybe it was her being grumpy and pregnant and jealous and needy, greedy for parts of him that no one else had ever had.
No, that's not why. I want to know more about you. I want to understand this.
It's called attraction, I believe. I was a virgin until 6 months ago, and even I know that.
No, it's something more.
Her heart lifted in her chest, and she had to smack it back down, because she had to stop getting excited just because he said something that verged on kind. He was a man, and likely he was mainly responding to the intensity of the sex between them. It might even be what she was responding to. Everything was all mixed up. She had a crush on him before she knew him, and now there was this, and everything was just difficult. Everything was hard to decode, so she didn't want to. She wanted to recommit to this idea that she wouldn't protect herself, that she would let herself feel all of her feelings. Every single one of them.
While we're here, he said, let's be like this.
While we're here. I think you'll find, Your Highness, that we have difficulty keeping our hands off of each other at the palace, too.
But there, I'm a king.
He was hiding behind that, using it as a shield. She couldn't blame him. She wished that she had something to use as a shield. All she had was this intense, overflowing emotion inside of her chest. All she had was that same feeling she'd had for him all this time. Well, Your Highness, then let us give you a good vacation from your status. Chapter 13. They were naked for days. They just never put clothes on. There wasn't a reason to. He ate with her naked, bathed with her, slept with her. He had never experienced anything like this in his life. He felt like a teenager, hungry for her, desperate to have her body on his, to have himself inside her. He was utterly and completely captivated by her, everything that she was. They were at the waterfall today, Birdie standing beneath the deluge, her nipples tight, her body lush and perfect. She was gaining weight, which he was grateful for. She had become quite thin, and he knew that it was his fault. He knew that it was because of what a bastard he'd been, and he had been. It had been a relief in many ways to let himself believe that she was duplicitous, because it meant that nothing he felt was real. It was cowardice, through and through. That was true. And this was something else entirely. He was allowing himself to actually be on vacation, something he had never done before. He'd certainly never had a sex vacation, which was what this was. There was no other purpose to it, no greater good, just him wanting her, needing her, having her. She laughed and extended her hand toward him, and he took it, letting her draw him beneath the spray into her arms. He gripped her chin and kissed her, deep and slow. Then when they pulled away, he marvelled at her. "What?" she had to shout because of the water. He dragged her back behind the falls into the small alcove there. "You're beautiful," he said, because sometimes he found himself without the words to express what was happening inside of him when he looked at her. So he told her that she was beautiful. She always said thank you. She always told him that he was beautiful in return. She didn't this time. Instead, she cocked her head to the side. "And?" He drew a blank, not because there was nothing to say, because there were too many things to say. What could he say about Birdie, this bewitching, maddening creature who had taken over his life? 6 months ago he had been in an unhappy marriage, then he had become a widower, and then she had touched him, revived a need in him that he had forgotten, and a fear, one that grabbed him low in the stomach and haunted him, made him feel like he was being chased by the very hounds of hell. But that didn't sound like a compliment, and maybe it wasn't. It was something more, something deeper. Nothing that he could shout over the din of a waterfall. She shook her head and turned away from him, heading back toward the waterfall, and he gripped her arm and brought her back up against his body, kissing her with everything he had inside of him, all the feelings he couldn't form into words. He held her against his body, swept the bottoms of her bikini aside and began to touch her, pushing 2 fingers inside of her as he kissed her. She shivered in his arms. He wanted her desperately, more than anything. This was so foreign to him, and yet it was life as he knew it with Birdie. On this island. It had only been 2 weeks, and he had forgotten what it was to live in Basilia, to be the king. He had forgotten what it was to care about things other than his own need. This had been a vacation, the first one he'd ever had. He had lost himself, and he would have to find himself soon, but not now. Not now. He freed himself from his swim trunks and lifted her up off the ground as he thrust inside of her. He took them both to the heights, standing like that behind the waterfall, nothing but his strength and his desperate need for her keeping them from falling. Something inside of him burned. He wanted to make declarations. He didn't know what they were. They were wordless, swelling sensations in the center of his chest, and he had no way to translate them. So he didn't. He simply felt. He simply claimed her, over and over again, until neither of them could breathe, until their cries of pleasure reverberated off the walls in the cavern, overtaking the sound of the waterfall. Then he gathered her to him, carried her back to the house and up the stairs into the bedroom that they were both sharing now. He tucked her against him, pushing her hair back off her face. "You really are incredible," she whispered. "What do you like about me?" The question sounded small. It sounded desperate, and he couldn't say that he liked the sound of it on his lips, but he couldn't hold back either. "I like the orgasms," she said, smiling up at him slyly. "No, not now. Before. You said you thought you loved me once." "Oh." She took a deep breath. "I didn't know you. You were a symbol of something, I suppose. Someone who had power, but who treated people well. I felt like you would take care of me. I let myself spin fantasies around that, even though I knew that it would never happen." "You took care of everyone else. You just wanted someone to take care of you." She nodded slowly. "I suppose that's it." "How do you do it?" She wrinkled her nose. "How do I—" "You're very brave, Birdie. Unlike anyone I've ever known. I've been appalling to you, and yet you treat me with kindness. You have stood your ground every step of the way. Even though all the people in your life sought to lower you, you wouldn't kneel." "I did plenty of kneeling while I scrubbed the floors, Your Highness." "I don't mean that. Yes, you did scrub floors. Yes, you worked at the palace. You did work for your stepmother. But your spirit was never broken." Right then, he felt like a crack had opened up in his chest. He felt like perhaps something was broken in him, and he desperately needed to know what might fix it. Desperately needed to understand what might heal it, put it back into place. Except he wasn't sure when it broke or what had caused it. He didn't know what the source of it was or how to mend it. Didn't even know how to describe it. "Because I didn't choose any of it," she said. "I remember having the thought very early on. You know, so many people turn to drugs or alcohol or other self-destructive behaviors to handle the kind of abuse that I went through. I don't judge them. I can't judge anyone for how they cope with the sort of life I had to live. And many people have been through much worse. But I remember thinking that I wasn't going to let my stepmother decide how happy I was going to be. I wasn't going to let her ruin my life. She already had too much. I wasn't going to give her everything. My mother wanted to see me happy. I know she did. She told me before she died." She looked up at him, her eyes glittering. "I remember going into her hospital room, and it was so scary. There were wires and monitors everywhere. She was in the bed. She looked so not like herself. She was grey and so thin, and it terrified me. But she told me that she had everything she ever wanted in life, except for more time. She had a good life, even if it was too short. That she loved me, and that she wanted me to be happy more than anything. That she wanted me to smile for all the smiles that she wouldn't have. To watch the sunset for every one she wouldn't see. To dance because she couldn't anymore. She didn't want me to live for her, she made that very clear. But she wanted me to live, to appreciate each and every moment, and I try to. When I feel overwhelmed, I pull away from everything and I just feel the breeze. I feel my breath. I feel being alive. That's how I do it. It's why I keep going. It's why I breathe. Now I get it. I'm having a child of my own and I get it, because no matter what, I want this child to be happy. To smile all the smiles that I missed, and to dance every time I couldn't. And now I want to be strong for that child. Here, for as long as I can be. I want us to do better for our child than was done for us, and it isn't that my father didn't love me, but I do believe that he was irreparably damaged by the death of my mother. She paused. That's another thing. My father let all that pain drive us apart. But we are here, alive. We could have been close, but he threw himself into work. I never wanted more money. I never wanted a bigger house. I wanted a hug from him. I wanted more time with him. The greatest gift you can give your child is yourself, your attention, your affection. That's exactly what we should do for our child, and it's another reason to cling to that resilience that I found. God, she was strong. Brave. She saw a world filled with miracles, small moments, deep breaths. He saw a sword hanging from a thread in the throne room, that at any moment it could fall. That was how life felt to him, a series of cruel, unfortunate events waiting to befall anyone who had the temerity to care too much. Any time he'd been tempted to believe in miracles, he'd been brought crashing back down to earth. The line holding that sword aloft felt more tenuous than ever. Tomorrow we have to go back. She snuggled against him, burying her face in his chest. We're going to be together. It doesn't have to change. Chapter 14. She knew immediately that it was going to change, but she tried to remind him anyway. But she had sensed the subtle shift in her husband's behaviour as the end of their honeymoon had drawn close. But of course, the palace was the site of so many terrible things for him. Here on the island he had been buoyant, carefree. On the island it had been like he was a different person, but she could feel a heaviness to him once they boarded the plane to take them back to Basilia. It lasted the entire flight, and when they arrived back, she felt it settled in her own breast. It was a strange thing now to be going back to the palace unified with him, sort of. She took a deep breath and pasted a smile on her face for the walk inside. Princess Emerald was there along with Andre and Elizabeth. She rushed to Elizabeth and threw her arms around her. "It's so good to see you." "Good to see you too." She looked at her, her expression filled with concern. "Are you well?" "I'm quite well," she said, smiling, because she could, because she was here with Onyx, because even though he was a difficult sort of man, he was a wonderful one. And they'd had great times, and undoubtedly would have some difficult ones coming up, because that was how life was. So she was just going to have to deal with it, get over it, brace herself for whatever would come, and stay open. Because you couldn't protect yourself from pain. Well, you could. You could embrace all that anger like she'd done before the honeymoon, but it didn't heal anything. The honeymoon had been healing. But she had a feeling. She just had a feeling that he was headed for an absolute crash-out, and she was going to have to be ready for it. Was going to have to be as strong as she ever was. "Do you think you'll have time to take tea with me this week?" Emerald asked, smiling at her. She hadn't spent very much time with Emerald, owing to the fact that she had been so angry with Onyx. "I would love to," she said. If she was going to count her blessings, then having Emerald as a sister was going to be one of them, because she knew what it was like to have terrible sisters. Emerald wasn't that. She had been firmly on Birdie's side from the beginning, standing against her brother when he had brought her in here with all that rage and indignation. Emerald was a deeply good person. "I'll make a tea time then. We can have it in my parlour." "That sounds excellent." "I've some work to do," Onyx said, touching her arm. "Okay," she responded. She tried not to overreact to that, to the immediate distance he was putting between them. "Come to the kitchen," Elizabeth said. "I'd love to," she responded. "So," Elizabeth said when they had some distance, "things are going well?" "Yes, they are. Though I feel him pulling away. Everything was fine on the island. She swallowed hard. "I do love him, Elizabeth. I fear that I do love him, and it's going to hurt me, like it always does." "Life is nothing without love, and it's even less without hope." "Is that why you never tried again with Adam?" Elizabeth swatted her arm. "No, it's because I didn't want to take a risk, didn't want to damage my pride. Sometimes you have to be willing to soften yourself, when he can't. I wasn't willing to do that, and I regret it." "But if I soften myself, I could get hurt." "Yes, but you'll hurt either way, won't you? I think you're going to have to take a risk." "Then I think you should," Birdie said. "Me? I'm old now." "Elizabeth, I haven't talked much about my mother, but I've been talking to Onyx about her, and it's made it all feel closer than it normally does. She died when she was young. She didn't have the chance to be old and in love. She didn't have the chance to be old at all. Aging is a gift. You being here is a gift. As long as you're here, you should make it the most glorious, joyful experience that it can be." Elizabeth put her hand over Birdie's. "Oh, you sweet girl. I know you're right." "Then I'll be brave, and you can be too." After that conversation, she went to her room. She wondered if he would come in, but part of her knew that he wouldn't. The problem with Onyx was that he had spent his life being unchallenged as far as his authority went. He'd had terrible things happen to him, but he was in a secure place. They were things that were beyond his control. So many of the situations that Birdie had been in hadn't been in her control. Even if she had to fight, there was something she could do to make them better, or worse. In some ways, she wondered if that made him stuck, if it made it difficult for him to know what to do, if he was just sitting there, waiting for the next blow. The idea of that, the image of that, made her so desperately sad. And that was when she decided she wasn't going to wait for him. That was when she decided it was okay that she was the one that was making the moves, that she was the one deciding on this particular brand of bravery. Onyx was brave, but there were things she understood about herself, about her feelings, and about her emotions that she had a feeling he didn't quite get yet. So she was willing to put herself out there for him, for that. That was when she decided to use the adjoining doors. They hadn't used those here, and in the Bahamas they hadn't used doors at all. But that had been a different place. They had been outside of this, outside of time in a way they weren't now. This was their life. She was going to make it the best she could. She was going to speak the language he understood. This was how she had reached him the first time. But this time he knew who she was. This time he knew who they were. And she believed in what they could be. She moved through the door, and he turned sharply. He was standing by his dresser, shirtless, wearing nothing but a pair of dark slacks. "I missed you today." "Sorry, I had a lot of work to do." She began to strip her clothes off, wordlessly. He didn't turn. "I spent some time with Elizabeth." "I'm glad." She was completely naked then, standing there in the open. "But mostly I was thinking about you." He turned then, and whatever he was about to say died on his lips. She was satisfied by the look on his face. "Here we are, with the lights on." There was nothing unusual about that, of course. They'd had each other with the lights on, out in the sunshine any number of times when they were in the Bahamas. But here she was making a stand, making a statement. This had been a palace filled with so many terrible memories, a palace filled with his grief, with her sorrow. She was wanting to change that, while they could. She breathed in, the scent of him heavy in the air in his room. She looked at the way he drew breath, the shift of his chest, the way his lips parted. She was entirely in the moment, with Onyx. There was nowhere else that she would rather be, and no one else she would rather be with. "Be with me," she said. "I'm with you," he said. She shook her head. "No. Be with me in this moment and nowhere else. There's nothing but us." She moved toward him, putting her hand on his bare chest, stretching up on her toes and kissing him on the mouth. She could feel the moment he surrendered. He wrapped his arms around her, drawing her close to him, and she capitulated in return, opening for him, softening for him. Inside, she made a vow that it would always be like this, that she would always do this, that she would be his, and she would give whatever he needed, whenever he needed it. Onyx might have to learn that love was worth the risk. Do you even know if it is? Maybe not, but she hoped that it was. It was the world that she wanted to live in, the love she wanted to believe in. He was a good man. He was a good man whose life had been upended by loss and tragedy, and complicated by his position. His grief around his marriage was so complicated, so much about what they hadn't been, but then also the sudden loss of his wife had affected him. He dismissed it in conversation, because they hadn't been in love, but she could see that it was another thing that hurt him, that made it hard for him to trust the world, to trust life, to feel safe with anything. She moved away from him, reached down and undid his belt, undid his pants, dropped down to her knees slowly in front of him and palmed his glorious cock. Then she leaned in, testing the length of him with her tongue, before taking him in deep. He moaned, gripping her hair, holding her fast while she lavished attention on him. She loved this man. She loved him. She would get on her knees before him like this to beg for anything he wanted. She had said to him on that flight to their honeymoon that she would not be a doormat. She wasn't a doormat. She knew exactly what she was doing. She chose this. She chose him. She chose to be brave in the face of uncertainty. She chose to be strong because she could be. She couldn't lose him.
which was a great and terrible thing. He wouldn't divorce her. She was pregnant with his child. Their marriage would never split up, but for her, it wasn't about the marriage, not about the legality. It was about the way she felt for him. It was about the love. She breathed in, sharp and deliberate, and then continued to pleasure him. He was lost in it, she could tell. She wanted him to be. She wanted him to surrender to this, to surrender to them. She wanted everything. She could feel him beginning to lose control, feel him shaking and shivering, but he growled then, lifted her up off the floor, carrying her back to the bed. Oh, what a luxury for the two of them to make it to the bed, to make it to his bed. They'd never been together like this here in the palace. He spread her out over the blanket, and then he began to feast on her, starting at her neck, down to her breasts, between her legs where he licked her until she was screaming. They were both normally so impatient, but he took his time over her. He pushed 2 fingers deep within her as he began to suck, then lick her until she was crying out his name. She was lost. There was no sense of time or place. There was only this moment. His tongue, his hands, his breath, her heartbeat, her pleasure. Him, her, nothing more. Her climax crashed over her like a wave, every ripple stealing her breath. She held onto the blankets, felt the way it was against her skin, curled her fingers tighter, digging her nails into her own palms, and relished that little bit of pain. Everything had become onyx and birdie, and nothing more at all. She shattered again and again, and when he rose up to kiss her mouth, thrusting inside of her body on a growl, she couldn't hold back any more. "I love you." His thrusts became wild, unmeasured, and it was the lack of patience, the intensity of it, that had her crying out another climax, just as he went right over the edge again. "I love you," she whimpered. "I love you." He pulled away from her, his expression fierce, wild. This was the moment she had been dreading. This was the moment she knew might happen. He was afraid. "You don't have to say anything," she said. "I've lost myself in this," he said. "In what? This marriage? This marriage that you are supposed to have, that you have to have in accordance with tradition?" "It doesn't have to be like this." "Were your parents a love match, Onyx?" "And they're dead," he said. "So what does it matter? What does it matter what their marriage was? It didn't protect them. Nothing protects you in this life. I have to focus on running the country. I cannot be distracted with this." "You're dying," she said. "What's the point of living when you're actively dying? Because you won't let anyone close to you. Because you need all of these things, and you won't let yourself have them." "I'm just fine the way that I am." "You aren't," she said. "The man that I met the night of his wife's funeral, he was drowning. The king that I knew before then, he was doing a good job of keeping up the facade. The reason that your marriage to Circe worked is that it allowed you to ignore your emotions. But even you have to admit it wasn't good." "It wasn't. I know that. I feel sorrow for her, that she was stuck with me for all her short life." "So you acknowledge that it's not a good way to live. So why don't you do something different?" "I can't," he said. "You can't, or you won't. Because the man that I met the night of the funeral, he needed this. He needed love. That was what I gave to you. It wasn't sex. I was wrong. I did love you. I have the whole time. I thought that I loved you falsely because you were a stranger to me. But the truth is, it's always been you. Always. There has never been anyone else for me. There has never been anyone else that I loved or cared about. I love you, you foolish man.
in every stage and way that I've known you, as the king of my country, as my employer, as my lover, when you didn't know who I was, as my husband. How can you love a man that you believe is a snob at his core? I don't believe you are now. What I believe is that you're afraid. Every time someone gets close to you, you pull back, every time, because you know what it's like to lose people, because you know how sudden it can be, and no one can blame you for that, no one ever could. But we are about to have a child. No, I cannot think about that. I cannot think about any of this. It was real terror in his eyes now, and of course, why wouldn't it be? My mother was dying for most of my childhood, Onyx. I can't even imagine what a terrible thing that would be, to know that you weren't going to see your child grow up, to know that you were slipping away. She did it bravely, and she smiled. She loved me till her very last breath. We have to love, even not knowing how long we get to do it, because love is the only thing in this world that is true, is the only thing that is good. Love is the only thing that is real. All of these other things could go away tomorrow. The castle could crumble into the sea, and the country could be lost to civil war, but I would love you. You could be a king, or you could be an accountant. I don't care. It is the man that I love, not the title. It's you, and I believe that you love me. I don't think you did that night we were together, but I believe you were responding to my feelings. I believe you love me now.
Birdie,
he said, his voice rough.
I didn't like that in my marriage we had strife, it's true. But I also never wanted love. It's a distraction, and for me it's not something that I can worry about. Because if I have to worry about loving you, then I will always worry, and I don't have the strength for it.
What about your child?
Get out.
Onyx.
Leave.
So she did. She gathered up all of her things and she left. Her heart was breaking, and maybe he would break it 50 more times, for she would be married to him all of their lives. She felt grim and defeated and bruised. She could stop. She could turn around and say she didn't love him after all. She could even threaten him with a scandal, a royal divorce. But she cared about the fact that he was afraid. She cared about his pain, and that meant bearing it, letting it become her own. She took a deep, shaking breath and began to put her clothes on. She had purpose. She had her child. She would have tea with Emerald this week. She would have meetings about scholarships and cancer research and other medical programs, and all the while she would love him. And in the meantime she would smile, because she was life. That would have to be enough. Onyx felt the crushing weight of pain and anxiety shooting through his chest. What had he just done? What had she just done? The truth was, his denial of her love didn't do anything to staunch the horror flooding him. It was a terrible feeling, this sense that she was so ephemeral, so tenuous, because she loved him. Everything he cared about went away. He was brought right back to when Emerald had been taken at the altar, and even though it had been André doing it, even though they had reconciled, there had been a moment in time where he'd felt like he'd truly lost everything. Then there was Circe. Everything he touched shattered. Everyone who loved him.
She loves you. What if you lose her? What if you lose the baby?
The pain was unending, unbearable. He wanted to go after her, but he couldn't. He wanted to go after her, but his pain had them frozen. So he stayed in his room, and he locked the adjoining door. Locked her out. But it did nothing to block out the pain. Birdie did her best to have a cheerful attitude when she went to Emerald's parlour for tea. But something about her expression must have given her away, because as soon as she was served her cakes, Emerald looked at her with concern. "Are you and my brother having issues?" She thought about lying, but really there was no point. Life was too short for a great many things. Lying was one of them. "Yes." "Let me guess. He's being a hard-headed tyrant? How did you guess? She asked, trying to smile. Because he can be that way. What's going on? Tell me so that I can help you. She did her best to recap what had occurred, leaving out the intense sex that happened beforehand, out of deference to the fact that he was her brother, but telling her everything else. He's such a fool, Emerald said. He's afraid, Birdie said. And I understand. He's had so many losses. Yes, but it doesn't give him an excuse to treat you that way. She thought about it. He didn't have an excuse, but she wasn't looking for one for him. I know. He's truly being difficult. He needs to grovel. He needs to realize that what he's doing is wrong. You should refuse to speak to him until he comes around. Should she? It didn't feel outside the realm of reason. It sounds to me as if you've gone to him more than enough times. I think that's the exact advice that I would give to a friend, Birdie said. But I just can't help feeling that I can't afford to cling to pride at the expense of what we could have. Well, I would hope that I would extend the same grace to my husband if he were being such a fool, and he's been a fool in the past, believe me, but now, if he did it now, I don't know what I would do. You love him, just like I love Onyx. There is something simple and uncomplicated about that. Yes, making myself available to him makes me vulnerable. If I could get angry, then I could protect myself. If I cut him off, then I could shield myself. But to what end? I want to be with him. I don't want to leave him. When we were on our honeymoon, I was the happiest I've ever been. That's what I want. And you know, if I really thought the issue was that he didn't love me— He loves you, Emerald said. I'm honestly certain of it. The way that he has treated you has been appalling, and the way that he's afraid of emotion leads me to believe that's definitely why. Well, good to know, I guess. She was willing to go to him. She was willing to fight for him, just like she was willing to fight her way out of the attic she'd been locked in. She wanted everything, and she wouldn't settle for the crumbs. Neither should he. Chapter 15. He was holding his breath, he realized 2 days later, waiting for something to happen, something awful, something unexpected. Because he didn't trust anything. How could he, when life had proved repeatedly to be cruel? He'd found this passion with Birdie. They were having a child together, and he would never be able to keep her safe. He would never be able to keep their child safe. Life could always have dominion over them, the power to crush them at any moment. He was a king, with all the power in the world, and he lived his life in abject fear. For his parents had been stolen from him. He'd had to rearrange all his life to be the man the country needed him to be. He'd married Circe, and then she had died too. There was no magic key. There was no loving enough or too little or just right. People died. They were stolen away with no notice, and there was no throne, no title, no money, nothing that could change it. If he was not safe, if the people in his life were not safe, no one was. It ate at him, threatened to tear him apart from the inside out. Yet Birdie had lost so much. Her parents, just as he had. Her freedom, her autonomy. She wasn't afraid. How? He thought of what she had said to him about her mother who had known she was dying and who loved anyway. But then, what good was she? Because she had died, and her daughter had been subjected to a terrible life, a miserable upbringing. She was loved, and that love had made her who she was. It was astonishing, miraculous, and she had said that she loved him. He'd turned her away. He was filled with regret. He was no stranger to the harsh cruelty of life, but he didn't know what to do when he was caught between his fear of the cruelty and being the cruelty. Little Birdie, the maid he'd taken no notice of for so long, was braver than a king. She knew how difficult life could be, and yet she didn't flinch. From the moment she'd found herself pregnant with his baby, she'd been braver, more honest, more forthright than he'd ever been. Birdie was miraculous. If there was a key to living, then she had it. If there was a way for him to heal, it might be through her. And he'd pushed her away. He was filled with regret, loathing, despair. How could he fix it? How? How could he? Could he risk himself? His heart? His hope? What was the point of being a king? She was right. He had snobbery in his soul. He had treated her appallingly because she was a servant and he was royal, and yet she was the one who was so much higher than he was. She was the one who put him to shame. Driven by that realization, he went to unlock the door that adjoined their rooms and found that the knob was already turning. He freed the lock and took a step back, and the door opened wide. There she was, a determined look on her face. "What are you doing?" she asked, her brows knitted together in angry defiance. "I was coming to get you," he said. "You were coming to get me?" "Yes." "Why? You don't want me. You don't... Just go away and leave me be." She was shutting him out again, and she had every right to do it. He'd been awful to her when he'd first taken her from her stepmother's house, and she'd turned away from him then, which he'd rightly deserved, and he deserved it now. But he needed her to give him another chance. He needed it, and the only way to get one was to risk himself, his heart, his soul. The only way to have her was to cut himself open, to stop protecting himself from the dangers of life. The only way to have her was for a king to lower himself before his servant. And so he would. "Birdie," he said, "you terrify me." She frowned. "I do?" "Yes, in ways that I can't explain. That night when you came to me, it was the most passionate, incredible night of my life. It shouldn't have been. It was a reminder to me of how unwieldy being human is, and I find that terrifying. But I couldn't forget you. I had that ball because I had to find you, because I knew that you were special, because I knew that I needed you. And then, when I discovered who you were, I used it as an excuse, because it was too intense, because I'm afraid. I'm afraid that the sword that is dangling above my throne room will drop at any moment. I'm afraid that everything I love will be lost to me, because life is so brutal, it is so cruel. But you aren't. In spite of everything, you aren't. There are so many things that we don't get to choose, she said, but I would choose to love you every time. What a gift that we get to have this. What a gift that we can be together. I don't know for how long, because I don't understand life. I can't see the future. But I know that we are nothing short of miraculous. I know that we can choose to be together, choose to smile, for every day that we are blessed with. And our child will learn the same, he said. He shook his head. I never understood. Our first duty does have to be to our child, because it's love, not duty, that teaches you how to live. Truly. I made so many mistakes in the name of duty, but I have never made a single one in the name of love. She smiled. No, you haven't. I love you. I love you, he said. I have since that first night. But you didn't even know who I was. My soul knew yours. The rest didn't matter. But now that I do know you, now that I know all of you, I am beyond grateful for everything we are. I think this is actually how you break generational curses, by choosing to live anyway, by choosing to love anyway. Then let me say this one true thing. We will live happily ever after. Epilogue. The next royal wedding at the palace in Basilia was for a cook and a driver, and it was attended by everyone who loved them, including, of course, the king and queen, and their children. Onyx and Birdie's oldest was walking now, and was a charming terror who lived to give his father daily anxiety. He was a brave boy who was often pretending to be a fearsome dragon and threatening to eat anyone who was hapless enough to cross him in the halls. Their daughter was still brand new. As a family, during the reception, they all got up to dance. Onyx held his little boy's hand and cradled his daughter in his other arm, his wife standing across from him, laughing. They danced every chance they got. They smiled every day. He had learned to live in each and every moment he had with Birdie. She'd taught him that. King Onyx of Basilia was no stranger to the joys of life, that it was beautiful and often vibrant and full of love, as long as one chose to embrace it.
We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of Harlequin Presents Young, Hot, and Royal Collection, featuring Princess Pregnant Prisoner by Millie Adams, performed by Jessica Jeffries, and King's Captive Bride by Millie Adams, performed by Emily Lawrence, and The Kings Until Midnight by Millie Adams, performed by Jessica Jeffries. Presented by Harlequin Presents and Harper Audio. Princess Pregnant Prisoner was produced by B Audio Limited. Executive producer, Carly Katz. King's Captive Bride was produced by Elgin Productions, Inc. Executive producer, Carly Katz. The Kings Until Midnight was produced by B Audio Limited. Executive producer, Carly Katz. Harlequin Presents Young, Hot, and Royal Collection. Text copyright 2026 by Harlequin Enterprises ULC. Princess Pregnant Prisoner. Text copyright 2026 by Millie Adams. King's Captive Bride. Text copyright 2026 by Millie Adams. The Kings Until Midnight. Text copyright 2026 by Millie Adams. Production copyright 2026 by Harlequin Enterprises ULC. Without limiting the exclusive rights of any author, contributor, or the publisher of this publication. Any unauthorized use of this publication to train generative artificial intelligence, AI technologies, is expressly prohibited. HarperCollins also exercised their rights under Article 4.3 of the Digital Single Market Directive, 2019/790, and expressly reserved this publication from the text and data mining exception. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.